against it, you can
Chat,
expect
hello,
that
hello,
Vitality
hello.
and
How are we all doing?
Vitality are going to shoot back. But I think that especially on
Yeah,
the last
levels
map
look
that we
good.
saw
What's
from
up,
them
everyone?
yesterday, Kamik has been showing so much with the Tejo. And I know this has been a very big conversation, but his utility usage, yes, even the ultimates have been good and key in so many
YouTube
moments. The
chat as well.
consistency that
Everyone's
he's
here.
finding, he's making the most out of having all of those reps in this agent.
Yeah, and having a good Tejo player, Sadak, heading into Masters is a good thing.
Yeah, you guys are right.
Tejo
Where
is
is
not
it?
like an easy agent to master, and he's doing it like super well.
There we go.
He understands how to do the combos with his utilities, and he's always helping with the team when they're having to do like an exec or anything. on the
Missed
side.
the news
And it's always,
section.
like,
Oh, they
getting
did one of
a
them again?
kill
Was
or
it good?
something,
Yeah.
or helping his teammate.
This is the thing, but he can shoot too. He can
can
shoot,
shoot.
he's placing the util, everything is
He's on
falling
stage.
into
Yes,
space.
he's perfect. Yes,
They're normally pretty good.
he is perfect.
He's scouting. Sadak is scouting
Yes,
already.
maybe.
He's scouting. But we mentioned Nat a little bit already, but I think we should also talk about
Planning
the
to
way that
rank
he's
the
evolved,
trophies once
because in
EMEA
the
trophy
past
is
you see
revealed.
him play very
Dude, I
similar
never saw
ways.
the China
he still
trophy.
does do that. He likes to learn.
How was the
Yeah,
China
he says
trophy?
so, right?
Yeah, he does that, but he's also doing it as an IGL on the op
Yes.
as well. Kakuka, it feels like he's doing everything.
And it gives this team Liquid
Napped?
so
Yeah,
much
we napped a little
dimension
bit. It
because
was nice.
in maps like, for example, Lotus, Icebox
It's
when it
feeling
comes
good.
out in the next stage and whatnot, the versatility that they've had also on this Abyss of swapping the operator between Nats and Camel, it creates such a big question mark because you want to dodge the operator and you want to dodge Nats. And sometimes they're going to be in different parts of the map and maybe in the next round they're pushing at you. Like,
Did I
it
see
is
the
very
trophy they
difficult to
trolling?
adapt and
Oh,
make
not
a
again.
proper read
What does
onto
that mean?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the teams so far,
The
they
trophy
haven't
was
been
so
able
bad
to,
last time. This
adapt
trophy
here,
has to be
but-
good, I
I
think.
didn't realize we were going to get a bit of a
Oh.
Nat speech, yeah. And this is the thing, we hear
Pretty
him
sure
do this
that's
a
how
lot,
it
right? We hear him
works.
say, disrespect your opponent, you know,
Yes.
he's a leader as well, Sadak. Is he ever doing
What percentage
too
am I
much?
giving Liquid?
I think he's doing everything, to be
So,
honest. He's
double map
IGLing,
ban goes
killing a
against
lot,
them.
Traps, watching flank.
So earlier I was thinking like a 25. I've woken up and feeling a little bit better. I'm gonna give him a nice 30.
This guy
Just
has
purely
an
because
immense brain, so I think
Vitality
he's
look
doing it for a purpose.
too
So,
strong.
yeah, it makes sense that they're doing that this
And
well.
the double map
Just because of
ban
him.
should
That's
be
a
enough.
crazy
I'll
compliment
give
from
him a
End as well,
30.
of all people. If he says you got a
They're
big
definitely
brain,
Did he
heavy
smile when
underdogs.
you said
Yeah.
it?
He never smiles.
probably not. Probably
Never
not.
smiles.
Probably not. But one guy
His
who has been
Vitality is
smiling a lot is
looking
Durka. It feels like
kinda
he's been really
disgusting.
enjoying his time on Team Vitality, and he said that a lot of that comes
45?
down
Dude,
to
I'd love to
Safe.
give a
A
45.
lot of that comes down to his new
They win a
IGL,
first map, I'll switch
talking
over to
about how
45.
because Safe has played Duelist as well in the past, he gives him a lot of freedom, and he actually makes Durka's life even easier. Sadak, is this as an IGL? You know, we joke about like Durka go
Yes.
kill, but is that just the best strat?
I mean, I tried to do Sada go kill and it didn't work, so yeah, it makes sense what he's saying. Maybe, I mean, having an IGL that actually understands what is being a duelist, it helps a lot, because at the time you have to create a strategy. Keeping that in mind, it's just create a huge gap for you.
The
for
epic
duelist.
gold. Thank
I'm
you
going
so
to be
much, bro. I
completely honest.
appreciate that.
Vitality is looking great, and one of the things
Thank
that
you,
probably
thank
makes
you.
them look so good is that even though Safe is a new
Jake
IGL,
Farm
I
10
don't
as well.
think that
Thank
he's
you so much,
facing
Jake.
the typical
And
tasks
Kexi
an
as
IGL has to
well.
face. As in,
with
I
the
don't think he
tier 1. Thank you
micromanages
so much for
anyone.
the 4 months.
Like he's able to give the kind of freedom because it's such experienced players that know exactly what they need to do, that they can all just be on their own lane, and he can just focus on the macro structure of where he sees the weaknesses and where you know, the plays can be made. So I understand that Dirk says this, and once Les feels 100% with the language, this team is going to be amazing.
The super team. The
Yes.
super
The
team is
super team.
coming together.
Scientists studied
but
my sleep
can
schedule,
Safe
or
take
I don't
on
think we
someone
want
like
that.
Nats? Like you said, Nats
We don't
seems
want
like
that.
to be
We-
doing
we-
everything.
it's better to-
we don't
sometimes
know
it's better
100%
to
if
just be
Safe
ignorant
could also be doing everything.
just-
But how do you feel
just
about
not
this
know.
matchup
I mean,
with the IGL?
I'm seeing here like two
I think that's a
extremities.
lot better.
One guy is doing
'Cause
everything, the other guy
I
is
feel
leaving
okay,
everyone
so
to
that's
do
a-
whatever
that's
they
the main
want,
thing.
right? But I would say like having a
Jake
proper
Farm,
balance
thank
has
you
to be
so
the key
much with
here.
the 5
So
gifted.
let's
Jake
say
Farm
how the
10.
teams evolve up until finals.
Loved earlier, and
because
now
finals
you gifted me
is
5.
the-
I appreciate that.
actually
Thank
the
you, thank you,
place
chat. You know
we
what to do.
see
Let's get
the
this like
best of
Euler
each
going.
team, right? So if
Thank you so
you're
much,
gonna
Jake.
see like Vitality have like a, let's say,
Coffee?
good
No,
score
no coffee
throughout
in
the
this. I've
team,
got
so
some
everyone is
water
keen,
and
everyone is feeling good.
honey
We know that
ready
that's the
right
way
here
to
for the
go, right?
voice.
It's about shooting back today. Honestly, today is about shooting back.
Yeah, today is also
episode with the
about
Prime as well.
that
Thank you for the 4
trophy
months.
on
Thank you,
the
thank you.
stage. Every
Again, if
team
anyone
has
got
already
gifted
locked
from
for
Jake Farm 10,
Masters
please
Bangkok,
add and
but
say
we
thank you. I
are the
appreciate that,
last
Jake.
region even to crown a
Bob and the 5
champion. So
gifted.
the time has come.
Thank you for the
Let's send
support,
it
mate.
down to the stage and see our teams, Vitality and Liquid, and a trophy.
Black chat tomorrow? Yes, Black chat is tomorrow, but I think I'm flying, so I won't be here for Black chat.
They know exactly where Nats is. It looks like the chances have run dry. Team Liquid,
We gotta do some content. The work never stops, chat.
He's trying.
Flying to Bangkok, yeah, just
Dream that hunted him
10 days
down,
early.
and it is over.
We want to make history in 2025.
Welcome to the grand finals.
Beautiful. Hot attack in the corner is Kiko as well.
Private jet for those flights, Desp, man. Desp with the ad reduction that's happened. I think we're out here getting the easy jet, cheapest seat there is possible. It's different times these days. Started to be a streamer just as the ad revenue just drops by 80%. Yeah, we're on a budget.
It's all he needs. Darker unleashes.
Who is gonna dominate this year? I think it will be Vitality. Or us. We'll see.
The chat told you, yeah, that's correct. 80%, that's a good day. 83% if we're being proper accurate.
In just a few days,
Here we
Vitality
go.
and Liquid will fly the nest to face the best teams that this world has to offer.
The
But only
8% a
one
bug?
of them
Not,
can leave
not according
as
to
the
Twitch
best
support.
of the EMEA.
Not according
Only
to the
one of
support.
them can
That's
leave
how it is for
with
the year.
this.
Oh. Hold up. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Some
Done good.
call them a super team, but what we have here is a veritable
Yeah, you know, it looks nice.
superpower. After a dominant run through the upper bracket, Vitality are here for their title. He came to clutch, and he came to flex. Give it up for Trex! You even have to fear his fake outs. Maestro of misdirection, Darky! The Prince to Vitality's throne, safe! Boy, he does more than just support. Give it up for the Estonian executioner, Kicks! And last but not least, Brazil's final hope in Bangkok, Lotus! Their challenger faced elimination 5 times, but refused to falter. Team Liquid are back for another EMEA trophy, this time with the mean, clean, killing machine, Camo! From fantastic villain to Teho Terror, Kamek! Well, he went
The
from
laser walkout thing, yeah,
working
kind of sick.
to leading the pack, IGL Nuts! Rising from the ashes of his former team, from super sub to superstar, Pad Attack! Somehow, the role swap made him even stronger. Wonder Kid Kiko! And the coaching staff faded and Lohan.
No matter what happens today, history will be made on this
Okay,
stage.
very, very nice.
In EMEA, we have
Did
the
EMEA
two
get a
best
good
teams
trophy?
of our region, Team Liquid,
sick.
facing Team
Been a while.
Vitality. And of course, a beautiful
It's been a
trophy
while.
on stage. We had you.
Any
seen
draws
this on the
later? Do we
video
get 2
comments.
draws after
We
this in
don't have
theory?
the bucket this time round, don't worry.
We get the
Let's talk
EMEA
about the
split
maps
one and we
here,
get
of course. Vitality will
the
get
Bangkok
double ban,
draw.
And Kakuka, it's going to be Abyss after Pearl.
So they get rid of Pearl. They get rid of Abyss. That makes sense. I think Liquid have one of the better Abysses, especially on defense.
Onto Vitality as their first pick. I mean, I know that they've been preparing very well, but with such little time against that.
Yeah, and I think we have Minnie here with us. I don't know if Minnie's mic is open. I hope it is. But Minnie, now you've seen the 5 maps.
Yeah, it's a good
from
map
your
for
perspective,
Vitality.
Do you feel like this is the best case scenario for either of these teams?
I think it's a good case for Vitality. The only issue in the grand scheme of things is they have to ban Pearl, which is Team Liquid's worst map technically. Well, one of their worst maps, so that's a bit unfortunate for Vitality, but I like the Abyss ban from Vitality. It's a bit surprising maybe because they won 13-1 last time, but Team Liquid looked great on it.
Yeah, and Sada, you played against Vitality already, so what would you have wanted to avoid if you were Liquid?
Everything.
Everything. Okay,
No,
pick your poison, pick your
I
poison.
think the weirdest comp
Dear Faye, by the way, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you. Jonah, appreciate the 20 months. Wait, there's 20 months in a row. Appreciate the 32 months. Thank you so much, Jonah. Long time, dude. Abso as well with the Prime, thank you for that. And Dear Faye with the gifted, thank you for doing that. And Chocs again with the tier 1, thank you so much.
I hope that we go to distance. I love the fact also that Vitality as a second pick has gone for that Lotus because we still haven't seen it from them. And after what we saw yesterday, I'm very happy that at least that is going to be a guarantee since it's the 3rd map. But I would also absolutely love to see Fracture.
Yeah, me too, definitely from this side of Vitality. But I mean, very quickly before we talk about Split, I feel like picking Haven.
Man, I think
into
Liquid
this
probably
Vitality team,
thought
is crazy,
Abyss
but
would
let's
be in the
take a look
pool.
at Agent Select for Split. Kiko was on the Duelist the last time we saw it. No changes. Mini Viper versus Viper. You don't see this very
Yeah, we
often
get
on
the
Split these days.
get the double duelist against the single
I think
duelist.
that's the right approach. I think that's the strongest agent in that
Exdam,
fifth slot.
Pratt, thank you so much as well with the Prime.
Now,
Appreciate the 6
Vitality
months.
currently. For
Thank
me,
you
it's
so
gonna
much,
be
dude.
about whether Vitality are going to be able to abuse
Kiko,
the Viper
yeah, back on duelist.
And if Liquid can get through that Viper utility and level 2 on theirs.
Yeah, and Sadak, talk me through this. What do your mind go to?
I'm analyzing. I would say, I agree with Min. I think Viper on this map in particular, it's super strong still, even with all the nerfs.
Have I been feeling about the Omen Astra on Split? I think, dude, I like the Astra when people are going Teo Breach. Other than that, I think the Omen is pretty fine.
Yesterday for Team Liquid, if they want to start
'Cause,
especially with this composition and starting from the
I think if
attack,
you don't have a
think that it
breach,
gave them a lot of
you
momentum, and
probably
against a
go
team like Vitality,
for the
having
Omen.
a good start, especially coming in as the dark horse, could be.
But I mean, Astra's
Yeah,
super
we
good
heard
at
it
the
there from
moment.
Mitch. Kiko,
But I'm
the
never going to
roll
be
flop.
angry at an
Not quite
Astra.
fully. He's gone back to the Duelist instantly, but none of us are mad about this because Mini Kiko has looked good on every agent he's played so far this
And
tournament.
Kiko can play anything
Yeah,
these
I mean,
days.
even the Raze he's putting, like people keep talking about the smokes and putting up numbers there, but the Raze has been close to, I don't know, like
Better than some of the other duelists.
yes.
Yeah,
Crashbug
but can it be
AMV,
better
thank you so
than
much for the Prime Zone.
Durka? Here's
It
the
can never be
million-dollar
better than
question.
Durka.
Sadak, you faced Durka already.
Bold buff. That's all I'm gonna say.
What about the Yoru on Split and Fracture?
He's just an amazing player all around. So
Solo Yoru, not much of a thing on them. I think they struggles a lot.
I just
Double
I just
duelist,
want to see
the Yoru's
Kicks
good.
defending on A. I think that he was spectacular just doing it by himself, and I think it's going to be difficult when they go into that side.
I mean, this is the thing. We've got a best of 5. This is going to be map 1. We saw it
Imagine if
yesterday.
Liquid wins this, dude. If
Winning
Liquid
round
wins
one, it does
this,
matter, even though they have a lot of
everything,
chances to close this
everything
out,
kind of goes out
having
the
a
window
nice
in terms
win
of where
coming out
people
of
are
the
judging
back, means
teams.
a lot, right, Sadak? In a best of 5 grand
So
final,
it
you want
would
to
be
start with
incredible. I'm
momentum.
not gonna lie.
Yes,
It would
I
be
think
very
that's the most
fun.
important for sure. If you start winning the first map, that's carry you over up into the second map, and then the third map is
Then
gonna be
one
your
with a
map.
solo
So, yeah, you can
Yoru,
close it out.
yeah, you can
No
make it
way,
work on certain
yeah,
maps with a
you don't know
tail,
where
but
they
I think
throw
once
a
there's
lead,
footage
right?
out there in
There's
demos,
no
you're gonna
race.
struggle second
No
time
team has
round.
ever done that.
I'm feeling kind of like bad energies right now.
I'm sorry.
The only way you can really make it work is like the Teo Breach, I feel like.
No, you're going to be with us all day. They're going to be with us all day. And the two
I
people
don't know,
that will
comps
also
are
be
interesting
with
at the
us
moment.
all day,
You
bringing
can
the
really,
good energy.
you can have like a
Here's
really good
Mitchman
comp,
and
but you can also have like a
Thomas.
comp that is maybe 4 of the same and missing one piece that just doesn't work.
12 teams enter
So
with 2 lives, and once they're gone,
it's a
you're
fine line
out.
at the moment, I think, with
Today,
comps.
however, is all about the winners. Liquid may have stumbled early, but the Dark Horse has taken a treacherous path through countless opponents, many believed to be
Opinion on the
greater
trophy,
than they,
mate, this is the
yet
best we've
here
had in
they
the EMEA
stand
for a
atop
while.
them all, ready
We
to
gotta
fight
we
again.
gotta just praise
Their
it.
bow was born in a lab, bringing the rarest materials from across the globe to create a monster unseen before. Vitality blitzed every opponent they faced, but only one gets the title of champion. With a trophy on the line and the start of a new story for either org, let's get the grand final started!
Well, it certainly seems like the people in the studio are ready. The crowd, the fans, they're here to see these two teams, two former teammates down on that stage, each leading a club, one of them to victory. For Vitality,
Alright, perfect timing. So, Vitality on defense, Liquid on attack. I think Liquid needs to get off to a good start. I think that's safe to say.
Everyone in here has been robbed.
Yeah, it really does feel that way already. An early stun set through. Nats put under pressure, but
Yeah, stun aggro so they can put one setup over towards A. And Liquid want to push middle.
Hence why Liquid have opted to go for that attack. Mid control.
Wait for the smoke, Prowler goes in. It's going to force their way through. Okay, everyone's lost vision at the moment. So there's a weird little battle at middle. Dude, Vitality pull over. Yeah, Trex pulled over from heaven to go fight this.
Trex is barely able to escape without a battle. A 5v4 as a result. Vitality scattered. They're in this two-man setup on each side of the map, isolated together.
Kamik's patience might just be rewarded, but doesn't land the shot. He's got the information though, and that B main pressure means that they can swing
Dude,
from
they're
above.
always so together with the swings.
As well, so that should be something
I
they're
feel like
wary
Liquid's
of.
confidence is
With
through the
already
roof
a
recently when I
two-man
watched them.
advantage and an afterplant. This is looking good for Liquid.
As long as they know
They
that
can
there
just
is
run
still
at
that
people.
player in main, and I agree. I believe they did spot them in hell. If they don't know by now, they never will. Great flash.
look at that
and
flash.
The follow-up, although labored, it got there in the end. Kicks and Trex, the final two. The support players, as they often are, underlooked. It's easy to do when you look at the roster that they're on for Team Liquid. They won't be overlooking them. They'll be treating them with all the respect they need. Put to bed with an in-zone flawless. Hell of a start for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's the start we want to see.
I like as well that we've sort of seen this team develop over what has been a very short space of time, a matter of weeks. Quite a few matches for them. They still played more than anybody by quite a margin. I believe even more than double the games of their opponent currently facing them.
They eliminated 5 teams.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Half a tournament almost.
It's pretty good. Again, that's more games.
Allowed
than
2 deaths on this one,
the
and
thing
the
I'm
person on
enjoying
their own
about this squad
is
is
the
you're seeing that
Ghost.
synergy almost form between. In the early weeks, it was a mess. But that hasn't been the case in some of these later
going for
matches.
something a little bit aggro, and Liquid on top of this one.
Confident in teammates, and well,
that is
good luck, Durka. He
really...
did get an orb, but not in the manner he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to try it. Looked like the Prowler bit him. No kills at the moment for Vitality.
2 players on pistols as well, so despite the fact that there's been no damage so
There you
far,
go.
even that kill that comes in onto Nats.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overstep from Nats. You would want that to be, you would honestly want that to be camo with big guns.
But with that smoke, now it can be retrieved by less instead of by one of the weaker armed Team Liquid players. That might help them, at least for some damage.
It seems like they're still wary of a potential flank in middle. Almost, well, eventually Save is going to get that battle, but
only the
well, as you
one
said,
death.
Eventually, it's
Picking up the gun as well. We're going to see a full buy for the
Have
bonus.
lost the pistol, the rifles will be kept
Snowball
through to the next round, and they can even invest a little bit extra to try and do some damage in this round. I do wonder if we're going to see the Nat sniper.
But the teams
this
run double
early
dive
on,
on
but
split
it has been
specifically.
a big
It's
part
really
of
good.
their
It's
attack
really
cycle.
good
A
on
lot of
attack.
maps, it's just, can we get
It's
this
very
guy
hard to
outlawed?
play against because
Maybe he
normally
can lurk and get us some kills.
you have to have
Just
multiple
quite
to hold
simply, it's been a
middle.
big part of their game plan.
And then when
Not
you got a
even sure
comp
his
that can
times it
insta
seems.
dive
Map
over
the
towards
pen.
the sides on
See
sites,
it on the attack,
then you
it
kind of have to
surprises many, but
have
the
like
impact has
all
been
3
there
of
in a
them
lot of their
heavy,
games.
and then it gets
Team
rough.
Liquid a 2-0 start. And a
Normally
chance
with these
to
other
put 3
comps, they
on
have
the
to like
board with
methodically
some
take stuff, but when you have a comp that can
Kiko's got
actually
a
just
rifle, for example,
do this and
definitely
ignore the
don't
rest of
wanna
the map,
overlook that.
like
The
it's
Bulldogs
so
in play,
strong.
the Guardian, there's definitely some battling power, and with the trade, they've already set the pace.
Yeah,
The
it's a
B
great
site
trade.
is
Again,
now
we're talking about the
wide
Liquid
open.
spacing at the
They
moment.
managed to
Spacing is
rotate
very
last in
nice.
to cover the cross. He damages them somewhat, but there's no way they can stop this plant, surely.
Yeah, Kiko's taken a fairly hefty amount of damage, and while you see a seize, you worry about the nade that comes afterwards. Kamek not going to give up a freebie, which would have put this round firmly in the advantage of Vitality.
What did he have in his hands, the hand warmer?
This is very direct from this attack side. So they're going to have to rely on just holding the cross.
Kicks has so much util for this retake.
To get that plant, they're now running very low in utility. In fact, practically nothing left.
Oh, Prowler doesn't check.
With the Seekers, but what are you going to do with that on site? The fight here is going to rely on players like Kiko with the rifle dealing damage.
Wow, and Patty killed Heaven as well. That's the snowball.
Like that, Vitality are running for the hills. Even then, they're being chased. Kiko catches one. That's his third kill in this round. A bonus for Team Liquid. A huge bonus, in fact, as they're now sitting 3-0 in the lead. Looks like Durka will make it away at the very least, but not the start that Vitality were hoping for.
Sorry, Vitality at the moment, 2 kills. That's it.
And you're looking at basically a team that I think had an HP advantage, basically had an everything advantage. Yep. Kiko was the low player. He wouldn't have guessed it with how he take those fights.
Well, I seemed a little lost there.
This is again, it's exactly what I'm talking about though. You're rating Liquid based on any past performances other than the last couple of days, and I feel like you're underselling what this team has been able to
That's
achieve.
with the Outlaws, been doing this a lot. Everyone can be one-shot. They got the one save gun into it.
Absolutely.
One save gun over towards B.
My pick'em was looking good. I had them top 4. I thought, nah, not many people have this. And then I saw one guy had them getting to the final, so that guy's a genius. But we'll see how much further they can go. Durka with a single rifle. At times, that has been more than enough, but again, the early read from
as we can see, empty sight.
Liquid has actually been fantastic.
Pretty much perfect for Liquid, empty sight him.
Every single round, and okay, maybe you had a chance if Durka was in the right place at the right time, but in a retake with no ults, that's going to be a bit harder.
Yeah, you got to look at that security
maybe Durka will still
of
get
the rounds, Kamek.
But when the numbers start to whittle down, you start to think about where that rifle can go, and it might not go anywhere. Kiko on a tear, now just one away from the showstopper.
Okay, good news is the gun fell down as well, so Durka has to commit if he wants to get this gun. Vitality up to 3 kills.
Into their next full buy with a disadvantage
That's it.
from the barriers.
No one is dying on Liquid.
4-0 start. This is Vitality's map pick, and Team Liquid are the ones setting the pace.
I have to almost wonder, this is Kiko almost somewhat up against the guy that he replaced as well. Liquid made mass changes last year, went for a core of a team that ultimately didn't end up being a success. Safe at the same time was making it to champions. Hey, look at the scoreboard right now. Kiko is 7-1. Panitek's right there alongside him. This is the exact start.
And second buy rounds, and they got a Fado and a raise. And if everything goes to plan, they should be using these ults into this round. Like, keep it kind of simple.
4-0 start.
It's lights out performance. Ults online for this one. Patatek, I think, coming out of the second round, he was pretty close to having his online, so no surprise that by now, Team Liquid coming in with that Nightfall, with that showstopper. Patatek, though, no notion to use the
it's enough to do anything crazy on this.
Risky play when he stepped into that smoke, but perhaps
when the smoke goes, they could smoke this. Or we're going to see a jaw, it looks like.
Battling. That again, it's
I see 2 jaws at the same time.
Vitality want to try and take away, but Panatek not getting anything immediately. They try and round the corner.
I really kind of wanted Liquid to just do something simple with the ults, and they ended up just kind of just forcing the issue a little bit without any util.
I do like the idea, using the mid pressure to try to distract the vent player, and you can sneak your way up at the Viper.
This is a 3v5 though, and they get over towards site. Here's that ult that I wanted. Not going to get anything for this, other than a lot of map control. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Damn, and the Fade ult tapped him as well, so it's complete overkill. It's a 3v5 into a 3v3. And look at what Kiko's going for. It hit everyone, so they can't hear him running. And he's going fast fence. Dude, the Teva delays so much. Holy, bro, they're incredible. The 3v5 from Kiko. That was sick, though. He did so much into this round. The no hesitation to go all the way through A was awesome.
Perfectly.
Literally, I mean, Kamek was really sailed down the river Styx there. That guy was not having a good time, but his job was just to spot them. It starts with this, the wall. Durka reads it, that they're going to try to make that play. The mid distraction doesn't work.
But he gets this kill, and then he runs all the way back around the map.
On the map, you can see him here, yeah. He's in vents, he's walking up, and the fact that once Kamek gets contact, that's when the Seas goes in. Sure, Kamek's gonna
And it was
die.
sick. Like, the
It's strange
Fatal
as
was
well when you're
awesome.
buying
Like,
time,
he didn't
you
have to
see
worry
players
about
fall back, use
anything
utility
else.
and
The Fatal gave
avoid
pure
fights.
info
But here
in
they're-
terms of the
they're really
numbers hit.
selling that they're not buying time
And
for that
then,
fight.
obviously,
Just
doesn't have to
beautiful
worry
play,
about them
5-0
hearing
as a
him
result.
run
Vitality,
or drop in
well,
vents.
that was a full buy. This one,
Did Daka
it's
used
not gonna
ult? When
be
did that
quite
happen?
So strong, quite so scary for the side of Liquid. A lot of stingers, and the real danger is you just don't want to come into this round blindly walking and battling
Patty's
for map
insane.
control.
Dude, his
You
util
gotta
there
make
was sick
sure
as well.
you're scared
The
of your corners, you're
Tether,
checking
the
them
Tether
all.
afterwards to just lock him in position as well.
Showstopper in that last round, so they've burnt up one of their big ults that it didn't come through. And the others are still, well, okay, Save can use
This
this
right
from
here,
the
though,
shadows at some
kind of
point in
nice
this
round
if he
from
wants to, but
Vitality.
mostly
They got to the
that's just gonna be down to
55-second mark.
Now,
We
what
saw
I
a
will
Prowler
say,
go
a lot of the early
from
rounds,
middle
the
to bottom of middle,
from
and then they
Vitality
can
was
just
off.
stack heavy
This
over
time
towards
they're
side. It's the
bang
first time Vitality's got like good info. Now they've had loads of people on site. Liquid should really struggle in this round.
Than what they've seen before. There's utility
I
coming
know
their
they have
way.
a gun
Once they come in
advantage,
heaven, they'll
but
have
just
confidence.
purely with
And
numbers, it's going to be
you
hard.
would have thought. Berserker step back, waiting for them to walk in. Flash is there. The result goes to Vitality's or into Vitality's favor. They've also got a player coming in through vents, slowly but surely taking that space, ready for a
Ooh,
close
that's a
range
lot
fight,
of
but
space.
not winning it. And now
Could argue
Team
that
Liquid have
maybe
it out. A way to
they
take
still need
this
to go for
fight
that.
to the site. Yet they might be down to just 2 players by the time they get there. Kamek, he's isolated here. He finds one onto Dirk.
Okay, big Jules over towards B though. Do they have time to plant?
Senses were tingling. Camo's got another, and just like
Patty's
that,
gonna have to
this
win the
round
Jules
should be done.
somehow.
Trex can't quite deny that.
Oh my
spike,
God.
and he won't find the kill either.
Hey,
6
nicely
and
done.
0.
Dude, they got out of
ran
there.
into the
Safe
sack
definitely
that time,
overstepped.
Tom, yet still, Team
Safe just
Liquid
had to
come out
lock him
on
in,
top.
to be honest.
Yeah,
And
I feel
if you look at everyone's
they
positioning
needed
here,
Safe to slow
as
the
long
pace
as he
a little
stays
bit.
alive, they
Like,
win the
he just
round.
gets domed. Like, I'm not going to sit
Like
there
this
and,
here
like,
was a
you-
bit too
you
greedy.
can't
Should
do
just
anything
held him
about it.
Vents.
I'm not going to be like, oh, Safe, you know, man, better put. No, he did. The guy was jumping and then the headshot.
I mean, he shouldn't
Watchparty,
push.
It's like, that's unlucky, but unfortunately, it seems like there's been a lot of moments that have been unlucky thus far. And well, even if there was a little that too. Yeah, that too. I thought that was as BS as it was, but there you go. Timeout for Vitality.
Nah, he got cooked by the timing in vents.
It's a 6-0 start.
Yeah, maybe didn't expect him
Last
that
time we
close.
saw Vitality play this map, they were on defense. They won 11-1 on that defensive side. For those of you who aren't mathematicians, that's not possible this time.
6 is a bigger number than 1. Yes. And off
Yeah,
that as
so
well, Team Liquid
Daka
showing
has more
this
kills.
strong of a face.
Daka actually has
You have to
double
think as well
the whole
about
of his
the
team's
fact
kills
that
right
this
now.
is quite a long series,
Not
Tom.
going
We're looking
great.
at a BO5, and typically, those BO5s you're going to see the first maps be a little more one-sided, and then you get to the middle grounds. Well, here, this is where it should be one-sided for Vitality, and it's not damning if Team Liquid win it. How many times have we seen in the EMEA a team lose their map pick but bounce back and win their opponents? BO5, you've even more room for error, room for movement in that. But it's terrifying if it's a dominant victory.
But the funny thing as well is one map I would say I'm utmost confident in Vitality in is that Haven. They've looked really good on it. It's been picked by Liquid. They've gone, we reckon we're better. And they have, again, they've looked very good themselves, but
Yeah, it's a best of 5 though. Best of
they
5,
are
the
coming into
picks
this series massively confident.
don't matter too much.
And well, already,
What?
that
It-
middle play.
Well, I
it's
just
not
wanna
been
say
going
that's a
well for
jump spot,
Vitality
to be
so far.
honest.
They've wanted that part of the map, and either I feel like they have got nothing for it, or they've lost a player like they have here.
Well, this time it seems that the difficulties they had in pushing into the A side up against the Stingers, so that they won't quite be replicated.
Yeah, they spot one heaven. We've got an empty site right now.
That's gonna keep
It's
kicks
another
off the
buy
site.
round at
There was
one
only
point.
player here to keep them
Vitality is
back,
going to
and
have to consider to
now
save,
he's out
especially when
of
this
the
Viper
picture.
goes down over
Oh,
towards
stepping
spawn and that
straight
drops
into
the spike so
screens
we can
with
get
a
here
tag
earlier.
and fill up the space.
Kiko
Shotgunned him
done a
down to
shotgun
one.
through the smoke
That
and
is
hit him down to
nasty.
2.
Well, two, to be fair, but effective HP is the same. I like the idea from Durka. Deep nade, but the players are already close. Look, Team Liquid want to fight, and they'll win it
They win all
convincingly.
the Jaws.
With a Viper's Pit blocking off the other side, where do you go if you're Vitality? A pick from Trex, but 2 HP on kicks. They're never going to
Yeah, we
try
don't need to do that, but
win
there
this
we go. We
round,
get the
and
trades in the
that
matter.
is why.
Um,
A shot through the smoke to delete it. 7
Vitality
and 0.
are actually just
When
getting no
does
kills.
it end?
They got to hold the sights a little bit.
13 at this
But
rate.
this is rough for them,
I
right?
don't
This
think I've
first
seen
pick, as soon as
Liquid
Les dies
come
here, this
this
whole
quick
map
out
is
the blocks
impossible.
Just completely decimating. Like they
Not
have
even
in
a
the
jump
last couple
peek.
of days.
After you had pressure
Seems
heaven,
like
they
some of the Vitality players
solo
maybe
swing
come
middle.
in a little bit cold, but at the same time, it's like you're just witnessing a roster click at this stage, and it's almost how much longer until another pause, unless something
Oh, dude, I
changes over
think
the
I would have
next
paused
couple of
just a while
moments.
ago. I think I would have paused after seeing that on middle.
Again, Les has been having a nightmare. 0 and 7. His goal of controlling mid and sort of using his utility to shroud off angles for his teammates. Well, if he's losing early fights, it doesn't work. They're pushing on the outskirts, though.
Yeah, this
and
is a
that's
nice
coming
change from
down. That's a big
Vitality.
pick
Super
to take.
aggro, they take down the only
From
smokes.
that attacking side, they are going to struggle now. Viper wall already
This should be
placed.
it.
You're losing a lot of your ability to
Trex
block
is
off
all-
these angles. In fact, I see the orbs even being thrown too.
The money's so
Yeah.
good for
You're
Liquid.
really stuck.
Like they're actually buying for the rest
With
of
a
the
minute
half.
on the clock, I do like what they're doing. Pump brakes, wait for aggression, but at 7-0 down, if anyone on Vitality says, oh, this is my moment to push B main and see what's up, we need to call a pause and get a sub on the server. They're playing this wise. They need every single round they can get, and Vitality sit back, give no opportunities, and they'll force this smokeless comp to push into B.
That is insanity, isn't it?
And he's selling a ruse. That's the
And
only goal.
he does
Trying to get
solo
them to
fakes.
move
We
to
now
the
got
other
one
side of
person
the
over
map.
towards B.
Sure, Patitek's gone, but Les has
Kiko,
actually done
honestly,
very
I
well.
liked it. I
Been
just
able
wanted the
to
rest of
hold
the team
that
to
line,
send
keep
it.
himself alive,
That's
but
killed
it's
Heaven.
over, and even takes out Nats while he does
Very
it.
doable.
This could be left all onto Camo. A 1 versus 2 scenario with a Nightfall in hand. I really wouldn't mind to see the
Oh, I
defenders
like that.
use it
Nade
at this
from
point
Heaven and
just
insta go
to make
B main.
sure he can't
No
pull off any
hesitation on that
tricks.
one.
You can see that ult
Oh,
used in
dude, they got the
response, though.
Fado out of them. This is
He's
a win no
onside,
matter what.
decides to tank it, look for the fights up top.
Yeah, especially
That
as they
opens
hit
the
him, he
door for
can't hit.
Durka to sprint his way through.
Okay, love that from
No
Durka
sound
though.
cues for
Instant
Camo,
nades and then
regardless of where
straight
he
away
was at 3
pivot
piece
over towards
for
B.
Durka.
Seeing a lot of
They invested a lot, but
no
they gained a lot
hesitation.
more than they had just a round ago.
Just pretty
Yeah,
cool
it's
plays.
definitely one
Sorry
of
from
those
Kiko,
scenarios
sorry
where
from
it's
Durka.
worth it. I like the early aggression, like killing off one
Cannot
of those
believe the
lurk
Paddy won
players
that,
who's
Joe.
sort of been in the back line. It makes it a bit more awkward. They had to basically try and make a play around that Viper wall because you don't have any other sort of smokes.
Okay, this is a really important round for Vitality.
7-5, and I swear to you, we do the same thing we did against M8, guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
big talk from Safe down there. And he's right. How many times have we seen these comebacks?
7-5
This
though.
exact
They actually
scoreline
have
as
to
well.
win this
The
round because
7-0,
this will be
the
a Nico.
7-1, there's always a bounce back possible. Sometimes it's a fake comeback. With Vitality, they can get this started soon. Perhaps they'll have a chance. Durka's known to be here. Risky to stick around, and so he does
Insta
back
ult
out.
goes.
You can
Oh,
see the
this is
control
sick.
that
Insta ult goes in. They make it
scrambling
look
on the
like a.
defensive side to
Dude,
fill in
Liquid
the
have some
gaps.
strats
They've
on
got
them.
mid blocked off with a
They
Viper
double
pit,
smoke
but the
over
B
towards
site
here. They make it
already
look like a fake, but
challenged.
actually they
Yeah,
walk
the
over
gate
towards
crashes,
A.
used
It's
to
like
fall
the
back,
double
they fake
pump.
A, they fake
And they
B,
got
they
the
even get a
breach all
rolling
out of them, and
thunder
it's
on
just a
B.
complete
There's a
clear
Viper's
sight
pit
with
on mid,
5-person
and all of that
rotate.
is ignored
Oh
as
my
Team Liquid
god, they
simply
absolutely
walk into the
own
A
them.
site.
Kiko?
He's there.
Still good. Camo luck over towards middle. But luck through B at the moment.
Yeah, the double fake is sublime, and there's still another player lurking around those backlines.
I'm telling you, the coaching staff
It's onto the
have
3 on site to try
done
and hold on to
wonders.
things, but
Because
Camo
some of
has
these
managed to
strats are
make it
genius.
right behind Les, knowing exactly where he is. That's one that could be dead to rights, and in fact, there's so many players just
Look at
looking
this
the wrong
round.
way. They are setting this
Look at
idea
this
again
round.
and
It was
again.
so sick,
And while
chat.
Vitality have been fooled
Fake
by
over
the
towards A
mastery
with the
of
Yoru.
these
TP
Liquid
towards
strategies.
B. Then they put smokes in. You got the
Two
fade
times
ready
now.
to fake it.
We're 9
Oh
rounds
my
in,
god, they
2
just
times. It
stroll
was
into an
Kiko
empty
first.
site. This is the round that puts
This
3
time
of them
it's
back onto
Camo just
eco, breaks the
walking up
econ.
behind, turns a winnable round.
Well, also his
gargantuan task.
double fake is just fantastic. Like the classic is to, hey, I'm gonna run into the A site,
Now you're
and then
there.
we all hit B, and they send in another player with him so that they can take
One of the
some
best single
space.
rounds you've ever
But in
seen.
fact, he
This
then
is
double
one of
fakes it
the
all the way
sickest
back in
rounds
the
we've
other
seen for a
direction,
long,
and
long
the site
time.
is
Yeah, it was
completely
really, really
over.
cool.
He uses gate crash to
But
start.
it's one of the
then
benefits of
pops
the
down a
Astra as
second
well,
gate
right? Just
crash,
being over towards the
opens
other
ult
site
on
and being able
site,
to
they
sell
hear it,
this.
he gate crashes
Put
out.
the
It's
fade into it. You
so
got the
difficult
Yoru
to
as
deal
well.
with, and of course you're scrambling, screaming for support on that side of the map. The rotations are in, the site's open. Really just beautiful gameplay. And at this stage, 8-1 up, Team Liquid. Not up against a lot in terms of weaponry. There is a rifle on Durka and a rotation heavily put into play for this B
Yeah,
site.
when we're doing stuff like that with the Yoru,
Minute
my
10 on the
goodness.
clock.
The
Liquid
agent
aren't
looks
in a hurry.
incredible.
The Viper wall going up and down on A.
It's always going to cause problems for that
The ult is unreal, though. It really is. Okay, this is another round where Vitality actually get the first pick as well.
Try and get the gun. That's the problem. Durka is basically the
1, 2, 3, 4 over towards the site. It's another stack on the eco that's correct for Vitality.
The majority of players here for the defense. Opportunities for them to get something done, or maybe just one
The
man.
Durka hero guns doing a lot.
And in fact, all the pistols have come up as well. It's now left just onto Paddy, spike in hand, but everybody
Very nice for Vitality. We just had a big read onto this one. Durka was everything.
Yeah, a couple rounds being faked out, pushed and pulled, flanked as well. Eventually, you just say, let's just sit here. Let's sit here and see if they come
or 8
towards us.
winnable, for sure, because double duelist is always legit on attack.
Back around to a mid-split. If it's that, Durka picking up first, they try to fill in that space. They keep walking into this guy. He's given all the opportunities, and as you're focused on dealing with him. So I see Camo there, he goes for the gate crash. I hadn't caught in the moment, but I think he was nearsighted as well. So once he comes out of that, he can't even fire back. It's just stood a free target to take down.
Oh, we saw it on the desk earlier. Both Sue and Mini predicting Vitality because of Durka. Well, at the moment, he has more kills than the rest of his team combined.
Little combo.
I don't know if that's going to be a happy way to look at things. A showstopper could be picked, but actually it's nothing.
Yeah, I wanted to see Les kind of commit a little bit more than everyone's committing. It was a nice little combo idea over towards middle.
It was a Z's nade that started this off in vents, and then at least the close trade to bring it back, but a 2v3.
I think Liquid Academy have helped the improvement. They probably scrim against them a good amount.
Get eyes on the map.
And then it's you can get the other POVs, which would be nice.
Perfect for Vitality.
I don't know how much they scrim each other. That's like a bacon question.
If that swing came in, they've got 2 players dead on B.
Or a Cupid question.
And Kick's probably saving. Instead, they managed to get players into main on a deep push, and even if they assume this to be an A hit, even if they're way out of position, once the plank comes in, they can take that 3v2. It's on Team Liquid to try to throw a spanner in the works, and it looks like that's exactly what Nats is going to attempt to do with a deeper push into the spawn.
Yeah, I like it though from Vitality. They're just going to group up. Right, it Kicks going back in the other
Nats
direction.
is in a good spot. They're on top of the fact that someone can be here.
Still has a full belt
Yeah, and on site he kind of has to delay a little bit. Yeah, dude, the star in front of you is the one.
Nats needs a kill, and he gets taken down immediately. This leaves one man standing versus the full force of this Vitality trio. Even just going to try and bait him into the fight, get him out of his corner, and well, he's managed to win that first battle. Has to try and isolate another.
It's unlucky. This little smoke idea, it's pretty cool.
That one too easily. A third for Vitality. The climb continues as they are now getting to a point where, okay, it's workable.
Yeah, it might not be the 7-5 that Safe was looking for a couple rounds ago, but you put 8-4 on the board, you win a pistol, we're right back into winning ways. The way this started out,
it's like a trick shot.
Couple picks in mid, couple dangers avoided, a showstopper put into play as well.
On Twitter, Cupid said they play
with a bit to work with,
4 times a day versus each other. Wait, really? 4 times? I mean, it's kind of incredible if that's true. That's a lot, though. That's like most people do in scrims. Like 4 a day. Most people do like 4 to 6.
Wow. He's already had a couple. But now with this gun in
It would
hand,
make sense, though.
best believe
it's a win-win. Everyone would learn fast.
As I said, this has been one of the major points of contention on this map so far. So understandable that you're going to put the big man himself.
Oh my!
He's already spotted out one.
He's like, please peek again.
Very nice. Fact, he's not going to be fooled. He's going to take down Camo immediately. And that's the opener that Vitality were looking for. Nats, though, well,
good trade on that
away with that one.
Yeah, Kicks just fired straight through the Viper's wall. Fish in a barrel.
Kamek,
this time he's caught
good idea of what's going on here over towards middle. Kiko definitely should know that they're like doing something. Dude, his aim's looking kind of sick. Dude, he insta went to heaven. Oh my goodness. Patty has ult. My one Astra. No, okay. Holy bro. Yeah, Patty has one Prowler and ult, and it looks like they know or heard it. No, okay, he's still such in spawn.
I think that's almost what Kamek was doing originally.
Nice shot.
But Durka Durka lands.
Patty
a
is
crazy
ult.
tap.
That'll take him down to 1
Panic
HP when it hits.
Still has his ultimate online. He's just going to use it to try and reveal his opponent, and well, he spotted him down to just a slither of HP. The Prowler's not going to deny it.
Veto as well.
Playing with no sound,
Palmer,
has
you
to
too.
just wait, has to be patient, has to hope that Panatek will give him a fight, give him a mistake as he gets it to half.
Impressive.
Goes back peeking, looking for a little bit more. Panatek
Damn,
gonna swing him and
Patty
he will
played
close
this
it
well.
out.
What was
A
this at its
9-3
peak?
half
Is it a
deserved, to say
3v5 at
the
its peak?
least for Liquid.
No, because there was a trade over there. It was only 3v4. Kamik and Nuts did great though to get these kills to make it double.
Both teams somewhere that they're comfortable, somewhere they can put up numbers, but it's Team Liquid starting this best of 5, looking like the stronger
Yeah,
squad.
Kamik did a
And
lot
taking
of
it
work here.
9-3 in the first half of their
Like
opponent's
Patty obviously
map
won
pick.
the
There is
1v1, but
plenty more coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with half 2 after the break.
well, we said Liquid need to get off to a good start. That was a good start. Does Liquid remind you a little bit of 2024 K-Cup with the set strats? A little bit, but I think they seem to have a lot of variety with it. Whereas I think the K-Cup stuff, even though it was like good, they maybe didn't have it in numbers. You got to think that this has been a lower bracket run. There's a lot of footage out there. Mid-round, I mean, everything was just good. The thing that impresses me the most when I look at all of this, because obviously the strats are like really good from Liquid. I'm more like surprised, and surprised is probably not the best word, but I'm surprised they win so many duels. Like they came out ahead for sure against Heretics on duels, and I feel like they were doing it here against Vitality as well. The trades are always good. It's a great sign when your players can just out aim like proven players. Bowler with the Prime as well. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you.
But they are
That's a great sign. Great sign. Great sign.
Well, so far, Durka has been doing well. Triple the kills of the next player on his team, but that...
Oh, he's now got one less than all of them.
Not quite enough.
Bruce, good morning, mate.
It
How you
is
doing?
worrying, and they definitely need someone else to sort of step up to the plate.
Iriko with the Prime as well. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate the 6 months. Thank you for that.
Come to rely on within this Vitality squad. Now they have to do it on the attack. This is where they can sort of centralize around Durka as that piece of the puzzle. Looking to lead the way. Now he's invested into the blast packs, into the shield, so you can expect contact to be taken. In fact, he's going up top.
Yeah, and they're pinging it already though. They're pinging it like they know. Got free side, the plant's good. 3 people go over towards heaven, and yeah, they were super on top of that. Nats need to relax a little bit. Whoa, nice
It didn't
shots.
start well for Vitality, but they make this a manageable situation. Lesson safe, very low. Kicks needs to hold on.
He's got us.
Dropped
Damn,
immediately
dude.
through the smoke.
Damn, we just got them
falls.
both through smoke.
With a defensive
Kamik's been
round
crazy
victory
good.
here in the
What
pistol.
the hell?
Safe was looking for 7 to
Double
5.
pistol.
Well, it's 10 to 3 in favor of Team Liquid now. Vitality, it may just be
Hatscan94 with the tier 1. Thank you
their
so much
own
as well. Thank you
choice.
for saying that as well, mate.
Clearly something that Liquid was ready for.
What is that?
Who was it who built the super team?
Yeah, it's just looking at
currently
like, what
looking
the
at,
hell?
like, every single member of Liquid popping off. You got Camo, who was on Koi last year. We
2-0.
don't want to talk about that.
2-0 for the
Panatek, who was a
pistols.
sub. You got
Yeah,
Kamik,
Darker
who
needs
was
some
a
help
tier
at the
2.
moment.
Kiko and Nats were struggling in the last Liquid roster. How is this team this good? Like, everybody, we're in just about the second half of map 1, and everybody has had a moment, if not more.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, right?
I mean, Kiko
Just on a
fire
one-to-one
on the duelist. You could have
basis,
seen that one coming,
they
but
win so many
moves over to
angels.
Coach is a big brain for that one.
thinking about this. They've been looking at the numbers a
Maybe
little
we
bit.
take him off smokes.
Now listen, honestly, just put him on whatever you want. He's been able to fill every role and look phenomenal doing it. But back here on the Duelist, it is just that special spice, the special recipe.
So we've got Kiko.
Back in
He
action.
has the outlook and one-shot
See the stun
everyone.
coming in.
Just as they want to push over towards middle.
And you see the push up here from Kiko.
Oh.
It's going to be caught by the stun.
Oh.
I think he's
Patty. Dude, look at the savior. Patty and Nats.
But Patatek's there to cover.
The team plays really good,
for a
man.
little bit of extra firepower, and just like that, what seemed to be a nice overwhelm
It's relatively rare when Vitality have had like a chance. I know that this one's not a great example to like get double kills because they don't have the guns for it. But
He's just got the best teammates in the
the
world.
backup,
He
yeah, the
should've been
backup's
dead
always there.
twice. And you got Patatek to save you, and then moments later, Nats to save you. Will be 1 kill. At least doing a little bit of damage, but well, Liquid are going to come into this one with 4 rifles. One of them is that sniper for Nats, which we know can do a ridiculous amount of damage. Although not many light shields. It's clearly something that, well, obviously with Kiko getting a kill off it, they are aware of. I want to see if there's any sort of defensive aggression in this round, because your buy's not the best. There's some pieces missing. And for Vitality, I'm looking for a flawless, if I'm being honest. Clean as possible.
You would hope so. Big investment, a lot on the line.
Okay, bonus round. They take over towards B main with. Holy, we're going aggro. Dude, we had a stun back here. This is what I was saying about Liquid. There's always a strat, and it's like something new, and it's relatively like well thought through. Whether it's an eco, anti-eco, or something like this. Like this is new as well. Like when have you seen all of that stuff? Like there's a question mark here at the moment. Forces you over towards the site where there's a 3-person stack. That is a very nice kill through the smoke to trade it.
It seems like to kill Nats, you just have to spam Viper screens. That's the second time that's happened. Patatek still left without a gun. He's found himself a sniper and has a belt of utility to go with it. Even still though, that late lurk from Safe, wherever he decides to go, is going to cause issues for this defense. You have to remember though, this is a bonus. Even if they manage to do damage,
yeah, like I mean, one more kill here would be great.
See, he's taking all that time to clear out these backlines to check that there isn't anybody lurking around the corner. Unfortunately for him, there is.
It's the only corner he
And they got the kill as well. Can they get another?
Never mind.
Yeah, they're pushing him. Might have another one here. Dude, Kiko's just like, well, I know they're going to save. Surely they don't push through this way to save. Joe wears Crocs. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that, Joe.
They do put it 11
Is Safe IGL now? Yeah.
You put a little requirement on that round. You
He's
wanted
back.
it to be clean.
Back to IGL. But he, honestly, he's been doing good. This is like this is legit the first time that Vitality have like struggled.
All these rounds seem to be competitive. I thought for certain that. Well,
Regu, thank you so much. Thank you. What's your thoughts on Sentinels almost defeating T2? They need a little bit more time. They do need a little bit more time, but I think the Sentinels are impressive to look this good this fast with the amount of changes they've done. And I think they're going to have a really good year.
Nats, though, is he actually going to play this close corner? It's always such a risk to sit here, but they have just layered smokes being put down to consistently make it awkward to fight through.
These freezes, we saw Team Liquid on the attack. They ran into stacks on A. And
what about DRX? DRX look good. So I think the EMEA teams might struggle against DRX, but I think the Americas teams might be good against them. Just because, ooh, got out of there. Wait, kind of got owned. Just purely because of like the amount of Teo play and how they use it is kind of similar to some of the Americas teams. China are going to be good for some upsets as well. Dude, Bangkok stacked is the easiest thing to say. It's so stacked. I don't think you can count anyone out in that tourney.
The post plant strong for Vitality. Aftershock will delay a little longer. Camo is completely isolated. They've done well to leave him out on his own, and that's starting to get dangerous.
It's a nice fast trade though.
But it keeps that control in Vitality's hands.
And Liquid might just have to lock them in here.
To be asked, how long do Liquid go for this, or are they just trying to lock players in? It seems like it's the latter, but they're the one losing their weaponry. Nats eventually will just have to try and get out of there, and he's not going to be able to. He's made it costly for them, but the damage to Liquid is far worse.
It's a great It's a great round for Vitality. It forces Liquid down to an eco. They got one save gun. Oops, yeah, he would have been fine there in heaven, right? In the corner.
Push out from Kiko. It's only a matter of time before he has a big round. They only need two.
Okay. It's okay, yes.
Safe seems confident that they can still get this across the line, and you know what? Team Liquid, they've called a timeout, so they're feeling at least a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Is it better if he saved? Yeah, kind of panicked a little bit.
3v4 where they had no space back into the site, I would much rather have seen Liquid save. Like, give yourself an extra buy round or two.
This is a good early timeout, especially as they got such a lead. You do not want to be losing this one, and it's about to get difficult.
And if rounds like that keep happening, they're going to get closer and closer to you and keep building up.
Yampy. Yampy, why are you being like that?
It's a difficult thing, though. There's two sides to that coin. I understand the
Why have you
idea
put that
of
in
still
chat,
wanting
Yampy,
to play
yeah?
that confident hand. You've been the better team. You've been in these situations where you're down, but you still come out with the round win and saying, hey, we've won it so far. Let's keep going. And I think a lot of that comes down to just keeping your opponents in the dirt. You've already managed to snuff out that flame. Why give it a chance to be fanned again, to take the eco and bounce back? But like you said, economic security, big picture, long game. If you lose, maybe they start to come back. They get a window here on the side of Vitality. Their attack side with rifles,
stop it.
with ults coming online.
I saw the original question before you started doing that.
And Camo doesn't mean I'm in the best game.
Alright, like we said, there is a lot of ults that are about to come online for Vitality, so this comeback has a lot of legs. Liquid wanting to hold on to the A main a little bit more, so they go for the old school retake wall, but also very good at just aggro holding A main.
That leaves him as the central spot.
Above us, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, the 3 months, dude. I appreciate the support.
Fortunately for him, his spot has been revealed.
It looks like they have no idea about Durka.
Instead, it's that flank position.
But that's a gun.
That's not bad, though.
No, yeah, it's an incredible trade right now. They kind of just one for one and got a gun. But then Patty just came from vents and there's someone directly behind him.
Focused on this push. Now you want teammates to make noise, and this recovered rifle could be dropped on the floor by a quick sneak up from Safe. He's got the angle. He's here in time.
Oh, free info. No way. Look at this round. It's falling apart a little bit. Let's keep on Kiko. He's hiding on site. They're not considering it. Oh, they're not considering it.
They've cleared it out. They think, oh no! Well, if only had a
Oh,
rifle there.
rough.
2 versus 2. As a result,
The rough one that could have been at.
traded out, but with a Viper's pit down and a plant inside it, Kamek miles away without a rifle to his name. You have to start to feel like this round is already done.
There's a gun at least to be had right in front. But he's not
Okay,
gonna
nice.
get the
Nice done
chance.
from
It's the
Vitality.
peak out.
Liquid gave themselves a good attempt
Vitality
into it, considering it's an
do
eco.
well.
I didn't really
themselves in this
like
one.
the Vitality
11
strat
to
against an
6.
eco, but they got
The
away with it.
climb back of 3
That's
in
probably
a
the
row.
first Kiko whiff I've seen this year.
They do now have to be
Awesome Boy
careful, 'cause as you said, the
122
last round, this is where
YouTube.
Ultimates
Thank you so
started
much
to
for the
build.
prime,
Okay,
dude.
sure,
Appreciate the 2
Vitality
months.
has to use the Viper's pit, but they still come into this one. Rolling Thunder showstopper.
Thank you.
Everything, though, is coming online on the other side, and that's the other side of the coin.
Back in the game, guys.
Is that things will build up for Liquid, and they do only need 2 rounds.
Well, this is it. It could be the turning point.
Yeah, I mean,
for
this
Vitality. You already
is
hear
going to
it
be
in
a
Safe's
stacked
comms. They're
round.
starting to feel like they're getting back into the game. This is what Liquid will have
So
wanted
many
to
ults
avoid
onto
in
this.
going for that play a couple rounds ago. But now the rifles come back out. Now the ults online for both teams, if not slightly favored towards that attacking side. And a big play on the B site with pressure on players like Nats and Kamek. If they deliver now, they could put a stop to this comeback.
Bro looks incredible, dudes.
Certainly showed up.
Just solo won a
3
buy round when you have
versus
this
5.
many ults.
Vitality left with a tough decision. Do they put in that Rolling Thunder? Do they try to claim this round now or give Team Liquid 12 on the board? They may wait to see if one pick can be found, if an advantage can somehow be claimed from this unfortunate situation.
No way, look at him go.
Returns the kill immediately. The advantage nowhere to be found
Dude,
for this
Kiko
squad.
is aware
Every
of
kill
Kicks walking
has a
out on
response,
site as well.
and even a showstopper thrown in to put them to bed.
Respect.
6 chances in a row for Team Liquid to take Vitality's map pick. This is the start that Nats and Co must have
Kiko,
dreamed about
the Kiko
when they
Kamek
came
show.
to the studio this morning.
Hey, his reposition as soon as he got the kill to make sure the spam through the smoke wasn't going to occur was awesome. Oh, he heard him running.
I don't think we can give them credit for this one. That was just all Kamek. Just like the fact that you have a showstopper flying your way and you're so ready to just pick that guy out of the sky.
6 chances. 6 chances. We get the lineup for middle. The leak's heavier over towards bottom middle. And Durka needs to get out of there because this again, this lineup's nice and easy. Right, just stand here looking to the corner. And it just goes so deep down towards top middle that if you even start to like try and go towards heaven or vents, you're kind of low HP once you're past this line.
Immediate gate crash to the other side of the map. Now sitting over on A in elbow, that extra man. We've seen them do this. The other round, it was actually a direct swap of these two players. It was going to be Camo with the rifle and Kiko sitting on site and did go undetected.
When they have this push-up,
that's what it's
they
all
don't
about.
have to worry. The Viper's pit blocked down mid. You've got the B site.
Like that he didn't panic too much. Some people there would have panicked.
With Panatek already managing to find an opener, there's 50 seconds for Vitality to either completely
he
change
talked in real life. Yeah,
pit,
dude, I've been there.
or just risk it all here. And now another spanner has been thrown into the works with the Cosmic Divide. This even allows for potential flanks.
They use paranoia.
Okay, I mean, a lot comes down to Camo here. 1, 2, 3, hit with the...
And here comes Nats. He's got an angle. A tiny angle inside of that ult.
Do they now pivot over towards B, or are we...
Steadfast. The site overrun with Camo down, and they've seen this one before. Kiko in that spot.
Okay, good trade again through smoke.
Gave them a fright, and it won't happen this time. Panatek, 28 HP. No way to deny this spike plant now.
Yeah, take that.
And the retake will not start well. It's left to Kamek. Low HP on both site players.
That
HP
was the high HP. 23 and 31.
Kamek has been feeling it.
It was a very bold play.
Vitality grouped with light
the high HP, yeah.
Of split. Can they get it across the
dear
line?
God.
They just need to find Kamek. Tucked in the corner is left, and he will land that shot. They stay afloat for now. 5 rounds between them.
Okay, 5 chances.
Just quick thinking from Les to tuck into the corner. You know, you expect the second player
not
to
even
be
close,
right
yeah,
there,
not even close on this one.
I think every bum was clenched in that moment. So many opportunities, it felt like, and so many ultimates expended for Liquid. This was the round where they sat and they went, we're ending it here. We're ending it right now.
Yeah, Trex showed maybe a little bit too much confidence there.
To cling on to life.
There's a lot of oversteps from Vitality.
12 to 7.
They definitely came into this one like wanting to disrespect a little bit, I think.
It's a mixed bag, a jumbo sale purchase. With a few rifles, a few pistols. That's not the start they were looking for.
I was going to say as well, Safe would have been one shot from that gun.
Big pickup in this round. Just think about how much easier it is for any of these players to take you down.
Think of how much that would have changed this round.
Weapon left on the floor.
No smokes.
Team Liquid with nothing to do as a result. Like, 2 players sat on B. They're just waiting. That's one of the rifles as well in play. Mid hold's not going to be great. Patatek on his own, just a sheriff. And Kiko, well, he's in quite a passive position on that A site. Rifle in hand. Again, a spot that Vitality have been quite aware.
They want to end over towards A.
Kiko
round. Has nade.
Patty has to see if Vitality do decide just for
Eye.
safety to use some of these ults, and it looks like they will. Safe has cleared the side out. I don't mind that.
Yeah, from the shadows going down. It's not the worst thing to lose, to make sure that you get into this side safely. For Liquid, they're looking to group up. Maybe try and sell something around this rifle, although I do look at a couple of players a little bit lower on credits, and even saving these into the next round might be worthwhile. It's been a game plan of theirs to try and do as much damage as possible, seemingly in every single round, but that always comes with a cost. Camo's just going to go walking. First kill goes his way. They expect the swing, but less wins
important,
it
George.
anyway.
Do you want a flash scent or?
Clearing him out is integral to them having a chance in this round, especially when the next person you need to get past is going to be Durka. This is looking better and better as the seconds go by, and while Panatek will at least keep them honest, but the rest of the players are gone. They're just going to sit back, wait for him to attempt this cross, and he will meet the same fate as well.
Where's your VIP?
4 in a row.
I don't think you ever had VIP, did you?
It's become a much more digestible task for the side of Vitality. We're starting to see A much
think
better
you gotta-
gameplay, a much better game face.
God,
from
should I be
this squad.
toxic? No, I won't be toxic. I was about to be toxic. I won't be toxic.
Denying any of that early aggro from Liquid, robbing them of
I was
control.
about to flame Milan, but you're okay.
You want to see this continue.
Do it? No, it's
4
okay.
rounds in a row. Rolling
It's all
Thunder
good.
online. Some other ults creeping up as well. Actually, to be honest, the ult economy
Flame
is
me.
kind of perfect for this. They can put ults in almost
I was
every
gonna say
round.
we removed it when
Maybe
you
to get an
didn't come
easy
top
one as well
4.
after this one with low money on
But I
Team
felt
Liquid.
harsh, but now I've
There's
said it anyway,
most
so
definitely a way back in for Vitality now. Liquid have already used a timeout, and if you see a round or two go Vitality's way, I think we'll see that second one burnt up pretty quickly.
Right now, clearly believing that getting those rifles back on hand is far more important. Patient play from Vitality, but they are taking space towards this A site with relative ease. Being careful of any of these cheeky spots. They know that Camo has been very aggressive in his stance with that gate
what
crash.
tier did I rate
And
Liquid?
after
I mean, I
throwing
didn't really
all
do
of
a
their
tier
utility
list.
mitch,
I was
back
pretty
from the hip.
vocal with Liquid. They're saying that everyone was underrating them, but I also, in my
Catch them up,
pick'ems,
but look at
picked
the
Foot to win,
rotations in
so I
play
can't
here.
really
Defensive side.
say
Well,
that I
4 players
was
on this side of the map. If it's
fully
committed to,
sold.
Rolling Thunder could catch the Prowler.
But I was definitely
And
more
Spike
high up than
moving
other people
towards
were.
the
But I
vent.
think everyone
Spike
was
is
just crazy low
dropping in
down.
the vent.
Oh, he's,
I'm not sure about that play.
I was gonna
Look at
say,
they've recovered it
might
with
just be able to
relative
tank
ease
it.
and sold the idea that
Yeah,
they're going to the A
little
side,
bit solo.
Because why the hell did the spike drop into vent?
Oh, but that's the thing, though. 20 seconds left, and it seems like Liquid have
They're
the right
done
idea.
here, aren't they?
They've rotated a couple of players in.
They got 3
Once
people
more,
here. This
it's
all
gonna be
isn't
Camo
gonna.
close,
Okay,
but
is
the
now
Rolling
gonna hit
Thunder is surely
Camo.
gonna put him out of commission. He's just gonna try
Oh,
and buy enough.
just.
Doesn't quite manage to dodge it, but puts
Keep
the
an eye on the
stun
time. They
through.
got 10 seconds here.
He's
Spike
still
goes around the
he survives
right.
at the back of the site. 7 seconds, and he'll be cleared. That's enough to get the block down.
Kiko.
Kiko now last man standing first. Does go in his favor, but look at where the attackers are going. They're looking to rotate back through the spawn. He is none the wiser. The
Yeah,
Durka
he's
is
not on
slowly
top of it.
sneaking up behind him. Timing here could be absolutely everything. He makes the read in the
he's
last
so
second.
insane.
And
Kicks
somehow,
Kicks
this
has
has now come down to a 1
reach
versus
damage,
1.
and I
Him
think it
facing
should reach.
off against Kicks, but Kicks is so passive and has that aftershock
It
ready
should reach,
to
for
be
sure.
put into play. To buy extra time if it's needed. His only
Ooh.
job at this stage is to try and
Wait, he
delay
went to the
this
other
man
position. I'm
as
not sure it
much
reaches
as
from
humanly
here.
possible. Stun goes through. Surely after this, he'll be throwing that final piece of utility. May not even need it. Just trying to bait out that timer and will land a shot. of very
Dude,
low
these rounds are
HP.
close though.
Kicks with the clutch.
These are close.
But man, he needed stones for that one.
Another lifeline for Vitality. The ult put into play here, Rolling Thunder to buy space. As we said, that economy is going to be rotating like that. They'll have that here. They'll have Viper's Pit for next. Dealing with
God,
Kamek on backside.
let's
How he is
save
alive
this
for
with
one
the.
more second. That
Dude,
round could have
there was
fallen
like 2
apart.
saviors for Vitality on this
one of
one.
those picks,
Less
they're
through the
in
smoke
danger.
and Kicks on sight.
But just about squeaking out the victory. And
Okay,
like
so
I
6
said,
chances down to
now it is
3.
getting scary. 3
and
rounds. Ult
lost timeout.
economy there as well. And sure, it will come online for Liquid and so on. But they need to be careful. This is their game to lose. This is their map to lose, despite it being their opponent's pick. And with 3 rounds in between them, it's just become anybody's game.
Yeah, the worry as well is as
This
the
would be a
seconds
fumble?
go by,
Oh, for
as
sure.
The rounds go by. Vitality start to smell
But
blood
the
in
timeout's
water.
going to be
That's
talking
what
about
it is.
next
You're
rounds.
sitting there
And
looking
honestly,
across
for
that
this,
stage
if they want to
knowing
like low
that there's players
eco,
like Durka,
I'm probably
players
just
like
talking
Lex,
about getting
champions
Patty and
winner.
Orb,
You give that man an
and then
inch,
hopefully try get him a
he's
kill.
gonna take
Then he has
everything you've
ult,
got.
and then you got these 2 ults with a raise. Sorry, with a
Liquid,
Yoru
when you
ult.
start to stumble, it really
And then
does
if you're
start
Vitality
to
right
get
now,
to you. You're talking about a
probably
trophy on the line. You're
wanting to
talking
get Durka
about
one.
points that could eventually be what gets you to champions. If things don't go your way at internationals or in further
Bucky
stages, they
Judge.
couldn't
Hey,
end
we
up
need to
being
we need to
everything
actually
for
lock
you.
in because this is the best
Being
map
a
for these
map up
guns,
in a grand final,
and they haven't used them yet.
you don't take those lightly. All right, now, well, it does feel like the wind has changed.
A timeout used to hopefully course correct for Team Liquid. But 3 rounds between them. It's not as much of a buffer as we
Okay,
saw.
and there was no util used for
not
this
long
B
ago.
push. So it's not
There
like
are a lot of
they
weaknesses
know that they
for
actually
Liquid
set up
to
over
start
towards
this.
B.
An
Yeah.
ult for Camo,
We then
not
got
likely to be
Nats
put into
jump
play
baiting over
without an
towards
advantage.
middle,
A Viper's Pit
and then
for Vitality
there's
to
the other
lock down
Bucky.
any site. Again, this is the kind of round where maybe they don't need to use those ults. They can save them up. It's a risk by Durka. The flash a little late, but he gets the kill anyways. Nade, it's going to tickle him up down to 35 HP, but he's still drawing breath.
But honestly, if you're Liquid at the moment, with this position here, you can just gamble heavy A. Because no one's going to split 5 past and B. Well, maybe they are, but it's very low percentage.
With a couple of pistols and SMG elsewhere. This is not the buy of dreams, but it's whether or not these cheeky positions can
That's crazy timing. Possibly the worst timing you could imagine. He was, for people wondering why, he was going for a peek in case someone was facing like this angle.
From him being caught out, now you look at the rest of the weaponry and well.
And obviously the Bucky's not going to win that duel.
What Kiko can do is pretty much just die, get himself his showstopper for the next round, and if he could take someone with him, great.
Well, it's set after Tom saying that. Kiko's got a triple kill. Watch this one unfold. Camo picks up the... Okay. I'm getting a little bit worried now.
All good.
Less worried now. Thank you, Trex. This should have been a housekeeping round for Vitality.
That was like... That was kind of scary. I just instantly looked at Darker's HP as well. I was like, hold up.
This will just be Kamek looking for an exit kill, possibly going down to the spike if they avoid him. And a 10th round for Team Vitality after Team Liquid's pause. Now, yeah, they didn't have a lot to work with. If we're looking realistically at what Yawatzin and Lohan have said to these guys, it will be about the next round.
will be a little bit guarded as well, just purely like ult-wise.
The runway has
it's now 2 away. Could maybe have been 1 away.
Indeed. And we need to see them lift off into map number 2. For Team Liquid, well,
they could win if they buy 5 shotguns. If they lose this next one, we're probably going to see a lot of shotguns into the last round.
And you start to really get worried for them. Because whether you have the strongest mental in the world, if you're, what, 11-3 up, and you let a map slip away...
Okay, from 6 chances, let's try that again, from 6 chances to 2,
into a map where your opponents are looking to almost
Darker, 1 away from all.
Composition. It's no surprise
Liquid have the better ults,
with a double duelist, it's tougher on that defense, but it really does seem like the spark that was there for Liquid has faded over the last couple of rounds, and they desperately need someone to bring it back.
This is for sure their best go at it.
Well, they definitely had a better time over on that attack, dictating the pace, but now they're at the mercy of Team Vitality, and Vitality aren't feeling very kind today. 2 rounds.
Yeah, Nats is just holding on to
Viper's Pit
mid.
That's been on for a little while. Now more likely to be used coming into this round where they're up against something.
What's the call from Vitality here? Looks like they're giving up on middle. At the same time that Liquid is. And it's a 2-person fake over towards A to try and keep 3 here.
Really want to deal with it. They can't give that free
and
information
no, wait.
away, especially not when you've committed the wall.
Wait, they're a little bit indecisive. What's going on here?
That's not what I expected to see happening here, Tom.
The thing is, I feel like it needs to be unorthodox. When you're up against a dimensional drift and a showstopper,
okay,
this ultimate normally doesn't have that much value. So I think they've thrown it in almost as a bit of a distraction. The nade is going to force.
Kamek has to do everything.
The information is there, and
that is a very important kill.
On the site itself, the same man as every time. And Kamek is going to survive just that little bit longer. Showstopper drops
Holy. 20 seconds, got to get the spike in heaven 1v3.
20 seconds, has to try and clutch.
Looks impossible.
Scenario. 12 seconds, he needs 2 kills.
It is impossible. Dude, Kamek over towards B site was locking it down.
Team Liquid,
very, very nice. A great start.
And moving on to Haven next. Up against this squad, we thought that there could have been some errors in the veto, but my goodness, we underestimated the side of Liquid. We'll see if they can take this 2-0 or if
looking like Shigehiro out here, kinda.
Their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, he had like 2-3 rounds that he won in zone.
Let's get into the game. Okay, feel the game. Let's be calm. Feel the game first. Okay, and be in control. Don't forget, if you're in control of our communication, if you're in control of our emotions, we're going to win this game.
Damn. They leaked the speech. Kind of cool though. We don't get that insight normally. Yeah, man. There's some belief here. Is that what I would have said in Liquid? Yeah, very similar. Ours was literally just everyone over peak. Yumpy bark when it gets quiet.
Retro gives you wings.
None of that. Disrespect. Everyone gets 5 over peak cards. Okay, chat. Let's be right back. That was a nice start. Let me upload the VOD first. What the hell are we doing? Kickoff final. Map 1 split. The percent's going up. 45 looks right. Right, back in a little bit.
The win streak continues for Team Liquid here in the grand finals of VCT EMEA Kickoff. I am your host, Yingsun, right back here with Sadak and Kakuka. We apologize to Liquid already in the pre-show. You know, we're believing, we know what they can do, but Kakuka seeing it on the server. It's just a whole different ballgame.
Number one, the pistols, just like yesterday, getting them, they're so proactive, they have such measured plans that it's so easy for them to have this strong start. But then linking up the round after this, they were given 100% right off the bat.
They were indeed, and also we kind of also talked about, you know, showing up on the day, shooting, being able to aim. But Sadak is this disciplined way that Liquid all play together. That's really scary.
I mean, my day is completely ruined right now, to be honest. Yes.
Why is that?
I didn't expect this. Like, they were so good at the beginning. They were so good at the beginning. Like, seven round lead. That's a lot. That says a lot about a team that they just came here to win, basically.
Yeah, and let's talk about one of the rounds we saw, Sadak, because there was a fake into a fake. There was like a double fake out of Liquid, out of Nats as well. And it just, like I said, it showed us how beautiful Valorant Liquid are playing. So talk me through this.
This is amazing Valorant right here, because they're going to do a fake to B. But the guys on A, they didn't show any presence, so they can just basically go back to A now. Just like, okay, there's not going to be anyone there.
Yeah, and it's also very important that Patatek is going to be following up and leading the utility, doing all that noise. And look, Vitality even used the Rolling Thunder to counter it.
Yeah, they sell it perfectly. Like, this was a masterclass. If anyone is doubting from, have any kind of doubt from that, they can just see this round right here. This was perfect call. I really like this. Even in this round is super important, because if they win this round, I don't remember if they won. They won this round?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. They ended up winning this round.
Yeah, so yeah, look at this. Like, this is just amazing Valorant overall.
It creates a lot of chaos, right? Because you've had a lot of people rotating. We were speaking about not being that much micromanaging in the side of Vitality, but then at some point everybody is lost and nobody is there to give like a proper call. And Team Liquid was capitalizing on that so well. The movement across the map, every single gap that Vitality would leave, they would fill in so many times, in so many instances. We saw, and we thought about, oh my God, Trigger Discipline. They just saw 3 players and they're not looking that direction.
And it really helped that on a map where Kiko, you know, who's been playing smokes this whole time, has to play the duelist. Kukuka. It doesn't even look like he role swapped. It feels like he's been playing Raze this whole split.
I mean, it definitely helps the fact that they were getting so many rounds in a row, but he was one of the reasons why everything was working. And in fact, in so many key rounds, it was him working the map, getting the pick, never waiting, never stalling, always moving, and always in their back. Look at these replays.
I mean, this is the kind of start that we spoke about, right? Having the momentum, looking good on the server as well. How scary was Kiko?
Yeah, big part of the lead, I think it was all on him, to be honest, because he was just getting kills he shouldn't get, like all of the time, all the time. Like look at this.
Oh, that kill.
Yeah, look at it. Like it's just having the game day, you know? It just came to play.
We've been talking about how Dirk is probably one of the best duelists out there, so if you're gonna go up against him, you have to be ready, and there was no hesitation in Kiko.
There was no hesitation, but can he do this on Haven? Because in the previous times against other teams, he can. He did. He looked amazing. But it is Liquid that pick Haven. It might seem a little bit odd considering how great Vitality have looked, but Liquid have looked equally as good, albeit, you know, after Apex, we did question, how can they do this against stronger opponents? They did it against Foot. However, we should take a look at some of the tendencies that Vitality, or Durka Kukuka specifically, has.
Yeah, exactly. We were seeing this yesterday, and against Team Heretics, we know that he is going to be aggressive. But Durka was so effective in finding this first kill, round after round, especially on Taboo. Leaving the executes with no smokes is definitely not ideal, but he is the kind of player, especially playing on this Euro, who can take this kind of, you know, freedom.
And Sada, you've played against Durka on Haven as well before. How do you stop this kind of sneaky pushes?
It's so annoying because he's playing Yoru. You were asking previously like about the Yoru gameplay, and he can just do this. Just go deep into enemy lines, try to get a kill, then TP back. Nothing happened. And they have all the space. So he's abusing it really well, and he's scary, man. To play on the server, he's a scary guy. Because you never know when he's going to pick.
Can you stop it?
I couldn't. I mean, I did before, but I couldn't recently. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. And he's not only playing like that. I think, who is the other guy that play ISO?
Oh, Safe.
Safe, yes. With Safe at the same time, like putting pressure at the same time he does, like it creates so many gaps for them that it's hard to fill every gap. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that trade denial is probably one of the strongest things in the game, and Yoru is the only one that can go that deep, that further, and just come back as if nothing happened. With Reyna, yes, you can dismiss, but you don't have that much of a range. With the Jet, you can dash. Even with the Chamber, you have the TP, but none of those agents can do what Yoru can do, and not many duelists can do what Durka can do.
Honestly, the only person I remember stopping this on Haven from Durka was Dijazine. Back in the days, back in 2023, he was the one.
She's got the memory.
She has the memory.
But he wasn't scared. He was like, I know Durka is coming, and I'm going to kill him when he comes. So I really do hope that Liquid, they've done their homework. They know this is the kind of thing
watching the China Evolution series, I'll pretty much be chilling for the whole week, I think.
They will be leading 2-0 in a best of 5 against Vitality in a grand final. And Sadak, if they do end up leading 2-0, going on to Lotus, they have a very good chance of closing it 3-0.
Yes, and then I'm taking less and we're going back to Brazil or something. Yeah, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. They're not gonna go 2-0. Come on, man. Wake up.
Do you know what? You have just condemned Vitality. Now every single Brazilian fan that's watching this game now is gonna be cheering for Liquid because they want to see you guys go back.
Guys,
you want to take it back? Yeah, they want you guys to go back. But for Vitality, though,
pretty sure I'm not,
they're probably
Elizabeth.
feeling very happy that Liquid picked
Pretty
this
sure
map as
I'm
the
not.
second one.
Yeah, exactly. But think about the mind games. We were talking about them earlier. Nats was talking about them yesterday. Yesterday, it was leaving Lotus open. Today is peeking onto Haven. I wonder what the reaction
Favorite
was
Maroon 5
when
song.
Vitality first saw this happen, and also they decided to start on the attack.
God, I'm trying to think
and
of that
I
album,
like
dude.
this because I want to
Is it
see
Shiva?
that
Shiva's a
productivity
banger.
coming
Is
in
that
from
the
them.
one?
I want to see a little bit of those microplays. Maybe they're faking a Yoru clone here and there. But I want to see that confidence coming in from them.
And I want to see this Tejo on Kame as well, because this is when he looked amazing. There will be no changes, and Kukuka, they could do damage here.
Yeah, exactly. And Alon control is going to be very important
album's
here,
pretty
especially
legit,
with Liquid starting on the defense. There's so many fights that you can force just by having the Tejo and using the salvos at the beginning of the round, that probably Vitality and how passive they've been playing on the map. They usually wait a lot in the attack before making a decision. That's the kind of thing that they need to bait.
And do you like this Liquid comp? You think this could be a counter?
I have no idea. I don't think so, because I think Vitality comp is not about counter them, but the playstyle they have. Because if they just hold a little bit, I think they can find a kill on Dirk or on Safe maybe. But yeah, I mean, we have to see, because this has an exit power so good from Liquid, like they can just force everything. And from Vitality, if they don't fight like a pick before that, they're gonna struggle to do retakes and stuff, you know.
I know that we say the Vitality are favorites here, but I think that Patitech, especially on that second half, he was one of the reasons why Team Liquid was able to close on that split. And for all the agents that we've seen, with him being on the breach and with how fast he was with his decision making on split, he's the one that
air conditioning
and I'm
unit, mate. I
also
have
looking
no
out
idea.
for that operator on that. This is where he likes
I was born in the
whip
UK,
it out,
dude. We
whip
have
it out a
no,
lot. So
we have no air
Mitch and Tom,
conditioning
let's
there.
see if Liquid can continue this win streak.
We just suffer.
One map up and moving on to their choice. It is really the dream start to a Bo5 for Team Liquid and for the Team Liquid fans here in our audience. They were getting loud, but I'm excited to see what Vitality have planned here.
Well, that's the thing. It feels like it could be either of their choices. Going into Haven, I think this has been a massive comfort choice for Vitality. If you had told me at one point, oh, the veto's backwards, it's wrong, but no, I understand it. Like, Liquid have looked incredibly good. You're talking about a 13-4 victory, incredible defensive halves from them, which have looked really impressive. You could say the same for their opponents on that attack. So again, we have that sort of opposing start,
recording
both
going.
having that favorable
We got
start
Liquid on defense.
The
We got
difference, though, is
Vitality on
a lot
attack.
of what I saw from Liquid were these sort of cool set plays that would give them space. Whereas Vitality, they could basically just sit, wait, and then go for these aggro hits based off, well, Durka and Safe.
All the barriers already up, and it's Vitality on the attack to start this
Big
one.
luck up short, and Kamek kind of just got caught off guard. B hit with the luck. A great trade. I say B hit. We're going all the way to A. Gonna come down to Camo.
They were hoping
We heard him.
would be there to greet them.
Either heard him or they were like, no
That's going to be
plant. It's
the
a bit
first
weird.
one to gain sight of this flanking squad there. Oh, that's a gap. That's a big gap. And Camo blows it wide open with kicks down.
Okay, some bloody trades at the
is
moment.
found, but do they know that Patitech is just around the corner? No, they didn't.
Oh, what an incredible job from Camo. He should have been dead to rights, but the last second had the read. And well, a bit of an awkward fight for Kiko. Realizing he can't go down, opts to try and play this one safe, allowing his opponents to attempt to plant, but they are surrounded from every single angle. Safe needs to pop heads, and the first goes his way.
1v3 yet.
Still 2 to find. And find is literally the aim of the game. The fact is, Liquid have been constantly moving, repositioning, so Safe has to doubt even
Pivot over to A. Yeah, they thought because Safe died here that they were just going to go like fast behind. So the call was that in theory they thought no one was going to be on A site, and they were just going to walk into an empty site. It was more down to the fact that Camo decided to stick and then did pretty good. What an absolute shot, though. Keep an eye on the time.
12 seconds left, has to make a decision. Does he go A or does he go B? And he has got it spot on. This gives a chance for a post plant with no interruption, as Kiko has to run, has to give up the idea of where he is. Puts it down to a 1 versus 1. HP
very, very nice. Chat, pistols.
Kiko's going to get it over the line.
3-0.
Valiant attempt from Safe.
It absolutely
3-0
was.
for
The start
pistols.
of this, though, the fact that we've been able to find ourselves in this position is all down to Camo. The fight on long,
This is a nice
trading out the
pistol.
walk back from
They
that would have
they
been a
kind
second
well.
side.
There's a thin line between like overcooking and just like an insane call.
Then even catches kicks on the way
Then they
out.
kind of got
Sure,
unlucky
he
because
loses
Camo
the
was
side,
over
but
towards
look at
site.
the time involved for Patitech to get into
Also the
position.
spike. That's the thing. The play kills us
Favorite
as
Billie
well.
Eilish song. I
Spike was
don't
on
really
any
know who
other
that is.
player, then
Favorite
Patitech
Korn
has to
song.
hesitate. Someone else has to make a rotation back. But that
Dude, my
kill
favorite
goes
Korn
spike
song is
down, and that's enough information
does this
for the team.
count?
So,
With
yeah, really big round
when
from him.
Skrillex did the
Really
thing,
nice attempt
Narcissistic Cannibal, that was a legit
Gonna treat
song.
himself to a
And they
sheriff,
did that little album.
which in anyone's hands is
With
scary.
Kill the Noise.
In his hands, very scary.
And then in his hands, on an ISO.
Yeah.
We multiply the threat.
That's probably the best Korn
Second
song.
lease of life that he'll have. Now Vitality are quickly making their way to C.
I'm
This is a
old.
low
I
buy
dude, I
round,
don't
but
listen
one
to
where
like
there will
pop
be
stuff
more
though.
risks.
Much of
Go
it.
blindly into the site and hope that there's no one waiting, or that you find them if they are. Well, they were waiting just on a different angle, and the spike hasn't made it to the site. It's cut off on the way across. Durka, classic in hand, he gets one. But how much more can you expect? I'll tell you, it's 0. That's how much you should expect. Good flash.
Freak on a leash. I mean,
sniper
it's a
tree,
classic.
gate crash to sneak
I mean,
away.
he's getting a plant on this.
Beautiful play by
Yeah,
Durka.
he's done great.
Back to the A site.
He's got the
Find himself a
plant.
and look, making the best of a bad situation. Now he's got a chance to isolate some players, but Camo's watching it, and he's more than
Very,
ready.
very nice.
Okay, good attempt by Durka though.
It's almost just a funny one. I felt like he was even just giggling to himself there a little bit, that he managed to get the spike and get out. It's a few extra credits, it's an extra orb, so I don't think he's going to be complaining too much. And for the side of Liquid, I think they had something purchased on every player, so that might be an extra gun dropped somewhere across the map, but it's not going to be the end of the world. They still come up with 4 players. They'll still have a decent resistance to the next, but they will have at least a bit less than their opponent. And one of the main worries is the fact that Safe is one off his ultimate, which puts you in an arena with Safe.
Not somewhere you want to be. We talked a lot about his ult last time we saw them. You know, the other thing is, I'll say, it's the attack side. It's round 3, and Dirk is on a Yoru. Here on Haven, last time I saw this, he blew my socks off. I think everyone's with the little fake decoy play, pretended to become the utility, or became the utility quite literally. But the other thing is, Tom, he also tweeted out after that game, I'm going to do it in the finals. Now, most people, I'd say, who cares? There's just some BS. He's just, you know, it's the interaction play. It is what it is. Durka, I believe him. I believe at least once we're going to see that man decoy it. And if we don't, I'll be having words after this.
Okay, but we got Liquid ready for this.
This might just be an attempt at orb denial, realizing how close Safe is, and well, he's got his ult online.
Well,
He also doesn't have a face.
yeah, they wanted to like clear claws, try get a pick before they got the orb on that.
Scenario. Now, if that can be
And
reclaimed,
that was the whole pass. It was meant to get the orb, and they pushed down, pick up the gun, and then now the rotate comes in as well. We got Darker selling a fake. Got no TP to get out of there.
And the missed shot is going to try and sell the ruse.
Omen Flash goes in as well. It's going to be all down to Kamek. And maybe we get a check of the camera at the right point. Yeah, he hears the footsteps.
Ran through and panic stations ensued on site. Seaside hold.
Dude, Trex was so on top of that. He's like, well, someone's going for this gun.
He knows that space is just
Recon goes over towards C, they fake C, and then we take all the space over towards A, and they thought that Yoru probably would have TP'd to join them. This is a very nice round from Vitality. This is the spike at long though.
And well, that was a little risky to peek early, but the smoke is bloomed. The site is taken. And now it will be.
You saw the gun getting picked up? Okay, well then he's 100% on it.
From the same angle as well.
Yeah, with Trex still lurking in mid. Okay, sure, the trip will... Oh, he's going to shoot it, just run away. I like the idea. Camo already into the site, looking to try and claim space, but all he's really found is that players are here and players are waiting. And while they're looking for every
little damage at the end for an armory buy, still a very, very nice round from Vitality. Really called this great. Like the 4v5, their plan on the 4v5 is awesome.
And this is something that I think Safe has talked about, like, firstly, I don't know if it's true because he never wants to give himself credit as an IGL, but I also do think there is an aspect of Durka walks up, calls what he's seeing, and they are building plays around each individual player's knowledge and building it together in the moment. Rather than Safe going, Durka's seen this, let's go here. And that information he found won them the round.
Okay, lot of light armors on this one. Bit of a changer from Vitality. Looks like they want to hit over towards C.
Got that little bit extra
no fake clone on this one. TP to back aside if they want it. Recon, smoke, he can take the TP. Recon's cleared everything.
To take the brunt of it. I'd say Durka could just walk straight through that. And goes
very nice.
And it will be Kiko seized by Safe.
That's a solid shot. Kiko hit a nice one also, but that's the death of the shield.
Especially losing Kiko. That's no paranoia, no smokes. You're going to rely on maybe an error, someone giving some space.
Oh.
And okay, Durka's gone down. Camo.
Yeah, and Camo can just really late play this. Wait for them to tap the spike. Vitality realize that there's no... Wow, play. Realize that there's no smokes, they go towards long. Dude, Kamek is actually kind of unreal, isn't he?
It looked like a position where
It's a
Vitality had them dead,
big impact round. They still are going to probably force, and there's one person. that'll take the hit.
Was a lot weaker when it came to the
He
bonus
hit,
round.
hit some
taken.
shots.
Kamek pushed up, but this identity much better. Waiting for the push to come in and then springing.
Kamek, he stood in for... Did he stand in for Leo at the beginning? I can't remember. He stood in for someone on Fnatic. And then he was on Job Life last year. And honestly, it may be... It was for Alpha? Oh, okay. Visa issues? That's the one. Job Life maybe should have qualified. They just... In their Ascension game, like the third map, their Duelist kept on timing out. Like for the whole last map, so it's kind of 4v5.
Normally when a team stalls out early like that, it's going to be on the back of more
That team was pretty
rounds.
stacked.
Not
they were good.
The early plan's working and the late one is falling apart. That solution a little harder to come to the bottom of. And now Ultimate's online for Team Liquid as well. The Blade Storm not to be used. Patatek, oh my word, he's just walked down mid. Kiko
and the bait of Kiko in the corner is awesome as well.
But that is a
dude, look at how proactive Liquid are. They're everywhere. They're taking so much space on this one. Over towards A though, completely empty.
Without online, he could opt. This is cheeky.
They have to check it.
There's no. Oh, it's
Very nice TP out of there as well.
Two-man advantage
Yeah,
already.
they just didn't think that someone would be in that corner after the push. They also got info like quite fast after the push as well, so it really sold it.
Means that can be held.
That can win the round. Oh, okay.
Well, now Nats.
Well,
that forever
don't think they can win the round now unless Kicks does something crazy.
That's caught them in the back.
The Kicks would have to get an orb, get a kill, ult the Spank.
Versus 5. And they have been completely stalled.
Yeah, definitely not happening now. For Liquid, by the way, that's a lot of money.
We have just had a round where Team Liquid, on the defensive side, pushed Vitality 4 separate times. Often solo, at least the duels that it amounted to. So the start, Patatek walks left side mid from a defender perspective, and Kiko's on the right. If you're in a fight, that's a 1v1 or a 1vx. You're on your own. Kiko can't swing 10 meters at once. And they win every single duel. God, for Vitality, this has got to feel tough. They are being locked out early on. And with a map already under their belt, this being their pick, Team Liquid
frustration.
showing no signs of
Big
slowing.
bit of frustration. Also for people that maybe don't watch this comp that much in terms of the Vitality comp, it's normally good for 7 or 8 on attack, so getting 4 ready on defense is...
You have the kit to do it.
It's a rough showing so far.
Dirkus Yoru, he's able to get out of there. You're talking about Safe literally having an ability, a double tap. It allows him to be shot before he takes those fights. What we're witnessing at the moment is Liquid, I almost want to say, disrespecting their opponent. Oh, I'm going to walk mid. Okay, I've just walked mid. Now it's your turn to walk mid. Oh, you've just done that. Well, I'm going to walk long. It's like, these are not like, we have this perfectly placed piece of utility. Oh, I'm going to use the Teo.
I'm biased. I try and be as I try and be as neutral as possible. I just want to like focus on why a team won and like the improvement the teams make.
Firstly, qualifying, you've
I
got
don't really
at least some of the pressure off your back, and I think you're looking at these.
like obviously know people in teams, so I kind of want them to win.
Enjoying themselves,
but
because let's be real.
Unless it's Yampy, obviously I want Yampy to lose.
Heavy favorites.
That's him in chat.
Most teams haven't been able to even get close to them. Taking a map seems like a victory in a lot of cases.
But yeah, I like to just watch the Valorant to see why teams lost.
This has been maybe one of the first times they've truly been tested since their opening game versus KC.
Well, this is the thing.
But on Sadak,
Team Liquid, Team Liquid truly forged in fire. 5 opponents eliminated, back to back. Elimination matches, and they won them all. And that gives you a little extra twang.
Yeah, and we've seen this one before. Yeah, it's just the set rounds. Dude, what team stole this the other day? Was it
This one has got
the G2 that stole this?
1 down. Rifles coming out though.
Yeah, that's the thing. I like this round as one that we've seen before, like this setup where you have
it's so nice. You push them forward into the open.
The Teo annihilation plus
look at the util spam on this. That's actually insane.
Guided salvo to leave the
yeah,
clear.
pretty sure the stun looks good on that as well. There is so much damage there. Can't get much better when they're literally all in the area that it's meant to punish as well. Fast one, but Vitality get their buy rounds up, and this is what their timeout was for.
This has to be where it changes, Tom. Very much so. That buy-in play.
I think he saw 2.
Mid push again from Team Liquid. Patatek is here, but it's Camo who's the tip of the spear, making his way around. They've already had Nats push up C long. They know at this point it's an A play, but what can you do about it? Kamek's the only player there. He's just going to fall back, play passive on site. In goes Durka, the ult, seeking out players and seeing the site is wide open, safe. One away from an ult of his own. Trex in the same boat. Huge post-plant potential, and it will be safe.
A nice
who the ult
spot
is
early
put
on.
onto. But in all this while,
Heard
they
them
have
over
lost
towards short as
control
well.
of their flank. And they're just about the camera spotting them out, but okay, didn't see Kiko. They still deal with him. In fact, Vitality very much here to play.
Yeah.
Winning every fight. Sure, safe
And
goes
that's kind of
down.
gets
The
out of the ult and wondering where his
should
team's gone.
be secured on the back of it.
So far away. That's the biggest problem. He was fighting in the ultimate.
They pretty much decided early on that they were going to go for damage here. Like Nats straight away out of the ult wants to do damage. Kamek should
Although with some
just
extra
try
credits,
and stay alive so they
Kamek
don't
wants to
exit
try and
spawn.
give this one a go. You can see them, they're being held in. That's basically the goal here, is try and remove as much weaponry as humanly possible. The round is going to go the way of Vitality, but
Ooh,
how
what a
many of them
shot that
survive?
was.
Well, it looks like all of the remaining players.
3 players alive, big boost to the economy for Vitality, and at a much needed time, at a much needed time, they put this round on the board. 5-1, not pretty. 5-2, economy could stabilize. We could see them bounce back, but the problem is Team Liquid are very much in a comfortable position. Ults online, rifles there, and a 5-2 start. Just looking to go back to winning ways. I'm curious to see if there is
Yeah, it looks
aggression,
like
because
Liquid
4
might want to
players
do a bit of a
starting on the A
punish
side
here.
of the map and a smoke down early on.
4-person
Not much.
early towards
Usually there's
A.
2 or 3 players
The
here
money,
on
like,
short,
Vitality's
ready to
money's
go.
pretty good now.
It's a much slower piece of aggression, but perhaps it will just be delayed.
Okay, they hit the pop of the shield, so gotta respect that. Also pressure over towards A, so we see Nats pushing down towards C, taking all of that space.
Doesn't really seem to be worth it anymore. They are going to be playing this 1-2 punch, though. Like, that's the thing. Patatek is the bait. The whole idea is to sell a ruse that he's the closest person, and Kiko has the chance to be the knife in the dark. They don't expect him to be here, but it's only going to be the one. A little bit of a whiff. Luckily, his teammates are doing work
So
on the
many
side,
trades.
keeping
That's the
things
duel that
even,
matters.
Down to just one. And once again,
Vitality
that
went
one
out the
is very
trades.
far away.
Safe did pretty good to get us a kill on site in a lot of space.
He is behind them yet again. But in fact, Vitality seemed to flip the script on its head. Instead of falling back to long or short the positions they were in, they moved deeper into the defender's spawn.
He's got one cage.
Hunter Fury is there for the post plant, and that is a huge piece of comfort for the Vitality squad. But they shouldn't need to use it necessarily. Curious to see when that reveal comes back online for Trex, and well, perhaps it won't be there on time. The recon drone is, and that has caused a massive problem for Nats. The shock dart hasn't made it any easier. Tapping it once, it's halved already. Now I'm getting worried. Okay, the reveal at least catches him. The drop is not good. Nats is still alive. He could try to stick that in the
He actually
corner,
had a
but
chance.
Brady kicks into
It
a
looked
battle.
unwinnable
They
at one
will
point,
not
but
win instead.
fair play.
Vitality, 5-3, climbing back
Okay,
into
Liquid
this
pretty
one.
low money on this one. If they lose the next after eco.
It feels like maybe go back to slightly more basic plays, just taking over that long control, clearing short, even though it got a little bit dicey. I don't mind the setup, but didn't quite work out this time. Not falling for so many of those Liquid traps. And while now looking into
Yeah, there's the 2 that can't buy.
finances, it seems like Liquid are throwing everything in here.
Heavy start over
Operator
towards A, and
purchase.
it
They
looks
wanna
like this
try
time
and
Vitality are ready
this A
to
presence
maybe
that's been
even
there for so
fast
many
react.
rounds.
We'll
With
see.
this op,
Yeah, it looks like they want to fast react now.
Vitality have no intentions of going
Yeah,
that
realize
way.
they start going aggro, fast react. Good luck to Nats. They expect them so
They're just now
close.
seeing that it's wide open, but it could be too little, too late. Nats isolated in this fight, surrounded and shot from the C site. The TP coming into play has to be cancelled as the C site's being completely overrun. In comes the spike. It's kicks to plant. Nobody needing the orb. Kamek though, he's caught a whiff of Durka. Taking him down.
Kicks almost managed to not get hit by the ult here. Still no plant yet.
The Kicks is still safe. No punish just yet. And the 4 players left on Team Liquid soon to be revealed. There is no easy solution though for Vitality. No gap to exploit. Instead, of finding open space. They will attempt to open the space themselves, crack it wide open with Camo's head being the first target.
Very nice, good trades
Although
every
they
single
landed,
time there's
the
numbers
cost
together.
paid is too great.
Let's
Les,
see it.
in an impossible clutch, finds the first, steps back.
Oh man, it would have been unbelievable. There's a really nice try on that.
Clears him this time, 6-3 for Liquid.
Kamek again, just looking so impactful.
Ridiculously close. We saw him get off to a really quiet start in map number 1, but it definitely seems like that man's coming alive. And like again,
I've never seen a Cypher play like this.
Nats this time was
Where we had like
his own
camera
camera,
close and he's just on the
find
corner
that
ready
one
to
through,
swing
and
off the
Again,
contact.
we see Kamek, someone who has a lot of sort of aggressive setup.
He nearly caught them smoking and droning both together.
Basically.
Like if he had got the Sova cleaner, that Omen's dead as well.
That was the last-ditch effort on the finances for Liquid. Now the same can be said for their opponents. Non-operator didn't really come into
Yeah, I
play
do
in the
wonder
last
if
round, so
Liquid
it's
at one
still
point are gonna punish.
available.
Very nice.
Oh,
Are gonna
okay,
punish
this time the
on
fake has
Garage.
not been sold.
Dude, look how confident they are, but every single time they got numbers. We even had the pass and watching window for the trade here.
For Vitality, 2 players lost in the early round. I mean, it represents at least an upgraded weapon for Safe, but it's about the only positives. Team Liquid doubled the rounds of their opponents and almost double the manpower in this round. Vitality will seek out the A site. And to be fair, looking at the map, it is by far the best option for this squad. But I think the real danger of it speaks to how Liquid put a lot of those early rounds on the board and why they're so comfortable with leaving A open. Their retakes have been good so far.
They also have Armageddon, which is just going to clear out so many angles if it gets to that stage. So they're confident in that ult in the post-spawn. The one thing I'll say is if they can get the spike to Safe, he could try and take someone early. And if that is Kamek, that could throw a real spanner in the works. That's the one thing I'm thinking could play into their hands.
30 seconds left.
Instead, though,
Yeah, let's see if Safe gets a kill. You'd imagine Kamek's gonna use his ult onto this one. Liquid have too much util. They would have to mess up to lose this. Or Safe would have to do something crazy close there.
Armageddon, I believe, will be put into play. Oh, perhaps I'm wrong. No, they've gone for the dive already. Straight into the site, just overwhelming them with the numbers, and it's working.
Yeah,
Safe
very, very
alone
nice.
Doesn't stand a chance.
It's just nowhere for them to hide on this one as well. Omen, flash and stun. Good news as well, they saved their tail.
To a slow start for Vitality on both maps, and sure, they climbed back into it over on Split, but too little too late, 13-10. Let's hope it's not the same story here. That 7-5 scoreline.
They look convincing. There's like a solid team play diff at the moment.
Still possible, but they need to show up in both of these final
Like
rounds.
there's always trades or
That gap is
numbers.
going to
The
represent
teamwork's
a
really
big
good from
challenge
Liquid.
Yet again, when we go to half number 2.
Well, you have to
You
think back
you
to
started seeing
that
signs of it on
Haven
Split
versus
as well.
Heretics. It was actually an 8-1
There's
start for Vitality, and then
everyone's
things started to slip away from them.
everyone's out here trading.
Yeah.
Nats as well. I mean, Nats is playing great.
Has had success on
He
this
has a
half
hard
and
job of holding
currently
down Garage and
with
C
their
at the same
struggles.
time
Now,
with his
there's no
setup,
doubt
but
they could still pull it back, but it needs to be something a little bit more already. Armageddon thrown
yeah,
through,
and then the
ultimate
ult missed
from
as well.
Safe
The
has
ult didn't hit anyone.
failed, and Kiko's managed to get
Dude.
that opener straight off, and that's a lot of what they had to get into this site. With that ult gone, they're now just gonna have to push it dry.
Limited
It's
info
such a
as well
rough.
from someone like Trex. Look at this.
I would have to
From
watch it
our
again, but
observers
you
catching
should be
Kamek,
using the
and
drone off of that,
rotation is
no?
on the way back over towards this side of the map. If they walk through
Drone
that
recon.
doorway,
Here with the
checking
sound of the
left,
recon.
It's unlikely.
Got shot.
Usually these players are on long. They're tucked in those corners.
And every
or they're
single
pushing
time
all
there's
the
some
way
kind of
through.
pressure,
Indeed,
you
they
see
walk
someone
right
taking
past Kamek.
map
It's
control
a
like this as well.
Even
Vitality is
doubles
still
up
on
there is
top of it.
trouble, and if this
This
round
is the
was
first time it's
looking
happened like
bad,
over towards A. It's
just
normally
gotten a
been Nats
whole
over
lot
towards C,
worse.
right? But
Less
this time
and
it was
Safe.
over towards A. They got a
That's
great
void of
read
any
on
utility.
where
It's
they
all
are on
down
the
on the
minimap.
Safe, well, he won't have a lot to say about this. No shield and 4 players to take down. They're still going to try it, though.
Yeah, Paddy, his only job is to delay. He doesn't really care about being the hero or the glory. He just wants to make sure this round goes in his team's favor. And the thing is, I think Safe realizes that, okay, if I just allow them to
I was going to say he needs to
fall
crouch there,
apart,
otherwise their
instead
head's
he
going to be
tries
spotted.
Make a play. Oh, we saw less
God, it's all pretty
A
perfect.
1v3 falls short by 1. Now has to try and face off against 4.
Perfect swing. The first is landed. 2 players on his right. He's isolated the one, but he's just hiding, waiting for his moment. Well handled by Patatek.
Looking kind of incredible.
No chance to take that fight, and the round was lost regardless of the result. 8 on the board.
6 out of 8 teams going to Bangkok have academy teams. Yeah, I mean, it was just proven with EG that it's like a legit thing, right? So nice to have in-house practice. Also, if your team's like helping you work out stuff or maybe like tweak stuff as well, it's pretty sick. Catastrophic, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for that.
They're just looking to do as much damage as humanly possible in the early stages of the round. Obviously, there'll be guns.
Double outlaw, and I guess we have backup guns for this one. Let's have a little look. We've got 4 people that can get one shot, and yeah, they will pick up their backup guns already.
Kamika's caught them in awkward spots. They're having to pop those shields early, just in order to make sure they're not caught. And in fact, the defense, again, it might be going well for them, but they are still pushing. They are still happy to get aggressive while all this time is being spent using that utility to clear
They're
out
so aggro. They're so proactive on defense. It's lovely to watch. Kamik's really committed, but the smoke's going to help him a little bit. And Lestus has no idea that there's this close. Spots 2, doesn't spot the 3rd yet.
Vitality aren't giving up the space. Safe's going to walk through. Look for the fight on short.
Yeah, and there's the 3rd. His safe tunnel visions for the 2 behind. Damn, it's really nice.
Oh, you almost have to wince in pain looking at that one for Vitality. An unfortunate scenario. But for Team
it's another 9-3 half, right?
Dominance underlined with this 9-3 scoreline. Liquid's pick, well, starting out a lot better for them than Vitality's did on the other one.
Oh, that's the thing. This is back-to-back 9-3 halves now. They've started off both maps so incredibly strong. They are looking great individually, storing so much depth in what they've got. Mitch, I have to say, I'm hoping we see some life in Vitality going into the next half.
Liquid, how do they improve so fast? I definitely think individuals, I don't want to call out too many people, but I would say everyone other than Kiko like wasn't really playing that great at the beginning, like for the fast game. Maybe even you would include the fast 2 games. And then I would say that there was always really good signs there, even if you look at that Fractured game when they were against, was it Giants or was it against someone else? But I can't remember who it was against, where they kept on like losing like 3v5s, etc., like man advantages. Like they were still doing the hard work, right? They were still doing the hard thing of getting like the fast 2 kills. Liquid? Oh, they're for sure the dark horse, man. They're doing great. I'm impressed they look this drilled. Aeolus, hello mate. Thank you the tier 1. Thanks for the 33 months. Yeah, dude, it's wild, right? It's crazy, Aeolus. But here we are.
Welcome back, folks.
It's pretty cool to see. Nice to have hope in hope for Liquid again.
Map number 2. But it might be deja vu for those of you who watched the first.
Yeah.
This is a tough situation for Vitality. They are on Liquid's map pick. They were 9-3
Am I still against marriage, bro? I'm not against marriage. I just don't want to get married. Not against it, dude. It's just not for me. Like I don't. If other people want to go do it, that's so cool. That's fine. That's awesome for them.
That a team like Vitality
against it.
the upper bracket
What the hell? Why do you hate marriage?
Very few stories of reverse sweeps, but I'm sure
let's talk about pistols
will tell you all about
instead of that. 3-0.
I don't know how she does it. Nonetheless, it's going to be an aggressive start for this attack. They are right into A.
Paranoia has landed. It's forced an awkward fight for Camo. He's retreating, buying time,
yeah,
but his squad is falling around him. Nice
almost
delivered.
a crazy round. It was a nice flood from Vitality.
Bouncing back into the map. A pistol much
Michael
needed for this squad.
1259 with the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Stands in the way. The spike down in the open as well, and now they've spotted their final victim, waiting to swing this together. A chance to isolate one, but the shot's not landed, and now the firing squad will deal with him once he goes for the swing.
Just gonna try and make
Hold
it
up.
as awkward as possible.
He gets the timing right on this. Oh, okay. Dude, I thought he was going to do the salvos close, and then I was like, I was looking at the HPs thinking, hold up, they might have to push their own cage here.
Much needed pistol for Vitality as they now look to man the defense. I will say that makes me nervous because again, like I think there's aspects of this composition. I think Durka in particular on defense has always been magical at taking those aggressive positions.
Okay, let's
I just don't know if I believe
check out the Anzico. They're allowed one death on this one. Liquid, about a little bit into it. We get the attack shorty on the Cypher. And they're heading over towards A. And it's weak at the moment. And the backup's pretty far away.
Pistols here and there, but I was about to say, I think Trex has done magical with the shock darts. He's done so much damage.
That's why we play the attack shorty.
Not a bad result, at least turning back for Team Liquid with damage, but they need so much more to make this actually costly for Vitality. Clean up. Anyone else?
Damn, dude, 4 HP. Got unlucky not to get another. Not an armory buy. I saw the regen going up there at the end. So they lost a gun.
It's not clean, but it's clean enough. That's the main thing. They can come back in with a few rifles, have themselves the sniper for safe as well. Although the same is going to be on the other side for Nats.
1k more points and you can make me drink water? Yeah. I was about to have some, but I'll wait if you want. How long does it take to get a 1k points?
Last time around,
oh, someone else has done it, so there you go.
Played them
have to wait, mate.
in Vitality, he dominated. Individually best player in the server by a country mile. This time it hasn't been the same success.
Took the power away.
Although on the duelist right
posture,
now,
dude, my posture's not even that bad as well. What is this?
This is the man though that's gone a little
spamming
bit more
everything.
quiet. Map 1, Durka was active.
You can't even spam it, mate. Could you imagine if people could just spam hydrate and I actually had to go along with it? I have to have gallons of water next to me.
He has returned back to his defensive line. Not operator, pardon me. The outlaw.
Yes, it would be content. That's not the type of content I'm going for.
Tracks, kicks, and less, all with light shields. That's will quickly deal with them. Patatek's being tagged, so he's vulnerable to safe shot. But it is just this attack side outlaw. It's not something I expected to see very much of.
His team Liquid just drinking every time Liquid wins around.
The success that Nats has had using it. Now, though, the tip of the spear is already being cut cleanly off. Up close his kicks to deliver another death blow. Doubling up.
They gotta the whole A is weak game plan is out the window. Let's scrap it. Let's default.
Much better. Much better signs of life from this squad.
Oh, that was a bonus as well. Like you're talking about a round that realistically, when you win it, maybe you have a player alive. I'll say that Trex's utility
C is weak, yeah. The autumn timeout. I think C is weak.
Again, he's been underwhelming in terms of what we know we can get out of Trex. But his reveal left one player, I think it was Camo, just dead to rights at the beginning. They lose that entry, and then things become that bit more difficult for Liquid to follow up on. Going to be left with low weaponry, and by the looks of it, the way they're going to cut through this defense.
We joked about it, but it actually is the fast C. Omen Flash was pretty legit, hit 2.
More direct play, less stuck to the guided salvo, but steps in time
yeah,
to damage
kill trip,
Durka.
cross map recon. Oh, that's a nice cross map recon. Look at that one.
For the fight and finding it across the board. Team Liquid, 1 kill, but much more needed. A little bit more found. Durka quick to put up his 3rd kill of the round. Ult is online. The ace still very much possible with both of these players low. You don't expect this round to flip the other way. Safe is here.
They've hit pretty early. Kiko looks like he's going down here.
He is inside the smoke. Be a safe plant.
Spike planted.
Leaves Kiko alone. This wraparound from Kamek. He's so low on HP,
Oh.
he had to take it alone. And because of that, he manages to get the
5
kill.
HP, got
Now
salvos
into that
though, so
1 versus
first
1.
tap.
5 HP
Dude,
is all
look
Kamek
at the
has,
wraparound,
and he's
okay, but
gonna
it came
use
from
the salvo.
Garage.
It's almost
So when
faked
does
out, though.
when
It's
does
come
Safe
in
start
from
considering
towards
this?
the Garage. Will Safe now re-predict that he's gonna
Damn,
wrap back
dude,
around?
that's
He
sick
won't.
though.
Kamek
He's
has been
everywhere.
incredible.
That was awesome.
A
Such a good
pacing
play on 5
+3
HP.
that I don't think anyone would have believed in.
Not at all. You count them out. Well, it's
Yeah,
the
it's one of the
wrong
better
moment
ways
to
to
do
use the
so.
salvos as well, for sure.
A
But the
thrifty
reposition
like
there
this,
is incredible.
Durkin
Last
versus
seen over
Vine.
towards B.
Brave, but he had a flash and a gate crash. He knew he's in and he's out. But then they start losing players. He steps into a cage to take the fight, trading out his teammate. My goodness, that wraparound from Kamek, the guided salvo timing.
Dude,
the fact that it comes
he
from
has
Garage, I
unbelievable
actually think
impact.
Safe started to look
I feel like I'm
towards
just talking about
long,
his
but the
impact
shot
every
came
single
in
time.
so quickly.
But he's just
There was
winning
no
so
way to
many
react.
rounds.
4 rounds.
What the hell is that?
Oh, sit down.
That's not even info from the drone. The drone hasn't even seen him yet.
Nothing. You might be looking at things going, oh, is this an eco for Vitality? Did they run
Unless
out of
it's just
no,
off the
this is
timing to
everything.
shoot the drone.
They have an operator.
That's about it.
Well, that's
Oi,
Safe is
oi,
still
oi. We get
standing.
one as well. Can he win the
Has an all of his
1v1?
own. He'll get another chance to bite at Camo.
Shot.
He'll put him down immediately. This
Could have min
round
maxed
was
it a little
looking
bit, but we'll
dangerous.
let him
It was
off.
looking scary. But in a blink of an eye, Safe has turned it.
The Armageddon was even there to catch him coming out of the ult, but he dodges it, gets out in time because it was a quick kill. Takes another! That's 4 for Safe! And the info there! He knows exactly where
Jax is
Kamek
like,
is, and it
can I?
won't be
Can I
the
take
ace
this?
that's desired in-house,
Rough
but
for
God
the
damn it,
money.
rounds around for Vitality at this point.
Rough for the money. This is going to get close.
There is a reason why we have talked about this man on Duelist. There is a reason that even last year when
Safe?
Fnatic
No, his
win
aim here
back-to-back, Safe was still
I mean, it looked
listed
like a
as
robot.
our #1 Duelist of the year. The guy could just pop off at any moment, and I'll be honest, if we go through this grand final without him having an ace, I'll be disappointed. Because, well, he's one of few players who's managed to get 3 in a single series. We'll see. For now, though, winning the round for his team was enough, and the way that that started, Panatek spamming a bullet to kill off kicks, Camo executing a second. It looked like it was just going to be Vitality getting run over. He has not only saved them, but he has destroyed his opponent's economy.
Yeah, I think coming into that round, he was tied for top frag. Well, it is most certainly Safe's at this point, 19 to 14, and really, this agent
The mess up
Isom,
in Garage
it
there,
just
yeah.
made the difference.
It
The
was,
utility he had,
even
took it
the extra
across
duel
the
was
line.
rough, but they
The
just
fact
wanted
that
to
the
take him
second
down.
kill he gets the shield up, immediately turns and pops the ult into C-site.
It was
There was no
costly.
reaction. There was no way to solve that problem other than shooting the guy in the head 2 times in a row, and no one could get it done. Not before he could fire back and regen those shields. 3-round gap, and Team Liquid called this
The
timeout.
trophy? No,
They
the
still have
trophy's
one
nice, dude.
left to use. Both teams do. It's been fairly slow in terms of the touching base with the coaching staff. The 3-round gap, this is where, well, the rest of the game is about to be decided probably by the next round. This one here, Team Liquid don't have a ton to work with, and we're probably seeing a
We got
10-8
hero
scoreline.
gun.
I wonder if
We
Camo
still
will use the
have
Blade Storm though, just to try to make it a
Sova
bit more
ult and
worthwhile.
op on attack as well. We'll keep an eye on Camo.
I
Camo
think
ult.
he's bought light shields and only has a pistol, so I
I will say the Vitality comp. I know, I know this feels like a bit of a meme because it's like A, and then they got shut down on A, then they tried C, now they got shut down on C. But like this, Vitality comp does actually struggle a little bit on B.
Now, they have
It
not
is like one of the
played towards this B
weaknesses.
site at all
You
thus
can't
far.
really stop the initial plant,
Even still,
which
it is
means
being
that
watched
you can get in, get out of there, and
distance.
just save what
Safe
you util.
wanting that initial fight, he's not expecting a Blade on the other side. Durka still will win a battle back, and Camo manages to get out of there. He's done decently. Kicks also wounded. This already starting to look dangerous.
Problem is, we've got a rifle now on Camo.
Oh god,
Fury does go through.
he
Axis
updrafted and he
forward.
popped his teammate with the
Numbers
ult.
advantage for the defensive side. Push up in Garage spotted though. Panatek
Whoa, look at the
hits damage,
HPs.
and he's left both of these players in
30
mid
and
so
5 there.
desperately low. But those guns are still roaming the map, still problems for
Nice
these
kill.
players.
Do the
Kamek
low
onto Durka. It's
HPs.
a good
I like this
connect.
play from
The
Les.
wrap around the side from Les is being
Patty's
watched,
on
and
it.
he won't get anything done. Trex in the same boat. He catches the first, but blindsided by Camo, leaving
Very,
Kicks
very
to do
nice.
it all. Pay safe card thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, this was a good example about B being weak. Because again, you can just save so much util. You actually have to play like bodies on the B site. It should be the kind of game plan that most people run against this. Like just hit B early. So they have to put bodies over towards B, and then literally you can just start hitting the other sides.
Ends up with 2 kills, which is probably what he deserved anyway.
Yeah.
But just managing to hold on to the position, have the read on both final players in the end. As said, we have seen rounds from every single member of this Liquid core.
That money's getting low. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Safe with a 2-4. Yeah, he can buy next. It's so good.
For the time being, back in mid to play from Dirk and Nets.
No way. I thought he'd be good for that one.
Not expected.
Keep an eye on the Omen ult.
Defensive aggression that their opponents were so fond of, but Kiko in the madness has crept up close, and there's no way out for Trex. Try as he might, the spike planter under threat and duress. Kamix alone on this C site. His teammate in the spawn could provide.
Kamik is so on top of everything. He's incredibly aware, and he's rarely getting caught off.
No chance. Guided salvo could take him down. A straight shot. Hell, a gust of wind at this point. We're looking at 12-7 as Safe leaves the site to save this weapon for what will be the last stand of Vitality. They need 5 rounds straight, or they're going to need 3 maps straight. That is a
Liquid, yeah, no, that you can tell the team play differs for sure.
As on form as they are right
like
now.
visually noticeable.
God, they've had so much to really write home about.
Maybe not the best round because Kamik just kind of owned it on his own, but he did have Patty with him.
The initial play again from Vitality looks stellar. You have that aggression, you have those opening picks, but it's just the way that the rest of the players weren't just sitting around. Like Kiko gets his running boots on, immediately takes control. They get a post plant on C, which they know all the ground they've given up, so they play to their strengths.
Okay, we're back here.
And then just
5 chances for Liquids.
Like, that was my main
Les
criticism of
takes
this
the
team
hit.
in the first couple of weeks was it looks like just 5
Bunny's
guys
going
running
crazy.
around and they don't have that synergy. Now, you see the swings, the timing, even just the communication behind it must be fantastic. And
The house just falls apart.
already, Les is going to be fuming. His utility has been obliterated. This was one of the main keys.
Bunnies are
for
Liquid fans, yeah.
This agent
You're going
was
crazy.
how hard it will be to play Cypher. I think he's learned that today.
5 chances in a row. Team Liquid.
Okay, Liquid just chilling on this one. They're waiting for some kind of aggro.
This is somewhere that, well, realistically, they're only getting better with time, aging like wine, and when they step over there, teams are going to be in trouble if this is the kind of form they're bringing to play. Ult from Kicks. Doesn't see anyone, but they were just around the corner. The timing slightly off. Nobody going short either on Team Liquid. They're going to completely bypass Safe, creep their way up, and be on the site before Safe has an iota of what is going on.
Give me this POV. He's about to spot like 3.
Which way does he look? How
Oh
far
my god, he
does
hasn't even looked
push?
long.
There it is. He's just seen Omen setting up a smoke as well. You know the play's coming in, but Durka didn't know they were here already. It already busted down the door.
Oh
Safe
no, it's
spotted.
such a nightmare. One death is just snowballed into absolute disaster.
Full Vitality are left in the dust, locked out of the A site, but they have to go for it.
Yeah, and just look, there's so much on.
Yeah, I mean, they got all of the util.
Veto, the aftershock stuns just being
Camo chill.
to buy time. Okay, Camo's gone. Maybe an overstep, but with how much
Yeah, definitely an overstep with how much util we got. There's still an Omen flash. You got Teo, everything.
In fact, he's looking to do it all, but Kick still stands. Manages one more. But that time is
Damn,
being
very
born,
nice.
and
2-0, and I don't want to say too convincing, but definitely more convincing than the first map.
Who would have thought it?
Well, it looks like it might just be highway robbery down on that stage. We said we deserve 5 maps in this series, but if Team Liquid have their way, we'll be going home really soon. 2-0. We'll find out the conclusion.
Restacks with the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. Map 2. Same Lotus comp? Yeah, they'll play the same Lotus comp. The Reina Clove? I think so. It shouldn't hit as hard second time rounds, but the worrying thing is Liquid are winning all the duels, so it might. But in theory, on paper, this comp shouldn't really work after you get a demo, in my opinion. But again, if you can't actually win most of the duels, you're going to lose. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. They also may be demoralized a little bit. Yeah, they really are baking the confidence comps. We got Chamber. The same Rainas. Okay, back in a little bit.
You be the witness. At a time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT. Came out the womb like this.
Okay, boys, let's keep doing the same thing. Let's keep listening for the first call. Let's keep not calling over each other. Let's keep being next to each other, boys. Do the stuff together. Okay, boys, take a step back in the communication, okay? We are too emotional, right? Everyone, take a deep breath right now for me.
That is my IGL.
Yeah, here's my IGL also right now.
I can't believe it. I mean, if Nats is telling you to do that in a grand final, they're 2-0 up, you're going to listen to him, right?
Immediately, I'm chill. Okay? Okay,
Yeah.
nice. Whatever you want. You want a coffee also, man? I'm right here. Yeah, take whatever.
You're going to bring it over. You're going to bring it over. Welcome to the desk, by the way, Mini. Thank you for joining me and Sadak at the grand finals. Of course, Liquid 2-0 up already. A map that they decided to pick. During the map vetoes, we had a lot of questions. Was this the right idea? But Mini, hindsight, you know, we have the gift of hindsight, but they definitely came in here with a plan. Did you like that plan?
Yeah, I mean, it looks a lot of the same we've seen from Team Liquid. A lot of good stuff off of the Teo and Breach. I think that composition is probably one of the best on the map so far. But yeah, I am impressed with the confidence from Team Liquid of picking into Vitality's strongest map.
You don't see that very often. You don't indeed. And now they are 2-0 up, Sadak. We spoke about, you know, the momentum and how confident you can be. You can't ask for a better start.
No, you saw it here perfectly. I think it's all about confidence on this team, to be honest, because they're just slaying. Everything they do is just working out fine, and the game plan they have against Vitality coming into this, it was just perfect. Like, they understood how they play, they understood how to counter, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pure confidence. And some of that comes from some players who have never even been in a grand final before. If we take a look at the pay safeguard play of the final, this clutch from Kamek, I mean, this is so smart. Sadak, if one of your players did this, you give them a little pat on the back?
I would cry. I would say I'm proud of you. And then next round.
Yeah, Mini, talk me through why this is so smart.
Well, it's the idea that the rockets come in from a certain direction. So Safe thinks that Kamek is garage, and then the reposition here is just beautiful.
It is indeed, and a huge round to win as well. I mean, we had Vitality starting to gain a bit of momentum coming into the game, and then Kamek, Giga Brain, last second secures the round and eventually secures the map as well. We heard it from Durka before. There is a reason why they run this comp, and it's because he believes, Mini, that he can make it better from the way Fnatic were playing it. Have you seen anything that confirms that?
On defense, they ran exactly the same stuff, which was quite good. But the attack, they were a bit more direct with their approach. And Team Liquid were more than capable of holding those direct approaches. And then the defaults, they were just getting picked off.
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced by Durka's assumption, but they do have more options, but Boaster's more interested in defaulting mid-rounding than it seems that Vitality is.
Yeah, you can say like against Tejo and Breach playing straight up forward rounds, it's kind of like suicidal in a way, right? Because you know you're going to get stopped every single time. So if you play default, you play a little bit slower, try to bait all the resources, it should work even better.
Maybe a bit of a too late to adapt, you know, to sort of what Team Liquid were doing. But we've talked a lot about Nats already. We saw the little speech he was giving, rallying his team behind him in true IGL fashion. What does Safe need to do here? Because Sadak, I assume as we go to Lotus, he won't be playing a duelist, but what can he do to bring his team back?
I mean, I think they just need to do their own gameplay, you know, because they're just struggling on basic stuff, and Liquid is just doing like not huge strategic defaults or stuff like that, but just punish them every single time. So maybe they need to, I don't know, just fix some small mistakes they're having right now and just play their game.
I mean, they don't have long to do it. They have to win Lotus. If they don't win Lotus, it will be a 3-0, and they have to win Lotus against this comp that we're about to see behind us. $1,000,000 question, is this a one and done comp? Do you guys think it has legs? Mini, for example, if you saw it against an opponent already, how do you anti-strat this? How do you come into this and win against this crazy Liquid Lotus comp?
I don't think there's a lot of depth to this competition, to be honest with you. I think it's a lot of just, what we saw yesterday was a lot of firepower, and it was a lot of just almost ranked kind of gameplay. I don't think that Vitality should be scared by the composition, but given how much Team Liquid are shooting today, again, like, that's the part that's scary.
Yeah, Kika going on to Arena at the perfect time, I feel like. And yeah, and Sadak, you on the server, what do you do against this if you know this is coming?
To be honest, if I see this, I just know the guys are confident. Like the guys on the opposite side, they're confident. Because if they're running Clove and Reyna, that means they know they have the firepower to make it work.
And if this is your team, would you run this again? You showed it once already. You got to play again the next day. You do the same thing?
You're asking the wrong guy. Of course I would do it again every single time. As long as it works, you just do it. You just use it.
No, you will put a harbor in there.
Always.
You will be like, time to add a harbor.
Tides.
Yeah,
you know, the
time to add a harbor. But we have yet to see what Vitality can really do on Lotus. They have a lot of options, you know, a lot of talented players, a lot of roles they could cover. What do you want to see from the players of Vitality? What can they play?
I think they just need to wake up, to be honest. Maybe even play more closer together, because I think that's something they're lacking off a little bit, just this straight up faster trades sometimes. Because Liquid is just finding this just kills out of nowhere sometimes, you know? And maybe they're getting the gaps, so they need to pay more attention to where they leave the gaps open.
Do you want them to get weird as well? As weird as this? Maybe a Clove of their own?
No, they've had time to prepare their Lotus a bit more. I think that they're going to come in with a probably a standard approach to Lotus. Like, the reason Team Liquid are playing this strange composition is because they didn't have time, I don't think, to make this. This was a perma-ban for them until a few days ago. Vitality should have a bit more depth.
I hope they run some comp with a Viper, because as you guys know, when it's non-mirrored comps on Lotus, for some reason, the Viper comp always has a bit more of an advantage, even though I know they haven't really prepped for this. It is Paddy on the Viper. He knows what he's doing. You have on the other side, Les. You know, very talented Viper player. Do you feel like that could be an option for them? That would be what you consider as standard?
Yeah, right? That would be standard.
Yeah, that would be standard. It'd be interesting to see what they do with the roles, because I don't think I've seen them play a double smokes and sentinel comp yet, so I don't know who goes where.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, usually, you need a killjoy sometimes, or Cypher even, right? Maybe even Vice. I think Vice is really good on that map. But who would play that? I think Safe in that case, right? He would play.
Do you ever expect Les to pick up something like the Vice?
Vitality can't win the...
Why would I put him in Vice
against the Lotus comp there?
Just a champ sled, you know, like.
Exactly. Safe could also, I feel like. He's had a lot of experience playing Sentinel.
Vitality losing could be fun, because then we could get a G2 Vitality matchup first round.
I know you guys said they don't have an excuse to get weird, because they've had a lot of time to
they could go tail weird. but I don't think they'll go Clove Reyna weird.
I mean, you might as well. I want them to see. I want to see them go like 4 duelists plus Cypher weird. You know, game changers weird. We're gonna find out now what comms we're gonna get from both of these teams.
To get a spoiler.
And we will get the safe Vice.
Yeah, they go for the Vice.
Smokes as well.
I mean, this is rough.
I think this is a very good composition.
The
for
Vice Viper, yeah,
I think
C
the
is on
Vice and
lockdown.
Meta on Lotus, I like it a lot. It's a very standard approach from Vitality, but I think it's the best read on the standard meta right now on this map.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think Vice, like the good thing playing Vice here is they don't have a Yoru. With Vice, like you always are scared of Yorus because they can trigger the wall with the clone, but now they don't have that. So they have to really, they're gonna have to find these peaks, because if they exec, Vice is gonna just demolish them.
Yeah, but they are going to be starting on the attack though. So what are you guys looking out for from this comp on the attack side?
Attack, I just think it's gonna be slow from them, because they have a Vice, so they're gonna just try to check for B, maybe C a little bit. They don't have that much power to take A. All of
Pick
the
between
sudden,
Patty or
Could
less
that be
on
a good
Lotus.
thing?
If
'Cause
the
all
player
Liquid did yesterday on their
you pick
defense
gets
was
more
just,
kills, give 10
W game.
subs.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good if they just
If
slow
you
with
if
those
you pick
Prowlers and
aces,
those
you get
Vice
5
Brushes, just
subs.
trying to see where
Can I
Liquid are
realistically
stacking with
go
their
against
duelists, see where
less?
they're being aggressive, and then just slowly mid-round out. They should be.
I'm gonna go with less.
And of course, when the size switch as well for Liquid, that attack side though, that's going to be very, very interesting, right, with the comp they're running, because they just want to kill. They just want to go.
Yeah, I mean, it is scary when you run.
Is this gonna work again? The comp? I mean, maybe if they're confident.
It's like racers jumping
Okay,
and flash
let's
behind
see.
him, and there's so much time on your basically on your monitor, like you don't know where to shoot and you're dead. That's basically what some Paper Rex did back in the day on Bind, I remember. So yeah, I think on attack it's gonna be like hard for them to get
Kurisu01 with the
first step,
Prime.
but after
Thank
they
you
get
so
the
much.
first step,
Thank
they
you,
can
thank
just
you. I
work
appreciate
the
that.
map around and decide where they want to go. To the second, you know?
How
First round as well.
doable
Hello,
is
hello.
this, Mini? A
doing?
3-0 for Team Liquid
This
to
attack pause?
beat Vitality
Go
of
on.
all teams.
It's doable with the way they're playing, but Vitality have the better approach to the map, in my opinion. I think they got the advantage in preparation and the team competition.
We have only seen one reverse sweep in the history of VCT EMEA, and Durka was at the helm of that one last year. So Mitch and Tom, let's hope he's got what it takes here and bring Vitality to a map 4.
I told you she knew. I said Yinsu will have this off the cuff. It's always good when you don't have to remember anything when you're a caster. You can just ask Sue, she knows.
Mid-game, just dropping a text. What does this happen? Like an encyclopedia for Valorant. Well, when it comes to Team Liquid and Vitality, I think this grand final has not quite been what we expected so far. Domination from the side of Team Liquid, but we know that Vitality have what it takes to make, if not the full reverse sweep, at least to go out with a map on the board. This could be where they make it happen. Lotus was their choice. The first
Liquid
choice
on
they had was
defense.
close.
Vitality on
See if this will
attack.
be a little bit closer,
3-1 at
or
the moment
Team
for
Liquid
Pistols.
will carry on this momentum and put a swift end.
Wait, that can't be right.
Vitality's
Oh no, that is
trophy
right. Yeah,
winning
yeah.
dreams.
You can see already.
It's a lot of
The
damage
Vitality
done
are
early
very
on,
much
but this is
prepared for
Arena, so a
aggression.
kill
They
would be a
know
help.
there's gonna be pressure put
Or
out
an
throughout the
assist
map.
these days, I guess, with the change.
They've already been met with some. Kamek is just hiding within the edge of this smoke. They've already got 3 players backed up.
Okay, as we can see, they want to pivot over towards B. As long as Kamek doesn't go down, it's probably going to happen. Liquid get proactive. They want to push and see if this is a split.
Certainly will be. There's 3 players grouped up and ready to push.
Well,
but
that's all from a
taken them
classic.
all down. Beautiful stuff here in a
Yeah,
pistol.
just kind of lined up on this.
2v5 remaining.
Planted.
And it's not going anywhere.
Okay,
Oh my!
that was looking like the
Vitality
split
are gonna
pistol that we
bounce
saw earlier.
back,
Very
and it's
convincing.
flawless. It was a
3-2.
perfect start.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets in the pistol round. I think, again, I don't think Liquid had a bad read on the scenario. It was just how patient their opponents were willing to be. You had the initial sort of spot from safe, seeing them push up in one area, and that's the thing with this composition. Like, you're looking at a team that had a great defensive half, but ultimately, because they were catching opponents off guard with how aggressive they're going to be.
Alright, they're
Vitality have
allowed
got
2
to study
deaths.
that. They've got to see
3
what
rifles.
things other opponents have fallen
Liquid
to.
maybe invest too much.
And now they get to try and adapt. Maybe the comp was
It's only going to matter
if
if Vitality buy an outlaw into next round. Okay, honestly, the investment might pay off because
look easy with the classic,
Still got
but
3
there's
sheriffs.
a lot more that they're up against. Less also having a pistol, but 3
Probably need
rifles in
to
play.
talk about it again because I see it every
There's
single
gonna be
time.
somewhere
Teams that duel this
will struggle to
on
find the value, but
ecos
I like the
really
ideas
annoy
just
me. I would
sticking in these
always
little
invest a
nasty holes with
Fade
the A
Prowler
side.
to
Got
clear
this
this and then
double push
BC
up and a
default because the
little
most
while
common
ago,
eco that
was here.
happens, or
Just
like
moved out.
anti-eco that would
so the
happen, or
idea there
teams
is that
getting
Kiko
ecoed is
can
from just
die,
dueling
and
over
then
towards
they
C
don't
and
know
taking the
about
headshot
Kamek.
angle.
Instead, he got a kill,
Like
got
teams
out
would
for
really
free,
benefit from a little
and
Prowler.
now
Open the
Vitality
door,
have no
pinch over
casualties.
towards C if you want to take
There
C
can't be any
early.
more casualties. They've already lost the 2 pistol players. That was meant to be their safety net.
Yeah,
Anybody
they
else
got
going
no
down,
safety
and
net.
you are losing
We
a
got
gun
2 and 2.
at the
Patty's
risk
pretty
of
low though.
giving it over to somebody else as well.
We
There's only gonna
definitely
be a
got to
couple
look
of
at
players
Kamek
within
because
this
he's
side. This
pushing.
isn't a stack up, and Marseille has started things off with a bang.
seconds left.
Still here, damage done, but not delivered with the
Yeah,
kills.
Darker got the kill on that as well.
Rid of
The
most of
Wolf
the
are behind.
dangers.
Oh, wait, they
Catching
cleaned this
Camo
up
with knife out
nicely.
will certainly do the trick, and now Kamek left alone. This round was looking very much under threat. See if the economy can be
Yeah.
damaged, and it most certainly will. There's the 1 kill. Every little helps from this point forward.
Yeah,
That's all
still
they'll get. Still,
got
with 3
an
kills on the
armor out,
board,
1
Team
gun.
Liquid might not have a round, but it's at least their best foot forward early on.
Yeah, it's costly. I think that we saw Vitality do well to just make sure that one didn't get too far out of control. You can again see the issues that they're going to be running into.
You can also see the plan from Liquid on this little bait setup. Little bait setup with the Reyna. Reyna gets the kill, dismiss away. You got another behind the box ready to he baited him. Oh boy, this is what I was worried for. Trex realizes they put too many sheriffs. 3 people that can get 1 shot on the bonus.
Okay, let's just hold somewhere on the map where they're going to be pressuring us.
The push-up by Kamek. Just on the other side of that smoke, Les doesn't know quite how close his opponent is. He already crept past that Viper's wall. Re-smoke. So he's safe for now. Just waiting for them to step out. B-push being attempted as well. It's a lot of aggression from Team Liquid. A lot of risks being taken, and Safe did just see the shoulder, or the elbow I should say, come around that corner. He doesn't know that they've gone walking back. Vitality have a decision to make, and it is to step into Kamek's crosshair, but he won't land the shot.
5 HP.
It's Trex's outlaw to draw blood and leave the A site open.
Clove does go down though, so
Vitality's
smokes
goal
can
all along.
still be put down.
They want to try and
Yeah,
isolate
and they
some
want
of
to go
these
for the
duels.
B
They're
pivot.
throwing
Let's
out
look on the
utility
minimap.
just
B's
to-
completely
and
open. This is a
try
great
and
call
make
for
things
Vitality.
out
Looking
elsewhere on
good for the
map, hold
bonus.
players in position. And now they're going to get themselves the B site for free. Absolutely no one here. You can also see that Vice wall down, so that if anybody steps out, it's going to create some awkwardness for the defense. Getting back into this one is definitely not going to be easy.
Really, really nice play that's left them in this position. Yeah, Team Liquid, I mean, having to open the door if they want Patatek here. So much utility to fight against. Durka up close still to be rooted from position. And sure, Kiko, the best players to put in that position. Tracks down, okay, they've already had the first lick of damage. Decent trades to start with, the 2v3 that they're left in, but the defenders fragmented. So are the attackers somehow. Kicks
God, look at the amount of Jaws this guy wins. It's so fast. No time on this though,
Far
but
too low, despite damage as good as it is. Vitality, 3-0 start.
It's going to end up being a Rebel clutch for Safe, but a lot of that
yeah, as
just
soon as they
came
got
down
that
to his
first pick, it
utility.
became a lot
This is the thing
easier.
I've really
The call was good
loved
as well,
about
and I think they looks like
Vice.
they feel like there's a weakness over towards B, because every time they're taking A, even on the pistol, they wanted to pivot over
Just
towards B.
horrible to play against. Like, you're going to be sat there, either you wait while it's been
The
popped,
aggro
which
Vice Wolf, I think the aggro Vice Wolf's sort of fine as long as
off the clock,
no
or
one
you
starts
try and run
flanking
through
behind you.
and you take an absurd amount of damage while trying to get
Like you can
through
start
all
with
of
a
that
plan where you're
utility,
just using the
all of
Wolf
that
after
full
plant
time off the
until
clock.
they actually have a
Well,
round where they start pushing behind.
3-0 attack side half.
You maybe saw it with
A solid
Kamikali
place
though,
to
I
be for
agree.
Vitality. Sure, a couple of weapons were kept. There's at least a chance for some damage.
Okay, Vitality for sure just want to get one of these ults online for the next
Definitely a
buy
weaker
rounds,
buy on the Liquid
and
side.
could be the Omen ult,
This is
but
the
probably the
rifle
Fade ult
here,
is the
taking a
priority.
Big risk. Kiko has a get out of jail free card if he gets the kill, of course, with the dismiss. And he may just have the chance. Here comes Kicks. Oh, but Kiko starts to check the right
Nice
around
shot.
just at
There's
the
the Omen
wrong
ult.
time. Vitality and Kicks himself. He's off to a hell of a start here. 4-2. They move towards the C site with that space gain. The Prowler did
Nice.
not see Patatek. He's not got the weapon for the fight, though. The Stinger only good for one. But Vitality, 55 seconds, and a ton of options. The world is their oyster right now.
They're so worried about every single position. That's the thing. I think that most of these rounds,
And they Stinger gets
those
3.
Prowlers so early in every single round just to make sure that some of these positions are clear, constantly being re-aggressed, and Nats is taking a very...
Guy, he is feeling it if we're going for that angle.
Kicks, as you said, is flying. A 3rd kill already for him. The remaining 2 players nowhere to be seen, and only with pistols. This round has to go the way of Vitality.
There's just been presence everywhere as well.
Yeah,
Vitality
and
pushing, pulling the
checks
map
with the
perfectly,
flank,
finding the kill
and
after
getting
they
the orb over
initially
towards C
pressure
long
A,
means that they
rotate
have
back,
ult, so
get
into
B
the next buy
aggression,
round they go a
to
lot of
C,
ults.
catch the C aggression,
Did anyone...
go back to
I think
A,
Dark was pretty
find
far
a
away,
free
right? I
plant,
don't think Dark
and
can
now the
get ult.
players that remain have almost nothing to say about it. Camo will probably want to save this weapon. For Kamek on 5 HP, it's not exactly like that 1v4 big play is going to come into effect. Camo is stepping forward, and understandable to want to do damage in this round. He will achieve that with the first shots landed. The second shots landed as well, but safe puts it to bed, and with 5 HP, Kamek only looks for more damage. Nice shot! Just about took that rifle out in time. This has become
Yeah, didn't want to waste the
costly
overhill.
round. And from what was a clean victory for Vitality, I think that they've done an okay job in the end there.
What are
for
Liquid doing
but
wrong?
The start of the round is
The
really
whole
where
comm
problems
space of
lie.
winning
4-0.
duels and losing duels.
Yeah, this is the thing. This has been a much brighter start from Vitality, and that's been the case with a lot of their matches within this tournament. Is once they get going, they're incredibly difficult to stop, and they've been well aware of everything that's being attempted.
They
Okay,
might
once or twice,
just go
I think
aggro A as well.
being
That'll probably
cleared,
help them a
but
little bit.
Other than that,
Aggro
it's
A,
okay,
aggro
you want to
C.
try and push this, we're
They
waiting.
may be
You wanna
being a
try
little
and
bit
push
too
this, we're
passive,
waiting. They're
but
playing so patiently on the rounds.
don't want
that
to say that when they're
I
like pushing
wonder
over
if Liquid
towards
will
B
make
and
the
stuff as well.
adaptation to play super passive. And you might look at the composition they have and go, how's that going to work? Like, you've got a double controller, single initiator, double duelist. Like, it doesn't really sing that you can play passive, but when a team is waiting for you, I feel like you almost need at least one of those rounds to
Just missed
bait
last
them
year,
into
but do you
taking
ever
some
think
space
Val will
early,
eventually
bait
have
them into
unique
doing what you
agent
want them to do,
picks?
because otherwise you keep running at them and they're just holding.
Do you mean without like a
the
ban
chances of you
system?
winning those rounds are slim to none.
You all just take turns picking and then the other team can't pick.
For Team Liquid, that pause called a discussion.
I still think it would be too much like ranked, but I kind of prefer that idea maybe to
And we see them again brave that challenge of the Vitality
to
attack
banning.
side. Vitality being slow to start. What, 9-3 down in both first halves.
At least on a team you could have priority of like 3 things that would work well
They lose
together.
every round from here
You
on out.
could
Still
make
better
sure that
outlook
something
than what
works
we
with
saw
it.
before. And something tells me
It's better than
we're gonna shoot a
bans,
little higher
but
than
I
that
just
bar.
don't think. I just don't think because
Especially with how things
it
have
works
kicked
in
off.
League of Legends
The
because it's
interesting
one
thing will
map.
be now is, do we see a change
7
from
maps. Like imagine having
Vitality? They
7
have
maps in League of
at least
Legends.
one ultimate that will do
Bans
that
would
for
be a
them.
nightmare.
Nightfall.
Like
Okay,
it's so much
for a
better watching
fast
like
pace hit with a lot of
stuff
information
that is
already.
like
Looking
you
to
can
make
see
their
what
way
the team's
towards
been
this
working on
B-side.
instead of it
Kamek
looking
has
like
been
ranked.
revealed. Paranoia thrown in. Plenty of utility expended alongside it. He is just about going to survive on the edge of the seas. Very lucky to get away with that one. And after not dealing with him, the attack fall back.
They fall back.
The,
And where do they
the
go
coaches
to?
and the teams already
Well, if
have
it is
too much
towards
work
the
as
A
well,
side,
to be
a
honest.
double push up on Rubble will have to be dealt with. Instead, it's towards Patatek.
Okay, we got another go at the buy rounds.
But he's sent back towards the back
And
of the
Dark
C
are one
side.
away from his
Pressure
ult. Yeah,
early
they're not
from
messing around on
Vitality
this
as they
one.
get control.
Let's see how they
Pop a
retake
smoke
over
down to
towards A.
stop him from being able to see anything. A few shots for pressure. But after taking that orb, they are moving in the other direction again into this double stack up ahead of the wall as Kiko. And his first is found. He fades back. The Prowler
Ooh,
seeking
Prowler
out the
doesn't clear
player
this.
on Rubble has not spotted Camo. They think that the Rain is the only player pushed up, and they're about to find out that they are dead wrong. Camo, a little late though.
But it's okay
Doesn't
because
quite
Camo
catch them in
insta
time.
clears
Those two
this and they can
players
get the
able to
rotate going now.
retreat Straight into the waiting arms of Kamek. There is
Yeah,
no
so they
safe
basically
ground
have
for
multiple
Vitality,
duelists
not
around the
without
map.
a brawl. And with Kicks, big performer to start out this
Kamek
map.
definitely
Well,
playing
finally,
the
he puts it bed.
clove like a
4-1.
duelist, really.
Coming out of the timeout, Team Liquid seemed to have a solution.
Yep, win the
funny
duels,
thing is
win
that
the
their
round.
solution is very similar
Yeah.
to what we saw before. I think
Nice
is
little
they do
off angle
start
from,
with, at least their
Kiko, though.
B-side hold was more passive, but when that initial take fails, you do feel like that's where it fell apart a little bit for Vitality. They're having that initial idea and not getting the results. I think also just Kiko being that little
The
bit
rounds
more
were so
cheeky.
close to Vitality
Also,
have to
something I
eco
wanna
this
keep
as
an eye
well.
on, there's been a couple
And
of moments where
they're going to feel a little bit gutted that they didn't just get to spam their ults. There's also a round that Vitality like need to be careful. If this gets a little bit close, but they spam all their ults on the eco, then this whole advantage might go down. Speaking of ults, here comes a Razor.
Flash in, showstopper in play.
Very nice.
Nice shot. Kamek's position given away
Okay,
by
well, that'll
shots
do it.
earlier. Durka able to pick up
Gotta
a
look at
second as
some of
well.
the damage
in a
done.
low-buy round like this, that's getting them everything they
Oh,
need.
it's all Viper
Rifles
stuff.
on the floor and a plant secured for Vitality.
They're expecting something in response. Yeah, Empress popped, but they will be able to get the plant in. Steel Garden. Seemingly attempted and more or less up close to the
Yeah,
shotgun.
probably
This
gonna
is
be
even the
saving
playing
this.
field. It's made it far more awkward for those players without their guns. Although Camo has his wall, will actually close out Kiko. I don't think he believed that was there, so it's left him in a problematic position, having to wait, and only his teammate can really make a move back in. Similarly to before, that clock is now ticking, and with the Nightfall in play, you'd think this is falling apart, but somehow it comes back to a close scenario.
Yeah, I mean, they got
Not
the Fatal out of
close
them as
enough.
well.
Pay save card.
Durka did great.
A
I mean,
big
Durka
round
did
of
everything,
ultimates
really.
for Vitality, but it is
Good
worth the
decision,
investment.
good decision making from the
If they
ult
lose
as well.
that round, that could be the start of a spiral downwards. But instead, able to make good use of it. And indeed, beautiful stuff from our EVS team as
Nomrod,
well.
what's up?
Kameken obviously shot his rifle, but Durka managed to see him clearly on the way in. An easy shot. With these weaker weapons, something like Nightfall, it can turn the game back in your favor. 5-1, big lead for Vitality, but a big round coming up for Liquid. Now they're full bot, and look at those ultimates. The Viper's Pit.
But now you did I had YouTube chat up.
Well, not the
There's
Viper's
no
Pit
questions.
anyways, that's gone.
No, this is the thing. Padatek has been trying
Yeah,
desperately to get
force buy into
information
this
on
one.
that side of the map. This is the problem with having that
Throwing the
lack
op
of
over
an
towards
additional
Trek so you can
initiator,
entry a bit heavier.
or even having that Sentinel that could potentially get you the same contact. He's having to take risks, and those risks have not really been paying off. Kiko, this is the same spot as before.
Timing.
I'd be surprised if there isn't something, but he's actually ahead of where he
Oh.
expected to be. And
Wait, what happened to
didn't
the orb
get
there?
out of there fast enough.
He wanted to dismiss, but it
The
disappeared.
risk, reward, and unfortunately for him, the punish.
I think he was probably smashing dismiss, but just
It's your
about
birthday in
too
2.5
far
hours.
around
Happy
that
birthday,
corner.
dude. Happy early birthday.
Nats is looking the wrong way in traffic. Kamek,
He
1d4.
went behind the wall.
And a round that should be set already in Vitality's favor, a 6-1 lead. After the games that they've just had, this
Yeah,
is
looking a little bit
godsend for the
one-sided,
squad.
and definitely what we were saying about this comp, maybe being a one and done is coming true. Gotta win all those duels. I know, like the original higher lower off angles where they were doubling up. I can't really use them again because they're being a lot safer with the fade util.
And you start to think that they have just come in today and had everything figured out for this exact play.
That's the problem. This composition puts them in a box.
There's not much you can do.
It's so difficult to sort of find gaps that aren't
Zojo,
just
hello, mate.
go aggressive.
Thank
And
you,
I think
thank you.
Kiko's really been the only one that's had that level of success. You can see
Confidence comp?
Panatek has been
Yeah.
trying to get them extra
You're referring to the
information, but
icebox.
We are just spotting this slow, methodical play from the Vitality attack, and it's really not worked out for Liquid with the aggression. And we've seen them take some control over on the C side, but this is very much, again, by design. There is the wall deep from Vice, which means that if they go too far, they'll meet it. Camo's done well, though. That's at least an opener.
Kiko still holding strong inside of Tree. They've got B-side control.
Patatek was hit.
Patatek.
No way.
No. 27 left, but it's enough to keep him breathing and keep
I was
this
going to say
site
he's
in
about
Vitality's
to get
control.
rewarded for the patience.
4v3. Nats walking up is caught by safe, but Camo throws his hat in the ring. A chance now,
Kiko was
perhaps.
spiked down. They got
They
the
left
Omen
the
ult
spike
though,
behind,
so
but
they're
of
instantly
course,
going to go
Kix
see
has
Omen
the
ult this one.
And will quickly be retrieving the spike, finding a plant for his squad, and leaving Kiko.
He missed it because it's on top of the
way.
box. There's
It was
no
on the
way.
box. He's gone down below.
30 seconds left.
That's a blunder.
Yeah, and he
A
insta-cancelled,
big
but he
blunder
could have
for
looked
Vitality.
around and
They've
picked
gotta
it up
fight
because
Kiko
of the
now.
new
He must be bad.
of the new
He must
Omen
be
ult,
just
but
confused as to
he
why the
didn't. He
spike
just
is still within this
insta-cancelled.
site. The smokes have been placed. by Kimmich. And a chance to maybe fight this
He
one
knows
back.
where the omen's
Flank to
coming
the
from.
corner. It reveals
Whoa,
his position,
imagine
and
it.
thankfully
Imagine
for
it.
Kicks, Safe is there to save the day.
I paused for a second. I thought maybe my feed was delayed. I heard the ult, I saw it cancel, and the spike is still there. No doubt he was as confused, if not more, than we were, but thank God they're able to recover that in the end. This was a scrappy round, and the fact that Safe is able to find so much value on this pierce.
He's on 27 HP the whole time.
Like, the fact he gets shot in the side of the head with no chance to return fire. At least it looked that way, and Safe still
solid
delivers
replay.
the kill. Allows Durka to follow up, claims the B site. That's how they get the round. 7-1 on the board. Team Liquid stalling out 4 ultimates and a big buy for this squad. But again, Durka on this operator early on for a composition on Team Liquid that looks exclusively to push up and catch you off guard. That op is kryptonite.
The other danger as well is Safe has got so many kills that steel garden is back online. It can be so valuable, both for taking a site, but more worryingly, I think in the post plant, that's where his utility has just been thriving versus this squad. They want to get in and battle, but he delays them so much that retake is never quite as good as they'd like it to be.
I mean, Nats has ult for this when they do send it.
This time it is more
And Patty might be able to
passive from
capitalize
those
off of
players
it.
at least, but can they hold the line?
1, 2, 3.
There it is.
Oh, what
the
a shot.
Operator again finding value. Patatek unable to deny
didn't
the
even manage to
plant,
capitalize
and
off
now
the ult as well.
Vitality off-site. Steel Garden. Viper's pit online, and there's the pit put into
Dude,
play.
Dark is popping
Durka
everyone
stepped
now
up
with the op as
yet
well.
again. Such a big problem.
Wait.
They're defusing. They're defusing
Wait.
right now, and
Wait.
the shots are landing slightly off.
It's such a nice try.
Steps in.
That's
Both
funny.
barrels claiming a life. An 8-1 for Vitality. As a result, they are putting up numbers, and it doesn't look like this is the same team that we just saw play the last 2 maps. Safe is 12-2 at the moment, and Durka's opening duels, they are winning the rounds.
Yeah, Dark
and
is
it's
getting
so
some lovely
flawless,
shots.
and I kind of want to say a faded masterclass. This looks like someone who's been up all night studying and has just made this just to basically destroy Liquid's composition. You came in with something that was high risk, you played it, it worked for you. Then you have to be ready to adapt, and that's the thing. Right now, I don't know if Liquid were prepared or if they had the time to change what they needed to basically with this composition. You're witnessing the flaws and you're witnessing a team pick them apart.
Whoa, double timeout.
Play by play. 8-1 in the lead. This is where the coaches on the other side can potentially earn their money, but again, it does feel like with this composition, you put yourself into a box. You have to be aggressive unless you're hoping on Nats to basically do everything with what? A Haunt and a couple of Prowlers. He needs all the info for the whole round. You can't have that. You need aggression, you need to push, and you need to walk into Durka's operator. And if that's something you need to do, well, that guy's asking
It is
for
all
Durka
they
to
get.
be his dad. He might become it just by you walking into his crosshair.
Well, 8-1. And that timeout
Not sure about that
subsided.
one.
Still plenty of ultimates in play, but so far, that's not been the game changer you'd hope it would be for Liquid. Aggression on this defensive side has been shut down pretty much every time it's attempted. It's been a passive play from this operator in the early round. This time, there's a change. Instead, that op is poking at the B site and suffering the jaws of a Prowler. Vitality spotting the A aggression as well. They're sensing that the C side is that little bit more open for them. We might just see Durka fire in with the rocket launcher, see if he can end this show.
Good luck to Patty.
Patatek is there with just a Bucky. Teammates rotating in, trying to help out, try to be a distraction, and
No way, though. Where's the
why you
Bucky
just
bullets
don't
gone?
play the Bucky. It sucks.
Might need a replay of that
all
one.
onto the leg?
That was as on as I've ever seen. Kiko, straight
All
on
leg
Durka.
shots?
It's still competitive.
If the
It's still
if all your
possible
bullets of the
for
Bucky
Team
hit the
Liquid.
leg, does it not kill?
Both coming together
Probably
is
not.
perfect in this situation.
I guess not, because I feel like
Showstopper.
every bullet would hit.
Not thrown in. They're going for this with just the rifles and the spams back in the other direction. They put an end to that. Camo 1v3, and this has gone from a winnable situation, a threat to Vitality's streak, and turned into an easy round. Less on the flank closes it 9-2. 2-1.
Oh, it's dominant.
This is a completely different
Yeah, this
map
is going to
three
give them a
than what we
lot
were
of hope.
expecting. And you heard Sadik on the stage say he would, or on the analyst desk, so used to him being on the stage, that he wouldn't change the composition. That wasn't meant to be a diss. I'm sorry, Sadik. He wouldn't change the comp. He'd come in and run it the same. If it works, it works. Well, right now, Tom, it is not working.
No,
Camo,
they're
yeah,
definitely struggling.
he,
And I think that
he
we've
sees
started
us
to
all.
see the individuals on Vitality wake up as well, Safe having a fantastic performance, but every piece of the puzzle seems like it's there. And
It's a shot.
oh, it's looking like more
Hit
of
him.
the same. Two-man push-up, third man alongside. Safe under pressure. Well, he should be dead
Oh, there
to
we
rights
go.
here
He's the
because
ult this
anything
time.
he's done well. He
17
has
HP,
done a
13
lot
HP
of
though for
damage.
Natus from the original
Two
duel.
players, 13 and
And they've
17
popped
HP.
Durka on this angle.
Prowler's gone.
And
Yeah, there
Kiko
you
might
go.
have to
Nats is
flash
done.
this, but do
13
they
HP in
even
the
expect
corner.
it? Of course
Can't
not.
take one with him. Durka's same spot.
They kinda
Landing the
disrespected
shot,
their own
forcing
smoke.
the ult out of Kamek. He's back in the fight, but not for long. Kamek needs to run straight through the snake bite and the spam. It's a death sentence. Kicks follow suit though. The numbers stay even 3v3. If Team Liquid get on this site, Viper's Pit goes up, and this round could become very difficult for someone like Durka as well. Running the operator, it could nullify him, but they're delayed, kept back by the C's. Durka, well, he won't be on the flank. Not gonna go that crazy with the operator. And now the problem is, if that pit comes into play, how will they deal with it? I see the snake bite thrown through. No
Oh, yeah, fade eye.
available. Batatek put to bed. Kiko all alone. Well, he's managed to evade less at
Let's
least,
go
but not the second time.
completely by each
Ships in the
other.
night, but finally
Yeah,
a
let's
lantern spotted. 10
let's
to
go bind.
1 for Vitality.
Let's
The
go to
streak
bind.
continues.
This has been insanity, just with how strong they've looked in so many scenarios. I want to give a shout out to Trex as well in that round. As I said, there were some rounds earlier where I felt like his Prowlers could have caused them issues if they didn't clear certain spots. In this round, first Prowler clears Nat to the back. He then
This
has
veto
his
is
horns.
incredible.
Again,
Look at the timing
just
on that.
catches the player before they head into the smoke, and he also had the C's that caught 3 players as they were trying to rotate in. That is a perfect round of utility from him. Might be at the bottom of the board, but he's definitely still putting in a shift.
No, not much presence early on
Dude,
C.
the
Team Liquid
crouch
walk it
is-
up and, well, that aggression
crouch from Camo
finally seems to
completely
be
wrecked
finding
them.
Value. Trex super low, as is his opponent. Patatek has managed to sneak his way in as well. How has he gotten here?
Yeah,
He's
Nats
heard
just dropped the
rotation.
spike over to a
He's right
spawn.
on top of the
Good
front
chance to
in the
double the
roll.
rounds.
Too many rounds the corner. It's free for Patatek. He's
Okay,
got all the
2.
kills on that last push. And 2 rounds at least.
Yeah, I'm
before
not
he
sure.
had
I don't think it's a thing.
Yeah, well, it's been
Not with the comp.
9-3, 9-3 for both first halves. Now Vitality come in with a 10-2 of their own. But
The problem is as well,
this would
like
have
the
to be an absolute mammoth
Viper
response
Vice
from
comp
Liquid.
is
They had a pretty good
it's
defense
so
last
sick
time.
on
Maybe they were
defense.
saving strats for their attack.
Well, let's hope so. This second half is going to be an uphill battle, no matter which way you cut it. For
Comp diff
Vitality,
here?
it
Yeah,
could be the way back
you
into
could
the
say that.
series.
Aim,
We'll find out
bit of a
which
dual
it
diff
is
as well.
after the break.
Red Bull gives you
Any
wings.
rounds to believe? I think it would have to get to like 10-10, realistically. The benefit of coming first in the final, you get 3 champs points. You get #1 seeding for Bangkok. So you get to avoid DRX, G2, and EDG. And champs points is more important this year as well, because it's 2 slots instead of 1 slot. Apparently there's no EMEA draw, but unconfirmed. Okay, but there's still the Masters draw, right? I wonder when they do the EMEA draw, they'll probably just do a video again later. Nomrod, I said happy birthday already, but I'll say it again. Happy birthday, mate.
Number 2, another landslide of an opening 10-2. Team Liquid.
Glad chat
they
tomorrow?
started this
Nah,
off
nah,
with
I
the
gotta
first 2 maps
do.
looking
I gotta go
dominant, but
Germany and
now
do some content.
Vitality have cracked the code. Their way back into the series seems to be open. But Tom, can I ask you a question? We've asked the Twitch chat in most of the halves. throw it to you. You believe in the comeback?
No.
Oh.
No, I think that, especially with the way that Safe has been playing, having him anywhere as a site anchor will be
Bacon.
fantastic. Then you
Why are you
have
so
Les,
angry
who
today?
can also play as that site anchor on the Viper.
Leaving the
I think they're gonna be
house?
able
Yeah,
to
I know,
get
it's
more
devastating, right?
information off the back of the arc rows as well. With him playing around that utility, I think it's going to be really difficult. And a lot of what this comp
pistols.
relies on is those individuals.
VT.
For Liquid,
1-0.
you're going to need someone like Hiko to basically just go nuclear.
Well, I said I like this comp because it's fluid, and I think that's really on the attack side that it gets to show its teeth. Nats's flank has not found anything. The
That's
lurk
unless there's 7
expected.
kills each.
I wonder how they
We got
guess.
defense now as
Team
well,
Liquid.
surely.
Movement to the A site, though, has been a success. This push will get them on site, possibly a plant as well. Vitality happy to concede that, tagging up players and taking them down in the trades.
I like this
in a
move from
very
Patty.
dangerous scenario already. The C's is going to go through alongside.
As long as
It
they...
doesn't seem
Oh,
like the nade caught.
oh
And while
we're on
Panitic's
top of
lurk
it.
has also
Respect,
been denied.
respect,
This is a
respect.
problem now. Plant yet to go in.
Trex is
Two
playing
players
fantastic.
standing. They are doing damage. That's the only thing that really shines for this squad at the moment. Kavik needs to land.
Dude
Shot
just
in
stared
back.
at it the whole
Neither player
time.
connects. It is clean in the end from Liquid. Oh, sorry, from Vitality. They will get themselves an 11th round. The pistol might just put this one to bed.
Got a bit too used to Liquid winning those
Yeah,
maps,
it
didn't you? Don't worry, right there with you. This is a new face in this grand final for Vitality, but a much welcomed one. 11-2. And a chance to close this one out dominantly when neither of the previous maps have been. The sense has been, but the score line has always been there. Vitality started to come back. They certainly
going
did
for
on
it.
the first map.
It's
It was
a-
double
it's
digits,
such
and they had a real
a
possibility.
weird force buy.
But to deny Team Liquid that opportunity here would be huge. Now, I do think
This would
Liquid,
be
they get
borderline
punished on the defense,
illegal
and here
in
on the attack,
Americas. They
they
get
actually
no
get to use their
stingers.
competition, I think, a bit more how they'd want to. But
Less
the
is 5
deficit that
HP
they're
though.
at, the slow start in this half as well already. Okay.
Everyone gets the
Perhaps I should
sheriffs.
hold my breath. Safe and less have been tagged astronomically low. Trades are looking good, and with so much
No
damage
stingers is
done,
crazy.
this round is
Yeah, but
not
they don't make it look
a
as broken as the
conclusion. That's
America's
an
players.
awkward trade and one they needed to win cleanly.
Yeah, this is all in for Liquid. They spent their money, put their credits on the table, and right now, it's looking like a royal flush.
Yeah, looking good.
Especially with Panitic landing that kill. This leaves less with, well, less than
Oh, there we
ideal
go. That's why they
scenario.
buy it.
It will be a response, an immediate
That's why I
response
said the
from
Americas
Liquid,
fast.
but there's still a mountain to climb.
Oh, there most certainly is, but they've at least put their hiking boots on. Kamek, nice double opening in this. You know, it's such, even on the investment that they have, it's the fact that it's Sheriffs putting up all this damage until the very end. 3 rounds on the board. Guys, let's just run it down. All right.
Run it
I see
down.
what you're doing, Kiko. But I will say that's pretty par for the course with a Reina player. That's the kind of call I
Yeah.
expect to hear.
No, I expect him to say, 4 go B, I go A with Spike.
I love that.
I think that's one of, that was, who was it who did that strat?
El Clasico.
I watched Cider do that strat recently and had a meltdown. Nonetheless, they have got very far in towards the spawn area. You can see the rotation of this defensive side. They are running, galloping into their deaths. Well,
Just
at least one of them is. They don't
3
go as
people
big
holding the
bullet
angle.
For the rest of the team. Obviously, this is a minute investment. A cheeky little spot for Les, and he's going to find one.
Yeah, he's going to pick up a gun
Any
here.
damage would be nice. Kiko, well, he's able to get out of there. And eventually, it's down to kicks.
Now, there was a bulldog
Okay,
behind
very,
him,
very
but
nice.
a little too in the fight to go and get it.
Get the buy round out. Let's see how the buy
Around
round's looking.
For the side of Team Liquid, a slow grind back. What? The start of the half?
The
makes
Liquid
it
comp
look
is better on
doable. For
attack.
Vitality,
Yes,
this is
it
where the
is,
full buy
but
comes out.
at the
This
same
is
time,
what my focus is on, because this squad has been
at the same time,
impressive.
it's
They've been
but the
clean
Vitality
so far.
comp
Complete
is,
turnaround,
in my
and
opinion, better on defense.
maybe the second half can represent the same thing for Team Liquid. For the sake of the grand final, you hope not. We go to bind up next between these two squads. We'd be blessed.
I think they might
see that
literally
battle.
just,
And see a
because
Team
Kiko
Liquid
said run
roll
it down,
out.
I think they might actually just run it down A every
managed
round
to
because
get
they
past
won't
all
be
of
able
the
to enter
utility.
C.
They've got to be careful. Luckily, the Haunt has given away the game. But this is super aggressive. Trax has managed to find one. The spam working out. It's actually safe to find a kill. In fact, he gets a second. Double up from behind the Viper utility, and that's now the spike down in the dirt. This is the worst possible start that could have been here for Liquid. Nats on that fade is far away from the action, but how long does it take them to think that he could be behind?
Last player standing.
Okay, there we go.
They look like
Nice shot from
the Satchel
Last to
headshot him.
finally successful, and you're waiting to see
Yeah,
how that
one-tapped
one
him.
panned out with the spike now completely isolated behind that Viper wall. That's okay. Nice shot to start with, and a damn good
Yeah,
attempt.
it looked like a
Looking the right
lovely
way
shot.
for all the fights, but bullets not quite landing. Again,
Sure.
this is the face of Vitality that
Dude,
we
I
have
can't
seen
even remember
the
what
entirety
Liquid plays
of
on
Lotus.
Bind.
A much better performance than what we saw on map 1. Now we're in map 2.
But this is the Vitality we've seen the entirety of Kickoff.
Exactly,
Like,
they're
I
back.
feel like that team was missing
Sky Gecko.
throughout this series thus
Okay.
far. Getting beaten in aim battles, being beaten by strategy.
We're not going bind? Dude, we're going bind.
And it seemed like that trophy was
Come on.
slowly slipping away from them, but now that lease of life has been found. That confidence
Bring them down.
has been put back. Oh, Durka.
Yeah,
He looks
flash
to try
mine.
and continue. That's a good start, though. 2 players being picked up, kicks. I don't know if he's going to expect players to be here. He's only going to get one.
There's
Does
no
well be.
chance
Find that
Les
Les
expects this
is not
close.
going to have a good time
Yeah.
here. Kamek's already thread the needle right the way through. They knew they'd lost B. Not that he'd be quite that close. Left to 1, just safe. Outlaw in hand. Kamek greeting him as he rounds that corner. A 3-piece ult online coming out of this one.
Yeah, we're
Very
going.
good
We're
safety
going
net
down.
for Team Liquid to have.
8 to
but
7.
7 rounds in a row needed. The uphill battle, the incline, not decreased by quite that much.
But the thing is as well, it's just these sort of rounds seem to be off the back of Kamek just being so aggressive, like taking space away from them, making it awkward for them to play.
We play this game to get confidence and to be warm, okay? If we win, we win. If we lose,
If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. Honestly, it's a very good way to look at it, though.
When we talk about these dominant games, you don't want to go into
Like,
even your opponent's map and
it's
get
not even like the
dominated.
fake
You wanna have
belief
that
of like
little
we've got
resurgence at
this.
the
It's
end.
just like
Their
it is what it
showstopper
is.
saved by Camo. Just for space, just for space. Oh, that was
Ooh.
close. The wall got in the way. Otherwise,
Nice
Les
shot from
would
Les,
not be
though.
finding the kill on the Nats. The trade back by
Oh, they
Durka
are
makes
actually
this a
running it down. Look at them.
winnable round.
No.
Another bound. Kamek hits the res though. They're back in the fight. Team Liquid will not crumble quite that easily.
It looked for a moment like they would. That would be a horrible way, especially after Paditek's beautiful speech to go down to
I like
was
the speech.
SMGs and
I
pistols.
thought it
And
was
the
good.
scary thing as well is if Safe was allowed to survive any longer, he had Steel Garden. That becomes an even fight within a second. Even still, the climb back has gone from 8 to 6. It's still a margin that I don't think any team will want to play through. Although, I'll be honest, like, Liquid do not seem phased.
6 of
This
them.
isn't a team
6
that is
chances for
mentally boomed or
Vitality.
down in the dumps.
You've got to
I guess it
imagine
helps
this
when
is
you're 2-0
the
up in
best
series.
chance that they'll get. A lot of
Like Reina
ults.
comp. I do also worry though that if this goes back much further, will Vitality start to almost choke up a bit?
Well, that's it. We've seen those dominant games, those dominant halves already for Team Liquid. We know what they're capable of. Nice reveal. And Dirk is on his way. Deep shot from the showstopper. Good damage, but the
Said
kill
they got
not
the
quite
ults,
done.
so she
Kamek-
just popped
Kamek, that
all of
weapon
them at
doesn't work.
once.
There we go. Okay.
Nats
He
used his
swapped
own,
out
but they
just
didn't
in
get too much
time,
for
and
it.
Safe still wins the duel. Good flash. Good
Ooh,
follow-up as
Reina
well,
diff.
though. Kiko is still here to dismiss. Caught. Just as he gets out of it, Safe is there to greet him, and Nats all alone will have
Very,
no
very
chance
nice. Okay,
at stopping
convincing map.
Vitality. They are taking us to Bind, to map number 4, and possibly
Yeah, we didn't think that comp would work twice,
This
so
is the team we wanted to
not
see. This
crazy
is the
shocked from
roster
this
that
one.
people paid to see today. Individually superb, Safe back at the top of the board, and having depth within their composition. Liquid, they ran a Reina comp, and it didn't work. It's not the first time that's been said. Actually, it might be. But even still, I'm sure they'll come back stronger and look for the 3-1. We'll see what happens after the break.
Another map 5, maybe.
It's hard when you're the second greatest race player in the world. I'm talking about myself here.
You're not even in the top 3, bro.
Obviously, I'm top 3, guys.
Kimi, you're not even on the list.
No?
I think you're gonna get absolutely blasted. I mean, either we send them to the Gulag or they send us to the Gulag. What do you guys think?
I think they're just happy to be here, to be honest.
Okay, map 3. Did I copy paste this? They're in good spirits. Now, dude, these kind of finals are nice because you've already done the hard work. Like, you've already qualified to Masters. Like, you did the main thing. Okay, chat. We'll be back in a bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
What a response from Team Vitality. They were down, but definitely not out. I'm your host, Young Sonai, back here in the studio once again, joined by Sadak and Kakuka. Welcome back. Kakuka, you've come back just in time to see a potential reverse sweep.
Okay, I'm super down for it. I think that Team Liquid started off very, very strong, but this Lotus, we hadn't seen it from Vitality. I love the fact that we got to see Save on that Vice, and I love the fact that we're still going to get 4 maps.
Minimum.
Yes.
Maybe
I mean,
even 5.
This is the Vitality I was expecting, to be honest, because like strong composition, strong movement, strong defaults. They don't get overwhelmed. They have actually good post plans now. So yeah, overall it's a good Vitality right now. They just woke up.
I'm glad you said this the way we expected, because I feel like this is maybe we're getting a taste now what they can do in this grand final. But let's kind of take things all the way back to the first round of this game. Let's go back to the pistol round, because we talked a little bit about Liquid's comp and their tendencies of liking to push. And Sadak, right off the bat, at least Vitality, they looked more ready than Heretics.
Yes, 100%. I think having the vault just to watch what Team Liquid is trying to do, that actually helped them a lot not to get surprised by some of these picks, for example. Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, yeah, they seem to have studied them a lot more on this map just to be prepared.
I mean, you know that with this composition they're going to be aggressive. We saw a lot of A, sometimes a mound. You know that that is one of their winning conditions. They're gonna want to take those duels, and probably because of the form that they were showing in the first two maps, you would think that Vitality would be scared, but it was actually having the cold head of thinking, guys, we know that they're going to push us. Let's just, you know, start with the standards and work from there. And we're seeing Save right now. He's 100% locked in how he's going to take bind.
And I felt like it's like Liquid know, they know, we know. I think everyone on the planet knew what they were going to do. But it's the way the Vitality actually managed to answer to this. Of course, we see the Vice and Sadak, you know, one or two things about playing Vice. So what did you like about this Vice from Vitality?
So I think she brings something unique, different from Killjoy, for example. Like with Killjoy, you want to play kind of this post plan, slow approach. She gets spaces just by aiming. With Vice, you don't necessarily need to do that. Once you're set up on a post plan, on a bomb, right, on attack, you can just throw your vines and they last for so long. You can make so much time on this post plant, and they didn't lose. I think any single post plant. Maybe they lost one. Maybe.
I'll look that up for you while we wait. Yeah.
But to be honest, like this is the Vitality we were expecting, in the sense like they're now understanding what they have to do with the composition they have. Because every time they were on a site and they had to play post plant on attack, they were doing everything perfectly.
And I cannot believe it's actually on the hands of Save, like the Smoker, sometimes the Duelist, the Tejo, now the Vice. How many things is going to put on his plate? When is that plate going to be full? When is it gonna overflow?
Yeah.
But yeah, as you're saying, very reactive also as well. It's very normal that when we see a player playing many different agents, many different roles, and when we see them during the game, the utility is not that good because they're not so used to it. The situations become more specific, but he was actually very resolutive in the way that he was using the walls and the utility for the post plan, even in the 1v2 when he throws the arc rows. Like there's so many examples of why he had such a good performance.
Yeah, and you were right. 9 out of 9 post plants, 100% win rate once he got the plant down. The exact Vitality we wanted to see. We haven't had a chance to really even talk about Durka yet in this series. Even though they lost map 1 and 2, he's been frying today. Kukugi, he's been on form, and now they are winning again. I honestly feel like it's not going to stop.
This is what I like the most, seeing the operator on the attack, also understanding the weaknesses and giving a little bit of variations. Yes, he's able and he has the freedom in some rounds to push with the operator, but the control over Mound, over C, not allowing them to push. Then he swaps, gives the operator to Trex, goes in, change of pace with his ultimate onto side. This kind of flexibility is what makes Durka one of the best duelists in the planet.
And it's also the experience, right? He's been in these situations so many times. If it's anybody on the planet that's not really afraid about being 2-0 down, it's going to be Durka here. But let's talk about the next one, because we will be going to Bind. They didn't look their best against KC on this map. What do you think were the issues there from Vitality, Sadak, and what would you like to see them fix coming into this?
That's a good question. I mean,
is it your deadlock was just too good?
Yeah,
your deadlock was too good.
To be honest, I was destroying them, but they did have a good approach on what they were trying to do. But I think we were just a step closer to, like, forward. Sorry, we were a step forward that they were trying to do. But at the same time, I don't know. I think they had enough time to just fix it and try different things. Because, yeah, I think they have an overall good bind. They should have a good bind.
Yeah, in terms of preparation, right? We're speaking about how well Vitality has been doing on that approach, but especially against you and that bite, they knew what they were coming up against. What do you feel was the biggest like counter to you? Did you feel at some point that the preparation from them was present when you played against them?
They definitely prep a lot, because I had to do some different stuff, like with trips and all of that, because they were breaking a lot of my util. And also, since we play like Bison Deadlock, they know how to approach that slowly, just breaking util. So they are really a smart team when they know what they have to face against, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it against Foot, right? When they ended up playing against Foot on that bind, they had absolutely no issues, absolutely dismantled them. I think that's what you spoke about. They had time, they could fix things. But what can they do against this
Chances?
Team Liquid comp,
Oh no, what happens?
Kukuka, what do they have to look out for here?
I mean, I think it's number one, the individuals, right? I think that everybody's feeling very comfortable in their skin. Everybody's playing in an agent that they feel comfortable.
What's going on?
1 chance. No, 6. No, 6.
1.
12 plus 1 is 13, right?
13 chances, guys. 13 chances.
13.
That's a holy moly in the chat, guys.
Yeah, to get the slugs out.
Damn, dude. That's the new Fnatic coach as well. Can't even do simple maths.
Equal kind of pathing of a map that they both have prepared. That is all going to be the adaptation in game. It's not so much what you have prepared, but also how you adapt. Now that I have you here, I noticed that one of the things that you did in Bind, obviously, when you started on when you were on the attack,
Is that a leak? No,
I
I'm
feel
just
like
guessing.
Sugetsu had this kind of freedom to buy the operator or buy the outlaw to put
They
that
would
kind of
be-
pressure. Do you think that, for
they'd be
example,
mad to get
that is
anyone
something
else.
that Team Liquid can?
I mean, Nats is
I
going to
think,
do it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I think they have it on Nats for sure, but it has to be like kind of a strategic round on when to do it, because Outlaw is super strong, but it can be super weak
map
also if you know you're facing an Outlaw.
Why
So
did this not
basically,
upload?
Dima, he was always saying, I can just kill them with Outlaw. Okay, just go for it and kill them. And we saw that actually work, or might work against them. So we use it. We practiced it before, so we use it on tournament day, and it worked really fine.
Yeah, and nobody else in this tournament has more experience right now at Kickoff than Nats on the Outlaw.
Oh, yeah.
He's just been buying them so much, killing so much with it. But I do wonder how Liquid are going to approach this. They won 6 maps in a row without losing at all. They finally got stopped by Vitality when they could have 3-0'd them on Lotus. So we've been crediting Nats about how he's IGLing, about how he's keeping the team mental high. But Sadak, it does feel like that this is even going to be a more difficult job for him to just close it out. Because a lot of teams have problems with that.
Round on split.
Now I would say it's where actually experience in tournaments and in finals
Timeout
comes
into
into
the
play,
one
because
round on
now they
split.
have to close it out, right? But closing it out is super hard. Believe me, I know. I
Okay,
lost
what is this
several
for?
finals before.
What was the score? I can't remember this.
It's not even us instigating.
Yeah, I'm okay, you know? But I would say like this is the moment where you see the actual experience of the players, and I would say Vitality, just for that, they have raw experience on.
Would you
when it
compare
comes to
the level
finals
between
and
all of the
being on
regions?
stage and performing.
At the
So,
top,
yeah, it's
like,
gonna be.
there's-
It's gonna be
out of
a
the
lot
top 8
from
teams that are
Liquid.
going,
They have
it's
to be everyone
crazy
is
hard to call.
Yeah, but don't you think that maybe
it does feel
this
like on
Lotus
certain
is like an
days,
isolated
everyone would beat each
incident
other.
that you know they know that the composition is not that strong, or that they don't, or they think that Vitality is something that they can counter easily, since they did not have anything to prep against Vitality. Like I can see
Yeah.
the conversation of being like, yeah, we were not 100%
Yeah.
of this map, could have
GG
happened,
go
could
next?
have not. Exactly.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
in, we did
Yeah.
not see ourselves winning here. You know, like we knew that this was like
Every
a
game's a
50-50. If we lose
50-50.
it, don't
Either
worry,
win or
guys. Our
lose.
bind is super
Yeah,
strong.
if they go with that mentality, this is gonna be a super terrifying fourth map for
I mean,
sure.
that is what you hope, right? That is what you hope, that they have this mentality. But let's not forget, a lot of these players on Liquid, they have never been in a final. They have never been 2-0 up against a team of Vitality's caliber. And now they have another chance of closing this. Don't forget, Paddy has a lot of trauma being on the Heretics team, not winning anything.
Oh, yeah, that's
as
right.
well.
That's true,
Nats
actually.
in the
Yeah.
past has been in this position before. So hopefully they do go into this with the mentality that you mentioned.
They're
you know,
fighting
GG
their
go
demons
next.
right now. Yeah.
Exactly. And I almost feel like for Vitality is a little bit easier. They managed to win that
TRX
map
is the
pretty
best
dominantly.
tier
There's
usage
all
so far.
smiles on that side of the stage
Altogether,
as well. But it is
probably.
also a very, very difficult
I think,
task to reverse sweep,
Sentinels-
Sada, because you speak about closing
I
out
think
reverse
G2
sweep. Is it
have some
harder
good
to reverse
stuff.
sweep, you think?
It is
think
harder,
the,
but in finals not that hard as people imagine.
The thing that I'm most
you get
impressed with
super
them is
nervous.
like how
if
they
this is your
defensively
first final,
use
I
the
think it's
drone
it is
sometimes
for
when they're getting
several
like
of
rushed.
these guys, right? They just
I
start
think that one's
overthinking.
pretty sick.
And people like on Vitality, like Les,
Like they
have
use
a lot
it
of
for
experience with
the
Dirk, of course. They know
suppress
they just have to be
instead of
chill.
info.
They have to wait for
that's
the
kinda
right
sick.
moment. They have to be patient.
Well, maybe the
And
right
it's also,
moment
like,
could
relatively
be now.
safe
If you
when
take a
he's
look at the
doing it.
agent select and Kukuka, no changes.
Yeah, no changes. What I love to see Kiko on this Brimstone, we talk about his roll swap, and one of the things that make us just look at him all the time was D's defense with this Brimstone. Definitely so far in the tournament, I would say his best map, or one of the best ones. You know,
Okay, let's sit up
Split
for
is
this
right
one
there,
then.
but playing the race is a little bit different. So that is definitely where my eyes go.
Yeah, and a fourth new agent in this final. I think the Sabres played four
Boo,
saves.
hello, mate.
Wow,
Oh, hello.
that guy is truly a flex, huh?
Yeah, he
He's
gets
the
to play
flex
all the,
man.
he gets to play all the things that you want to play as well. You know,
Yeah.
we'll get you on the duel list.
Put me Harbor. Where is the
Map
Harbor?
win
Where is the
percentage
Harbor
15.
save?
There is no Harbor.
Where's the
but
Harbor?
How are you feeling
Dude, I
about
can't
this,
believe he
Sadak? You
rates
think,
Harbor in this
Liquid
current
can close it
meta.
out here?
I really like the Gecko from Liquid. I really liked it. In this map in particular, the Gecko ults are amazing, and also like just sending the little bro, that right, the wingman to plant is such a victory on this map, because you can do everything you want when you send the wingman, right? You take wingman, okay, you take lamps. Wingman, you take elbow from B, right? You can always do something else. So
Who's
it's always like a
talking?
5v5.
Yeah, but watch out for being maybe keeping on those patterns, because I think that Safe is going to force a lot of fights.
Well, Vitality, they have started their reverse sweep, but as you heard from Sadak, not the easy thing to do, Mitch and Tom, but let's see if Liquid can
I mean, maybe
close
Bacon,
this
unless I
out.
have to play Harbor every map.
Not
In which
quite
case,
an
I'm not
easy
loving it.
task. Tom, looking at the compositions, we're coming into this map with, we don't have Harbor on Safe, much to Sadak's chagrin, but what do you make of the composition they've brought to bear?
Oh, he also really loved the wingman, so I'm excited to see what we're going to get out of that one.
That's actually true, Bacon.
I do like seeing the Tails
Very,
still
very
in play.
true.
I think that, again, it can be super disruptive. It can be fantastic.
Chat, where the hell did we end on
And that's
pistols?
sort of this combination
4-2?
of the raise, brim,
Or 3-3?
and of course the
No,
tail in
4-2,
post.
right?
And we don't even need to talk
I
about
feel like
left. We know
Liquid.
what
Oh no,
he
they
can do.
they bought
Already,
into it.
though,
It's 3-3.
This defensive aggression attempted, but
4-2?
look at the reaction. Vitality
Well,
were trying to almost beat
maybe we do
them
need
to
to
the
lock in.
punch. Instead, they'll settle
It is
for an
3-3? Oh, yeah, maybe everyone else needs to lock in.
Will be a
We nailed it.
slower start from the attack with two postured up on B long, but then the brakes very much pumped. A drone sent through on A,
Maybe it's
clearing
6
out
though,
Bath
could be.
and making noise as it does that. Players waiting for aggression. Someone on Team Liquid's going to get curious eventually. At least that's what Vitality are hoping for. But look,
Liquid full stop? Yeah, that's what I was going for in my head.
and patient they're playing with so much reactive utility to work around.
3-person
We don't
stack
feel
over
like they need
towards
to move
B.
on the A site. And on B,
And
they've got the numbers
the
when these
Sky
players breach
Flash
through the choke points.
might be everything.
They're already waiting.
They've been below the window.
Sort of utility to go through. It's a potential pop flash. Panitek immediately starts to look the other way, and it hasn't caught.
Boy, that's a
this
fast
close
turn.
corner position.
That is a
Already they
fast,
just walked to
fast
the
turn.
slaughter. Kiko on that brimstone, looking still like the star. And while Safe, he's having to fade back out of there. He's still been spotted though. It doesn't even matter.
Okay,
Left,
Sky
he's
Flashes
jumped
didn't
through,
get
doesn't
anything.
even
One went
move
deep over
anyone
towards here.
crosshair.
Didn't hit Kiko. Second one's
And
just
it's gonna
turning
be
it.
an in-zone flawless to kick things off in a pistol. What a start from Liquid.
Yeah, nicely handled, and I think just a misread from Vitality,
Okay,
committing
4-3.
the guided salvo to backside, hoping to force players out into the open, but much more ratty positions being held up close. CQB, and it was easy with the numbers that they had with the wall up to allow that wide swing from Patatek, easily overwhelming the players on long, and he goes back into hookah to claim another.
It's a
This
great
is a beautiful pistol round for
agent
Team
to
Liquid.
farm on.
The building block that should set them up 2-0 with Vitality. They've invested nothing.
Speaking
and
of
even off
farming.
rip, the smoke goes down. We'll see this a lot.
Okay.
Smoke down.
A little bit of damage over
taken,
towards left
and
as
then
well.
Another for Patatek with that kill.
He's been having a great start to this one. That's the thing. You have your second initiator that can get you info, but doesn't have that flash. And that's the
Oh my
problem.
god,
Well,
everyone's
right
just killing
now,
everyone
they
through
were setting
smoke.
up to go for the same flash
They haven't
right
seen
through
anyone
the
yet.
smoke. Maybe even expecting someone in the close corner, but they've been spammed out before they can find anything. Still, with 3 players within this site, there may even be an attempt to go back just to maybe get a plant down or something, but right now it seems like Vitality's only goal is, okay, let's have a little bit of patience, see if someone comes to me, and well, for Safe, that was the case.
All missiles away.
Oh, safe. He's not going to get away with very much there, is he?
Back to back.
Jumps around, quickly
Yeah, this
shut
is nice.
down, in zone flawless. I mean, like you say, Tom, back to back, big money maker for the side of Team Liquid. More concerning if you see it later on, but even now, when we get back into the game, you'll see the buffer of credits they've got. You'll see the weapons are not at that much of a disadvantage. For Vitality, after suffering this loss, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. They would have liked a bit of damage, but if they lose this round and start to trail, Deja Vu kicks in real quick. And you think
No
that
kills at the moment.
Vitality, they had a preparation for Lotus. They played against the comp. They were ready to counter. Here, though, it could be right back to what we saw on map 1 and 2 for Liquid.
But you got the salvos out there.
And find it fast,
Comes a
straight
double
through.
flash.
There is This double flash still waiting on
Good
the
for
other
two.
side.
Oh.
Panitek goes
Wait.
close, and then they could try and
Oh,
do
they-
the same, but well,
They shot
I
it,
think the
and then
Gecko
now
Flash,
it's stuck on
unfortunately,
the
has
on the
got
roof.
stuck up top, so no
They were
chance of a
very
retrieval.
ready for this. Were they actually just
Thrown out
pre-aiming
wider to
for
make
the
sure
flash?
It flash players on long if they were there. TP used, but Safe is not joining a big A push. It was just a quick bit of sound given away. See if it can prompt a play out of Team Liquid, and it has a big push coming out of Hookah that Trex is very much ready for.
Trex
A
did incredible.
good double to thin
Kiko,
out this defensive
another
side.
kill would be
Still
really
some
important here
decent
because he
weapons,
would get a
mainly on Kiko.
ult
Dirk
for
has
next
heard him
round.
drop down.
I mean,
Heard
he's got to
that
do a
shot
lot
fired,
here.
knows exactly what it means and calls for Kicks to come up close. Tiger will
They
go
got
in.
no smoke, so him playing
Question is, does
elbow is
Dirk
pretty
follow?
smart.
This is the thing.
You gotta like this though. You gotta look over towards Camo, starts pushing over towards short, means the rotate can go in. Nats has a molly for long.
You can see the push
They
up as
just
well
beat it.
from the defensive side. Camo is coming in on the flank. And
I
Kiko's
say
done
they
well.
just beat it.
Playing
Only
in front
Dark
of the
could beat
utility,
it.
They haven't been able to clear him.
The double up on
Definitely still
elbow is
worried
gonna
that there
be
could be a player
insane. And
back
obviously they know that
towards Zuko,
Kiko's
to be
here, so
honest.
Nats
In a
waits.
matter of moments, they would be correct. Safe
Yeah.
has done well. The swing, though, is immediate. And now there's one more player they have to deal with. Camo up above. He's going to use the nade to buy time, but his only goal is to try and bait out a reposition. Now that plant will come in for Kicks as he heads into the 1v1.
Flash is still there to work with as well. Kicks hadn't thrown it out, and he's biding his time, waiting for his moment. The jump peek to try to spot Camo. He doesn't see him. Is he around on long? The long wrap, perhaps.
Whoa.
There it is. He spotted him, and the flash should soon fly over the top. He has to be careful. That hasn't caught Camo, who saw the weapon at the back and
Damn,
corrects
what a
in time.
massive impact round.
Clutching
They
up
played the
against
4v3 really
and
well
putting
as
a
well.
3-0
He's laughing at the
score
boom
on
bot.
the board. This is Team Liquid right back to winning ways.
Great push on short here. Great push on short. And then the way they played this 2 on elbow was insanely smart, right? Especially from Nats. Just tucking him. Kiko giving this duel is everything. Viper Molly was awesome.
To go for those trades.
And then yeah, that little bait was
Just
brilliant.
enough time for Camo, who had slow walked
One of the-
all the way up from the other side
One
of
of
the
the
map.
better
And
played.
that's the thing, you know, with the composition
One of the
on
better
the
played
other side, there
3v4s
isn't that
we've seen for a
out-and-out
while.
Sentinel. There isn't that player that will catch you on those flanks. So if there's nobody watching it, you have a lot of free space.
Well, this is it now, 3-0 in an easy round that they come up against. Vitality have come in with a lot of weaknesses, with stingers. And well, Kamek, yep.
He
into the
had this
teleporter you
well.
go. Time to stay alive.
They might
A little
descend
bit
it thinking
risky
that
in
it's
the
weak
position he's
side
in.
as well.
Molly's
Kiko
gonna
down
keep
to
back the
2
rest of the
HP.
squad,
There is a
so
hill there. They're not
despite
going
the
to feel
low
comfy
HP,
to use
sticking
it.
around. Yeah, that one has me
What a shot.
perplexed,
What's 2 HP
confused.
though?
He even had a teammate with heal. Patatek steps in to at least trade out. Camo, not quite there for the first shots, but there's pressure on both sides. These players on site, they can't work together.
Keep an eye on
Divided they
Les
fall,
here.
but Les might
Durka
be
wants to
able
get the
make
spike and get
something
out of
this.
there. And
He hit
Les
shift
is going
just
to be
in time.
literally
I
in
don't think
spawn
they've
waiting
heard
for
him.
them.
Ult orb taken, wrap back through the TP,
The
and they've
Kamek
already
was
spotted
kind
that
of
Les is here. Nice
aware
shot
for
onto
that.
Kamek, and with low HP on Patty, this is a winnable round again for Vitality.
It's one off. Showstopper
Yeah, he's
will come
using
in
all
from
into
the
this
plant.
round.
Durka has been farming. He went back through that TP, collected an orb, plants collects another. And now this becomes a truly devastating post. They need to kill him off before he can do any damage. He's actually walking almost right back into Patatek, who's low HP. That's going to be everything.
That great round from
Freebie
these.
kill, and now Nats torn between 2 players. One up in heaven, the other now sat with a rifle, watching him to round this corner.
Very, very nice, Durka.
Well, the showstopper wasn't even needed. A
He
pace
is a
save
beast.
card, thrifty. Vitality on the board.
It's going to get your spirits lifted pretty
Yeah, what was
quickly.
in this? 3
Here to start,
stingers?
It was a bit confusing. Low HP, and he steps right back up for the fight. The wallbang shot was more than enough. But Patty still having heal, you kind of question if that was needed. Overheating a bit, and up against the weaker weapons, the worst time to do it. They took advantage of every little mistake that was made. And as a result, Vitality now 3-1, safe, feeling like they're back, and they start around with a
Yeah, and if they win
showstopper.
this,
If they're going to get back into this game, back into this series,
they,
Lotus already,
they're
that was
pushing
a
down
good
to an eco.
start.
So instant salvo is used
This is
over
exactly
towards
what they
B, but
need.
there's a
Early
smoke down. So
contest of
Paddy's
Team Liquid's lead.
kind of just made sure that they haven't taken any
swear.
space over towards here. You're going to see
Those
both these
blips,
into
those
this
mistakes
rounds. For sure.
Can get the heart
Patty
pumping for
might
Vitality.
get tempted to take
That
this
was a
orb.
really
I'm
big
pretty
round to
sure it's
take it.
there.
The thing is, I was expecting the showstopper to be expended. It's
Didn't
not.
look at
It's
it
held for this
instantly.
round. Note though, the orbital strike is available for Kiko. We've already seen him.
Okay, drone
tear
and
opponents
smoke, so
apart
they
with
create
just a
hookah pressure.
Smoke. or a
Keeps
molly.
3 people over towards B, and then they go head over towards
This is the
A.
first time we now see Vitality
Skydog
walk
went
into
towards showers,
Matt's
got
lair.
spotted.
This is a position he's almost renowned for. He's got to be careful, though. This is quite a wide peak, maybe not realizing how close they managed to get. He's under serious pressure. Dirk past the util
And
and
double
even hits the
damage. Dirk
headshot.
manages to win that.
Clean start. Still another player to root out of sight, though. Camo is sitting there. There's the heal. Propped right back up to fighting health. And Camo has managed to stay alive, but there's still threats in the late round. Trex lurking outside
30 seconds
that
left.
bathroom. With a chance to drop in later. Flash is found. They know that someone's on that side.
That's a
Showstopper
spike.
thrown in.
Oi,
Fire
Camo,
at
great
Camo,
satchel.
who barely survives,
Nades, knowing the
suspects
person's coming
flank,
showers as well.
drops a nade that buys him time. But I think he doesn't
he's
have quite as
unlucky.
much time as he needed. 12 seconds left. Spike needs to be planted, and Vitality now committing to it. It's less, and he does manage to get it across the line. Trex picking up Kiko as well, puts this
What an
into
important
their
kill that
favor
is.
all of a sudden.
Trex got his ult for this, and now for off the plan as well, he has his
player in
ult.
the form of Wingman. They can start the defuse and make this awkward, but Trex, with the kill, has the orbital strike online, and that is going to put a major
Very
spanner
nice.
in the works.
I like how he did this as
Another
well. He
round
leaked
for
it over
Vitality.
towards them in case they
They're stringing them
committed,
together now.
knowing that they're going to go for the kill
round
with
from
the,
Trex
after
all in
the
all.
tap comes in.
Being able to hold on to that Showers position was probably what saved him in the round. If he goes down in the battle to Kiko, it's so problematic. And obviously eliminating Camo, who I don't know how he survived anywhere near as long as he did. In the end, though, doesn't matter. That's where the money now fades completely for Liquid. They're going to be left
Yeah, they got an eco.
with no cash. Other
And
than
for
a
the
small
eco,
amount for
they
Kamek to
fall
invest
past and
into.
walk
Now
the
he's
shot.
had some hyper-aggressive rounds, and while
Kamek has the hero gun.
he's got the squad
Um,
alongside him. Sorry, what?
Gonna go ahead and ask for a
Okay.
replay of that one ahead of time.
Can we just show it now?
Skydog goes through
I
the
don't wanna wait.
TP.
Good
Dude,
round.
this is a weird round
That
now.
is a nice start.
Are they just
Two-man
gonna
advantage in a round
group
where
up
you've
and
got
walk
next to nothing, where
showers?
Vitality are starting to build up momentum, putting 2 rounds in a row on the board, some clutches, some big plays, and now being put in the dirt by a quick bullet out of Kiko.
Yeah, and they want to pick up the guns, obviously.
Showstopper there
But
if they needed to fall back on him. Now you're going to be much more likely to pop that ultimate. The wraparound, it's going to come in at just the right time by the looks of it. Safe, checking both ways. He's gone to clear it. Suspicious of that
What a
push up
shot.
through back.
Dude, what a
Maybe
round.
a little too suspicious. He commits to the fight alone.
yeah, and he
the
doesn't.
spike is now dropped.
He just knows that
45
the pressure of
seconds
him
on
watching
clock,
the spike and the gun
advantage
being there is enough.
firmly in Team
He
Liquid's
just falls
hands.
all the way back. Like, so much
If you'd
time is
told
going to
me at
get
the beginning
wasted,
of
and
the
they're going
year
to realize that he isn't holding
we'd
it.
have Safe, Durka, Les, and Kiko playing a Brimstone, and Kiko would be the best player in the server, I think I'd have
Yeah,
sent
Nats
you
gets
to
an
a
incredible
mental
timing.
hospital, but right now,
Kiko
this guy
is
just on
a
fire
beast,
once again.
confirmed.
Another pay safeguard thrifty.
1, 2, 3
to put
upgrades
them
onto
back
this
into
one.
Contention. I'm gonna need that replay right about now.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah,
I'm
what's
gonna
he
get.
done
I'm
here?
gonna get him walking up and popping someone with 1 bullet on the corner of a wall. Yeah, that is
double.
exactly what I expected to see. But it is just disgusting. A little bit of luck that goes a long way, but that's got to be infuriating. But he then follows it up with even more damage.
Devastating blow to Vitality. This has put them in a do or die situation, sink or swim, as Team Liquid put their economy right down. Ults, well, some of them are there. Viper's Pit could even be online.
Yeah, I mean, the
But for
econ's still
Vitality,
low.
They
Like,
commit
getting
those ults.
reset, they
Even just
wouldn't be able
losing
to drop,
these
they would
weapons
still
here,
have
the
to,
lead will quickly
still have to low buy.
extend further and further in Team Liquid's favor. Big pressure on the B site. Viper's the only one left.
Okay,
outside of A.
that's a
That'll
lot
be
of
late
you
play
to
by
use
Les,
though.
probably just cutting off those rotates.
Hill comes in for Nats.
They commit to this B site.
Drone pushes
But it's
all the
not
way in.
quite the
Drone's
same
kind of
hold
clear
that Team
close, and they
Liquid have had
walked
before.
it
They'll
out
have
so
a
they
decent
didn't
time
hear
at
it as
least
well.
getting
Looking like they want to pop.
Looking to try and get some information back.
Oh,
it's
messed up their
actually
ult.
a safe spot for Panatek to stand in. So that's going to be a nasty surprise. They need to make sure they clear this. It seems like Safe is aware.
Must be so
that
tempting
there was
to flash send it
potentially
here.
a gap. Nade's going to be put onto the planter. It will be stuck, but Safe's dead for it. That's great work from Camo. A good placed piece of utility that now gives them
Camo's
advantage,
got
and
one
he has
satchel
his
to send
showstopper
out
ready
through
to go.
spawn here.
Well, that's the real problem.
Does he
Even
tank
if it
the
was a
molly?
5v5,
Yes,
that
he does.
showstopper is
Oh no, he
dangerous,
does.
but
He
now
just
putting the numbers
dodged it.
further in
And
their
honestly, he
favor,
wouldn't have got the
trading it
ult
down
off if he
to
got
a
hit by
4
it.
versus 3. No ulties to recover from for Vitality. Oh, if Lass had found a kill or the plant, perhaps that Viper's Pit would make it an impossible task. Instead, Team Liquid, they They isolated themselves. Nats is down, wall is down. Battle in the open, and it's won
Nice
by
shots.
Vitality. Less with the double. Well, the pit online might
wingman.
not be needed. That time too far gone. And somehow Vitality
Very nice
have
from
clutched
Les.
out that round.
Yeah, that feels like, yeah, as you said, it was Liquid's own undoing.
With
Trying
the
to
save
make a
gun, they
play
can drop.
through
One
the
person will have to
Viper
take
screen,
a...
and there's just a player waiting on the other side, watching for you to
Nats,
try and make
Nats
that
kind of
move.
pushed a little bit too much.
Maybe expecting someone to be setting up to the spam onto the spike or do something of the sort, but that has definitely caught them.
This is a Phantom player now. I feel like everyone on
You give
Vitality's...
less, even a little bit.
They've had
He's
the talk
there
that
to
the
take
Phantom's
round
the
over
one.
the line. It now makes things, again, a little bit more questionable for either side. Camo using his ult is now left with a Guardian for this round. The opposing side also have a piece or two missing, though. This is going to be an important round in terms of economy.
Will be again, those credits have been on the breadline for a while. Team Liquid. See if Kamek decides to deploy this ult after contact, but the push up is dangerous towards the A site. Less sitting and waiting. This is across the board what Vitality are doing, hoping there's aggression because they know that they're looking to punish it. The A site now. Oh, it's much more open in the spike. Well, it nearly went
Yes,
down, but
nearly,
just about escapes.
nearly
They
went
should have
down.
a free plant.
And
very
less here,
dangerous post plant, as we
considering
said before, that
how
Viper's pit
big,
was online
like,
previously,
it's a
it
big
wasn't
round
used.
money-wise.
Probably won't be used here in a 5v3.
I wouldn't be
they need it.
against the Viper or...
It's always going to be there as a safety net.
And you have to wonder now for the defense, there's just no point. Just
Yeah,
hold
but they're
on to
not
the
even going to
weaponry.
go for it.
It
He could have like gone
a
close and
very
reactively done
quickly
it, but honestly,
round,
Nats
and
is
that's
just
the thing,
hunting already.
Les being able to have that extra little bit of space. Speaking of that, he is not giving up. He wants to try and find a little bit more. Obviously, you mentioned his ult's already online. This is all about just putting the nail in the coffin, doing as much damage as humanly possible. Now, there should be a crossfire that doesn't allow this, but it fades just as he comes around the corner. If he checks to his right, he'll have a free kill, but instead, there's the gun. That's the one. But he's thinking, okay, if
He's
this
like,
guy's
well,
holding
if he's
here,
watching
there
there,
has
then
to
who's
be
watching
someone
where?
holding somewhere else. And well, Kiko now back in position, back in this place. He shouldn't have been holding. But a quick flick
Absolute shot.
It's just decapitated. And well, you know what? Panatek, rightfully so, might be running for the hills. He's going to run right into kicks. It won't
What a
be
round.
the ace, but well, I feel like I need another slow-mo.
A round's a round at the end of the day.
That was
is a phenomenal
so
round
fast.
from Les.
His positioning was pretty
for
cool
the
as well.
initial push, and we saw it across the board. Trex was holding the walk up on B. They had players for long as well with the slow creep up of Durka and Kicks, but it's Les every step of the way. And then realizing these players are saving.
Oh.
They're saving because they don't have a lot of cash. They need those weapons, and those weapons have been taken out of their hands. Not even for the risk of winning the round. Tied up 4-4.
Thank you so much for the raid, dude.
And
Hope
with
stream was good.
Vitality
Thank you for that.
4 out of the last 5 rounds. Understandably, Team Liquid will
appreciate
call
that. Thank
a
you so much.
timeout. They need to touch base.
Hope your stream
coaching
was
staff.
great.
See what they have up their
it's a good,
sleeve.
It's a good
Oh,
time
man.
for a timeout.
Yeah, it's
It's
deep in
gone
conversation.
from
It's one of those rounds
it's
as
gone
well
from
where
5,
your plan gets
4-2 to
immediately
4-4.
derailed. You fall into a save and you save nothing. Like it's
Devastating
got to be
buy rounds,
just
though, really.
infuriating. Maybe some frustration.
That one not as
seeping
much
through
as
from
the one
players
before.
because They could have
The
been
retake was
running
looking
away with
pretty
this one.
good.
You have to remember, round number 4 was them losing ultimately to SMGs. It was Durka getting 3 kills, having that quick rotation back to get the plant. That's a round they shouldn't have lost. And sure, okay, they break back in round number 6, but I think the damage had already been done. The economy boost had already been garnered.
region. Do you think is the strongest chance of winning Bangkok?
Vitality have started to look like
I
the favored
would
team.
guess Americas from what I've seen.
As mentioned, Lester's Viper Spit still online. He's probably earned about half the kills back to get another one, but looking for the right place to try and use it. This is a very heavy stack early in the round towards this B site.
Oh, Durka. He took a while to get there. The trade is possible as a result. And it might not be as easy to convert with these weaker weapons, but keeping it back and forth. Trade for trade early is all you need. Kamek somehow able to survive. Has ult. Has the Guardian as well to try to rip some heads off, and we've seen the damage that those Sheriffs can do, but the main damage dealer with those has been Kiko. He's already put to bed early, late push-up B long.
Doesn't sack. As long as Liquid don't use the fish or...
They're even leaving the A site.
The thing is, they'll
I
get
might get a little bit tempted.
Just pinged it on
Let's see how
the wall, so that's at
close
least
like the
something.
luck, I guess.
It's down to whether or not any of the other
Oh,
players.
okay,
can
now
find time.
the
The
official
answer
is a thing.
Yes, Nats being able to find one. That Guardian was juggled over. Puts things into an advantageous position. Now, we've already mentioned that if there isn't a player to watch the flank, then there is a gap. And that's what's currently there. There are players pushing both avenues. Even if Camo is caught, Paditek is still going to be behind them. Kicks needs to win this fight. If he doesn't, they're in serious
What a
trouble.
duel.
And that's Camo dropping another. The remaining players almost
Oh,
have
the
to try and
Teo
find
was
more
on top
aggressive
of the
positions. Like they're gonna be
on
caught
top
from
of the
behind.
where the fish.
Not really.
Well, Gecko was, so he had to cancel the fish.
Paditek was there.
Pretty sure he picked it up, so gonna have another go at this in like
He's
3
gonna be revealed. I
seconds.
think he's just a pixel has caught him. And that's enough
Or
for
just
Kamik.
that.
Massive round once again
Or
for the side of
just
Liquid.
that. Damn, dude.
They keep getting it done with
Maybe the
these
fish went
weaker
further than I
weapons.
thought.
That's the lead. Back in
The camo duel is impressive. I wonder what the Nats kill was like. They get a lot of upgrades here as well.
Kiko popping 2 heads off rip. That's something. Here it's a
Oh, nice timing.
weak fight on B long. It doesn't work out for Vitality, but it's
5
not
on
a
defense,
death
yeah, not
sentence.
bad.
It's the fact that they lose control behind. It's the fact that then you're able to see
They're
one
the
player
best eco
walk
team.
right
They
up
get a
against
lot of
Paditek,
thrifties. They always have pretty
using
good
the
plans.
wall that Nats
I've been
had in
speaking about
play
that
just as Nats
for a
died,
while
the
now.
wall falls, but guess what? They're not looking that way. Free kill. That's
Teams
a
will
lot
catch
of
on and
gaps
maybe hold a
in
default a
Vitality's
little bit more.
attack there.
But
Hopefully
it's
they'll
also like a
take stock
good
of that
mix-up
ahead
of
this round.
Yeah, it does seem like a real
plans. Like
reliance
sometimes
on
it's just
less or Trex to really be
bait-ins
holding that ground.
or
Early control though.
not just like
Taking
aggro
towards
set
the
plays.
showers. Looking like they might opt to pick up the pace a little bit here. With the Viper's pit down, this would put them right into the crosshair of Camo. His only job really is to delay them if they go this way. And actually the Tiger
Dog
coming
standing
through
to
behind
nade.
them has forced their hand.
Okay, Nats
that
is
pit
in
though.
trouble.
They've got players stuck behind
Does
it.
he
wanting to
ever
move
get
up
out of
on the
here?
flank. Perhaps that buys a moment for Camo to step through and cause chaos. Orbital strike comes into play. Spike on site, 2 players there. Much more passive play.
Camo
from Nat,
tanks
playing
his
around the back
teammates
of the pit,
ult
but
to
he will
take
be
the
caught.
timing, and it
Camo
really
on the
paid
trade
off, and he
just
hardly
alerts
lost
these
any
players, in
damage.
fact, that he
That
Oh, he has
is
no idea. Ooh,
crazy. He
okay.
heard the other person running
Let's
away.
just
Thought he was on
surprise
for it.
anyone else that someone came pushing out of that smoke. Seeming like they're a little bit lost. at
Yeah, he
this
got
stage.
baited in
Viper's
heavy.
pit is finally utilized and it comes to its doom. Liquid are fighting
Dude,
back.
you find you Seekers here.
Not giving up just yet. Durka and Trex.
Seekers and
Tagged up
Wingman.
as well. They're getting out of here. Trex taking a skull as he does. And the rotate, it's not going to be quick because that teleport is being
Seekers are
camped
hunting them
inside.
though.
The Seekers on their way. They'll fade soon. But just long enough. They'll be around to see that Trex was inside the teleporter. He
62
steps back,
HP,
moves
11
towards the
HP,
site,
but
drops
double
a molly
ult.
on the way. That's a piece of utility removed.
And
Orbital
Durka
strike
might be
and
going around the
Showstopper
world,
to deal
and he
with,
might get
and
to a
both
position where
players
they just
making
cleared.
it to long. The flank from
And
Durka
Kiko's been
perfectly
great, but
timed.
to expect
Molly's
this
just
is
faded. Kiko has to
a
clear
whole
this out,
nother level.
knowing there was a brim here not long ago. But little does he know that the real danger is not in front, it lies behind with Durka dropping him. This round is done. The question is, how costly will it be? Do we see the orbital strike put through? Trex has it out. He's thinking about it. But
Yeah,
no
maybe should have
tap.
tapped again.
No
Just try to get
defuse
all out.
started. No need to waste the ultimate. Vitality keep both.
Yeah,
big
that's a
ultis
big
the
win
next
for
round
Vitality on
and
that.
equalize 5-5.
Just saving the ults.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, you might have seen Paditek just trying to bait out some of those ultimates, but you look at the economy of his team and it just isn't worth it. Like, you need to make sure your own economy is trying. Yeah, this was a peculiar round in general from Camo. Just, I feel like he got a little bit lost with what was going on.
No, he just tunnel visioned on the guy running away. Like he heard the footsteps and thought he had to play.
This wraparound, being able to get out of this scenario, Trex finding a high impact frag, and then the way that Durka just played that timing was perfect.
Yeah, also like Kamik's timing, being close to Bath, hearing the pit go down, and immediately swinging in made the difference. No avenue for them to fight from. 5-5, we have gone neck and neck, but Vitality
back
not
to winning
happy
some
with the
duels
work
now.
so far. They're looking for a little bit more. A 5v4 with a showstopper, an orbital strike saved from the previous round, and a plant almost guaranteed at this point. It's not looking very good for the side of Team Liquid. They've invested a lot of credits into this round, and when Nat's down,
He's just been beating his own game.
do you consider a save here?
Oh, it doesn't look like it. Kamik's the first point of contact. Kiko actually going to find one on the flank.
And they had the
Maybe overstepping
TP,
their
so
bounds
like
a little bit. This puts it back into a 3v3. safe.
Does he start looking behind? Ah, it's unlucky.
Caught out with utility.
Wanted to go fast into this. Wingman does get half. And he smokes up for a little bit.
Still gives at least a small slither of hope, and that's the thing. Vitality know this. They want to try and fight forward. Safe not giving an opportunity as Vitality now take the lead in their attack side half.
1 round left to play for. 3 ultimates in play for Vitality. A terrifying round that we're about to witness. I love this as well. Just this TP, it looks silly in the moment, but it's Trex removing himself from that fight so he can wrap around, be the late player to catch flanks, anything like that, but mainly have that orbital strike in case
Vitality look good to take the last one here. They're one away from safe sort as well. And we can just see we're going heavy for this. Oh my, tank the right. Yeah, and that's the round done. 7-5.
Straight through B long. There's nobody left to
I
defend
think
it.
Vitality will be pretty happy with that considering the start. Liquid with the pistol, maybe feeling like they should have done better. Oh, he went for it.
It's already over. Durka, he tried to go for one in the spawn. Now he knows. Okay,
yeah, Flash went towards the right to see.
Closer than that. Luckily, they had stepped back. Still though, Armageddon orbital strike online. Team Liquid need to be so fast. Caution to the wind, run in, win every single fight. They're even throwing in the ults early. Just knowing that this is Vitality's round, playing with
Popped him
confidence.
through the smoke.
That's a safe call if ever I've seen one. Camo, 1v5, and he will be shut down with the last round of the half.
Good half from Vitality, really. Considering this is a 4-2, that's really nice comeback.
Incredible recovery from Vitality to come out on top. They've always been strong, though, when it comes to that attack side, doing well versus foot. The same, however, can be said for their opponents. So this might not be dead and buried, even though we've seen that resurgence already.
Well, it's anyone's game coming in to the second half. A close map. Thankfully, it's not a 9-3. It's not a 10-2. We'll see who is going to be taking the second half. If we're going to have a map 5, or if that trophy will see a lift very, very soon. For now, we're off to a break.
$4 AM there. Dude, that's commitment for it. First time EMEA with the best trophy. Might be. Yeah, I think it might be. The Pacific one? Snow Globe? I kind of like the Snow Globe. You think both teams are holding themselves back and saving strats? No, I think neither of these teams have done that. Top 10 video for Masters, yeah. In the 7-day break, or like 10-day break, whatever it is, after I've done a little bit of content for Liquid, I'll do some content for YouTube
the previous maps here
with that kind of stuff.
And now we're about to kick off the second half of Bind. Team Liquid on the attack side with 5 rounds. They are trailing by 2. And they started it out with a 3-0 lead. It's been a while since we've seen them string rounds together, Tom. But do you think things will change here? You left the previous half saying
5 stack
pretty
with
good on
mods.
the attack.
Yeah, we've seen them at least go
Could maybe
even
do a
when it
day of
comes to
that,
attack side
a night
halves.
of that,
I think
yeah.
their defeat to foot was when they were a little bit quieter. Other than that, BBL 8-4.
Psych.
So they've proven
Thank
they
you
can
so
do
much.
it.
7 months in the YouTube Slug Club
flash,
membership.
the
Thank you so much, dude. I
ability to
appreciate you,
get into
Psych.
post-bomb
Holy, that's fast. Oh my god, they're going so
They're not
fast,
looking to slow
dude.
things down right into Vitality.
Yeah,
but Safe
Paddy's
puts a
the new
stop to it.
duelist.
Guided salvo stops the squad. Bullets put Patatek in the ground. And now a 5 versus 4. And a completely stalled out attack side that has a flank underway.
Yeah, not bad, right,
And
Slimmetry?
a wall that I don't think has quite worked out towards the spawn. So in fact, You've got Durka walking straight past it. Whether that plays an effect or not, we will see.
I bailed on it at the beginning and said 30, and even then,
Team Liquid members standing.
that's underplaying it.
And mid flanks underway. Players in every conceivable angle, and
Dog
it
kill.
is a shutdown.
Even the dog's getting involved.
Down Kamek.
You almost forget sometimes that even comes up in the kill feed because it's so rare to see
Yeah,
that Tiger do
4-4.
enough damage for a kill.
4-4
But
for
this is the exact
pistols.
start they look for. Another in-zone flawless. Our sponsors must be loving it. For what we've seen so far in this map, it's been thrifties and flawlesses across the board. The question though is, will this continue? Because again, it was a solid start for Liquid, but since then, it has been a little bit flat.
Daddy's home.
Hey, we saw the sign earlier.
We absolutely did. The buff is in
Okay,
effect
they're
yet
allowed.
again.
They're allowed
3
2
rounds
deaths.
in between
Again,
these
this
two.
is a little bit
For Team
risky
Liquid,
for Vitality.
they would've very
Read the
much wanted
FPX
that
buy, but
pistol. It was a
on
large part of the
defense,
rounds they ended up putting
because let's
on
look at the
board
mini
in
map,
first
right?
half.
We got
But fallen
isolated,
into Vitality's hands, and a
isolated.
conclusion on Fracture looking more
So
likely
if they went
with
B
every
right now, there's
passing
only
round.
one gun, and they
Weak
could
fight
pick
from
up
this
that
attack
gun.
side, but they've gotten close.
Speaking
And
of guns, we've got an isolated gun
he's
here,
not in
but
any danger. He is
he's
in
absolutely
danger.
owned them all.
4 kills.
He's going to
Pistols
get
as
his
they
ult in
may
a sec.
be. Doing it like that when they're close and they've got the numbers to take you down. It's impressive.
He's in
And
danger.
Building up the ultimate. You
Yeah,
hear the
but
chant
it's
for an
still
ace starting,
isolated.
actually, it makes
My
sense.
point still
If Safe goes
stands
for it and goes
that
down,
it is a
he has
little
ult
bit.
for next round. That's a huge
It's
buff.
a little
He's
bit
thrown
risky.
the gun over as well. He's literally
This
getting
was nice from
everything
them as
the
well.
orb
Just
away.
go get the orb.
Already orb in hand. So now it's less valuable, I guess, and while less will be the one to steal the kill away.
The last
Another
map
in-zone
is starting
flawless
to
back-to-back.
look
I think we had that in the first half as
pretty
well, which
likely.
is unusual. Normally you expect to see at least a little bit of damage. Still no aces yet. I said if there's a man to do it, Safe will be there. I think he's had a couple of 4Ks, but not quite managed to get the 5 over the line. But now this is where I feel like I need to see a response. 5 rounds in a row.
There.
Well, 7 of the last 8 as well. This really is starting to look pretty doom and gloom for Liquid after
Okay, Molly that
a
bounces
dominant
off the
first
sign and
couple of
goes
maps.
into
They're
showers.
looking for early contact in mid.
With a boombot on top to see if anyone pushed out in front. How does he keep doing this through smokes? The amount of times Kiko pushes through a smoke and the crouch enables him to get the kill, it's happening so much.
Sits well and truly above what
I feel
Team
like
Liquid are
Camo
bringing
and
to the table.
Kiko
They pumped the brakes,
really
they
got
wait
that
with Spike.
insta
When the smoke
crouch down
fades,
and it's wrecking people.
Presumably, we're just going to see Trex pop down another one. Oh, he wants to check first.
Yeah, that's the worrying thing is you lose
Wait, what's
Kiko.
going on, Bacon? Why
In the
are you
past,
singing
you've
that?
lost your duelist, now you've lost your smokes. So there's a lot of avenues that you have to be wary about. Sure, okay, some Viper utility can help you. And speaking of Vipers, this is a lurk on lurk. You've got one lurking B and the other lurking flank.
Premier
They've
lessons,
crossed
yeah.
paths completely. I'm almost now looking at who's going to hit that timing a little bit better. But with the space that's been garnered, they can actually just hit the B site, knowing for a fact that it's clear and leaving Safe in the dark.
It's a big pick. The rotate back, though, is being heard.
Uh-oh.
Les knows there's a free kill coming his way. Camo none the wiser to his position, and Les quickly pouncing onto Kamek. But the response is there. Team Liquid claimed a kill in the 3v2 as a result. Trex, whether they saw him or not,
Such
he's
a wide
won
position.
that fight.
Yeah,
Man's
it's
being
really
aggressive
committed.
there.
There's been a couple of rounds
In a
where it's like
2v3,
a very
now a
important kill is
2v2
coming up and
Spike.
Nats will do
Still a
something
decent bit of
on
time
his
in it. I
own.
mean, it's winnable for Vitality.
Been twice
but
this map.
less so by the
One
second.
on attack,
They
one
need
on
to kill
defense.
very quickly, and that could have been it.
Okay, all good.
Instead, Team Liquid are the ones
Just,
to take it across the line,
just a free lesson on that.
closing the distance. But Fracture still on the horizon.
Yeah, for sure. I have to think that
Flying me
round
out to
literally
Berlin
came
to
down
find
to
me in
just
person.
the timing of
Dude,
two
that
different
honestly,
fighters.
that's probably the way
They're
to do it.
forced
That would
into the
annoy me the
TP by
most.
the ultimate
That I
in
have to
the end, but it
leave
was
the house to
Nats
find
being
out that
this
I'm
far
fired.
ahead and then less. I think a few more
That
seconds
is actually
go
the
by.
way to do it.
He maybe kills everyone as they look to come through that teleporter. It is a fine, fine margin that gives Liquid their first round on this attack. Now again, both teams on the brink. A response here from Vitality could genuinely put them down. Like it could leave Liquid having to fight in that 5th map. Liquid win this round. And they're back in the map.
It is the turning point of the game, of the map so far at least, and aggression from Team Liquid set to come through on this A site. Durka will have a challenge, but not for a little while. It's again that hyper-patient play on this attack side. Dodging the Tigers.
Dodge the
Now
dog.
they'll take control over Bath. Re-smoke down.
Start looking at the money
See them
while we're
step
chilling
into
for a
it.
bit.
You remember, you've got a Sky there for
Got
Palatech, the ability to flash out. The
3
same
and
thing can be
4
said
that
for
can't buy
Kamek,
next.
even doubling up on them at times.
That's a
Make
lie
it very
Durka can
difficult.
buy.
Tiger spots Durka. Shots don't land, and Kamek is punished.
3 and
Kicks
3.
covering from further back. Camo looks to quickly dive on Durka. Will
Oh, the
land the
team
first, but
flash
again, Kicks is
kinda
there,
wrecked Durka a
making
little
this
bit, so
an advantageous position.
you can
for
just go for it.
Vitality. The barrel spotted by Trex, but just painfully.
Oh my
around the
god,
corner.
that shot is
Kiko
so
has
fast from
landed the shot, but
Kiko.
Kicks continues
Dude, Kicks is
to
popping
take
everyone.
them down.
Seekers.
Seekers in.
Does he
And
overheat
knows
or do they play it
exactly
together?
Where his last victim is. The Estonian executioner, as we dubbed him. And he's coming in for his prey, but Kiko is the one to look for the fight. He'll walk into safe. Around goes Kicks.
Very,
Not quite
very
for the
nice
kill,
from
but
Kicks.
less with the trade. A round is a round. And for Vitality, they have found double digits as a result.
Yeah, he was the response to every single action
That's
that was
true,
there
actually.
for Liquid. You try and take
So
space,
that's me
he's
leaving,
there.
if anything.
You try and fight through a smoke, he's there. It was a wonderful round from him individually. And sure, the setup information that was handed was sublime. But now we turn to Liquid. I said it, the finances of this team now goes down to a very awkward position.
Did it again.
It's whether or not they want to gamble
Throws
it
this
all
to
to try
Moen.
and get back into the map now, or have to fight from what will be a pretty hefty deficit. Ultimates are starting to build. In fact, they're much more favorable for that attack side coming up. But it's whether you want to try and go, okay, let's see what we can do with a couple of guns here and a single ultimate, and then have an ult round in a couple, or if you want to save and have it all at once, but maybe then Vitality break back. They only need a few from that point.
Low buy on this one. I mean, they can get
Really the problem.
they
It
can
is
get
the
2
gap
hero guns.
between the two now. It's
2
often going to
sheriffs.
force your hand to a more
Maybe 3
fast-paced,
sheriffs.
more greedy style to claim the rounds here and now. Certainly when they push to 11. For now, 10-6. Guess it is still in question. Dealer's choice. As we come into this, you got to look at things that, for Team Liquid, we expect to work that little bit better. And I think you look back at previous maps, or even how a lot of these rounds have gone so far. Feels like Nats is being caught out. He's been over-aggressive at times. They're losing that utility.
That is true. It's only
Definitely
twice
hasn't
though.
been having an easy time, and to some extent, you can see the Vitality. Their aggression in
Okay,
moments,
what
staying
is this?
close
Like
on Bath when
a
he popped
fake
his
of the
ult and so
showers
on.
control into
They're
a
always
B
a step
burst.
ahead.
Starting to look at Vitality here, stacking
That's the
3 on
thing.
B
There
early.
was a time where he was the best player in the world on this map on Viper. He was unstoppable. That gets eyes on you.
Well,
Camo's
they hit
rifle
both of the hero
will be
guns.
a hero alongside Kiko. 2 players that can understand why they
Okay,
have
and they
it.
spot
Nats is
2.
gonna
But that
try
could have been the
some risky
person from side that
information, but
joins.
it's all to
So I
set
don't
up
think they
those 2
fully
players.
saw that it was the
That's the goal
Sky.
in this round. Can we create heroes with the information we give them?
Oh my, that's a lot of util.
Guided salvo nades. A lot sent in towards that site, or towards Hookah at least, but not a lot connected. Dorka to find them all.
Oh god.
Cleaning house on
Yeah,
the
this
B-long
seems scary when this stuff starts
Getting the
happening.
spike as
Just
well.
individuals popping everyone.
This one left down to
Little
a gold
lineup.
orb.
Lovely from
Charger
Durka.
For Kamek, he'll at least have his for the next, but the 4 players standing between him and around victory, just too much to manage. Durka, big 4K, and that's 11 on the board for Vitality. Now for Team Liquid, there's no room for error. Every round needed for regulation victory.
Yeah, this is basically the
Luckily,
all-in
that was
round.
sort of that half buy I was talking about. Just putting some weaponry in. Bear in mind, he did get peeked by both rifle players there and took both their heads off like it was absolutely nothing. And this is the thing. We've spoken about this squad as a super team for many reasons. One of them is that every player on this roster can frag. Just looking at the scoreboard right now, it is a testament to how solid in depth
I mean, they got a
individual
solid,
skill is. Everybody
solid
putting
combo.
up numbers, everybody stepping
There's
up like we
probably,
saw from Liquid in
I would
maps
say,
1 and 2.
Like, Vitality would have a
early
rough
use
time
of Thrash.
to win this round.
All it's really done is garner
I
some space
like
for
that they...
See if we can make use of the space that they found. Camo certainly won't. Trash just jumped into the
I like
smoke
that they play
and
far
took
back
it
on this
down.
one.
Orbital
They go for the
structure
same
safe.
brim ult that they did
Looking
earlier,
close.
where it like
They've got a
leaks over and
shorty
it's
out, but
to catch
Kamek
people running
too
away.
quick on the trigger.
Also means you can't
Let
fast
that
flood into the
shorty
site.
ring out in the end. Molly to stop the push forward, but Patatek
Okay,
still
plant
falls. The
for a
battle
spam.
from Safe was strong, but he won't find much more than that. Less on the wraparound.
Les could
Has paid if he can
definitely
get
win
close
this.
enough. I think he's going to have the fight before that's possible. Spotted out.
Especially as
Dealt
Nat's
with
low
Nats, who was
HP
low.
gives him a
The
1v1.
headshot delivered.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Okay, he must have been behind the smoke. He stepped out of it at the wrong time. Kamek now in the 1v1.
Oh, that's a
Does well
nice
to shut down
instant
kicks.
position.
Time on his
He's
side.
here
It's
fast.
ticking away unless it's looking the wrong
Dude,
way.
Kamek's
Easily done.
great. In
Team
these
Liquid
situations,
with a
clutch
Red Bull
situations,
clutch.
very
Just
smart.
trail by 4.
And that's something that's impressed me throughout all of the maps we've seen so far is Kamek and his positioning. I feel like you put this man in a late round and he has the read. He's going to make the right call, make the right decision, and even just tries to bait out Les a little bit towards the end. The fact is, though, it's just impressive how much Les was able to do from that flank, and it's an issue that both teams have been dealing with. You don't have that traditional Sentinel. You're constantly going to have to try and stop flanks. And every single time they've seemed to have impact. The problem now for Vitality is they've got a few pieces missing, but a Viper's Pit and a Judge, I think he'll be fine.
That will pad the gap somewhat, I think, yeah. I don't think we'll have many players.
Okay,
going
it's 7-11.
anywhere
We've got
near
1,
that
2,
B-long angle.
3,
Problem is, if you go the
4.
other way, the other extremity,
And then we got
we
4,
can
so
see
it's
Dirk
4 on
has
each
got it
side
on
that can't buy
lockdown.
next.
Operator in hand,
The op
and
is
that
going to
was
be
a big
extremely
menace.
hard to push off this angle.
Pardon
Going to
me,
have
the
to try and
previous map.
send the flash out.
It was constantly finding those opening kills, or just following up
Or we
later
just
on in
swing
the
this.
round with a deep
Okay,
aggression on
Nats
their
needs to
attack.
play really late.
Here it will find its reward as long as Durka is patient.
Oh.
Eventually, he looks the other way.
Yeah, this is where Nats is looking to try and fight off that timing. The
Okay, Nats
expectation
has good
that
timing on
whoever was
this.
here would look away, but Durka
Oh, this
did
is
not
nice from
look
Dirk.
away.
It's just on top of it.
He
But
knows
basically
his
turned the
opponent.
corner as he
He
started
knows who he's
to
up
move
against,
away from
and
the
now
angle.
holding on to that shower's position is a
Dirk
problem.
has
They
all.
have
It
to
should
try
be
and
very,
almost go
very
the other
hard
way.
for
The
them to get a
timing,
plant down here.
somewhat worked out. I felt like Safe was dead to rights, and with Showstopper online, there isn't really a safe plant. They need to get rid of Durka. But if they focus too much on that, they could fall victim to anyone else.
Yeah, this is the problem. You can see the setup here. You can see Kicks, who's been dealt with. Up above was Trex, only good for the one. Showstopper fired in.
Whoa,
Damage
HP is
done,
at
but
18.
no kill. And with the operator, okay, there's the
Yeah, he
classic,
knows.
never mind.
Knows that it must have done so much. Dude, Dirk's brain's working overtime right now.
There's no way for Kiko
Can't even
to
get
win this.
the
8
spike and plant, can
seconds,
he?
he'll
Oh, yeah,
grab
can.
the spike.
He's just got
Needs
it.
to plant
Dude, the Judge.
right now, and he'll stick it. Les just around the corner, though. Here comes the Judge to close out the round.
Of course it is.
And put Vitality on map point. Fracture
Yeah, they gave that a good go.
coming into
Durka
vision
did
over the
incredible.
horizon. It's not far away now.
There was so few worlds where that Judge on a rotate became valuable. Les literally sat in his pit the whole round just in case they decided to try and quickly go back the other way. The round was looking done, but even still, we saw Liquid fight back into it. And it comes down to the one 1v1 that could have worked out. Now both teams find themselves on the brink, but it is Vitality, five rounds
chances.
to the good. Orbital strike available for Trex. Operator still in the hands of Durka. The one thing in their favor of the attack is the ults.
Dude, Durka gets so much info from this as well. Ooh, this is the stuff that I was talking about. That's so sick.
It's a disaster. That could have been the opening.
You got the
for Team
drone to
Liquid.
suppress the
Instead,
ult.
Damage is done, and they are running back through this Viper
So
wall.
good against the
Smoke
Razor.
play already. They're backed out. They can't go for it. They heard the snake bite fall, and that's the end of the redirect. Now where did Team Liquid go?
But that's the thing. You've used your sort of like one trump card. The showstopper's gone. You've got a Viper's Pit, but where can you use it? You're going to try and use it to get out of hookah? It can work, but it's definitely risky.
They could win. Vitality have no
The
money.
one good thing is that Lex's main delay is gone. They're going
They
to try
would
and
have to
sell a
eco.
ruse on the other side. Nats is going to be sent in, actually using that Viper's Pit as a fake. Try and sell the idea that they are heading into this position while they look to jump out, but Vitality have not moved.
No pressure over towards long. Kicks.
No, they haven't. Still two here. Kicks is dealt with though.
Oh, that's incredible as well. Kicks helped his teammate to enable us to get the second, and then I feel like he has no right in that third kill. Wait, what is that? Headshot. Nice shot.
Put in the dirt here on map number 4. And Fracture, well, it's coming into vision now. I can see it clearly. The shots from
very, very strong.
And
Another strong map from them.
For less to close this out. We are going the distance.
Of course
no
we are,
robbery
yeah.
today. We get every map we deserve. All 5 of them, baby.
Les was utterly incredible towards the end of that one. Ended
Les? Yeah, Les was
22
awesome.
and 11. The Brazilian on foreign soil, showing why he was imported, and well, he's gone the distance before. Let's see if this time he comes out with a victory. We're going to map number 5.
Fracture. Dude, both these teams look pretty good on Fracture, right? Wait, I can't remember Vitality's Fracture. Vitality haven't played Fracture? That'll be why then. But Liquid at least cleaned up their Fracture. Okay, let me upload this VOD.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes.
Finals? Yeah, we got spoiled in all the finals.
But now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line.
Okay, we're back in a little bit, chat.
Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all run away up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try to get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no.
We will be going the distance here in the grand finals, best of 5. Team Vitality on the verge of pulling off a reverse sweep. Liquid, however, as you guys can see, they're probably trying to get their act together here. Very strong words coming out from Coach Lohan. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Sadak and Mini. I've never seen you that angry, Mini. I feel like I've never seen you express that kind of emotions.
I don't think I have that capability, to be honest with you. So I quite like it, because we saw Nats in that last map with the kind of very introverted, kind of like very calm speech. And in this moment, it does feel like they need a bit of a kick up the bum. So Lohan coming in hot with some anger.
Is that what they need?
Yes, they need to wake up. They need to do what they were doing on the first 2 maps. But now it's all Vitality. It's all Vitality.
I think they need to shut down less because Sadak.
Impossible. Impossible.
You guys don't know this. When we're watching the game here with Sadak, every time Les is in any situation, Sadak is like, watch this, he's gonna win. He's got this. He's got this. He wins these. But he does win these.
Not a single doubt in my mind, of course. Not a look at this. So smart, so handsome. Look. Oh my God. Yes. He has everything also.
Yeah. Mini, however, on the other side was like, oh, Durka, what are you doing? Why have you missed that?
To be honest, I was being a bit critical of Durka. Yeah, there was a very big contrast between the positivity coming out of Sadak and me being the usual negative Nancy.
There's not a lot of negatives you can say about Les, though, Mini. You know, if you watch that map, he was just prime Les.
Yes, he's just chilling, killing everyone. You see no emotion in his face. He came here to destroy. That's it.
He came here to be the first player to win two trophies in 2 different regions.
Yes.
Definitely very impressive if he can pull it off. Also, very impressive, Mini, some of the Tejo stuff that we saw. We have a round here, a round 7. Talk us through what you liked about this.
So it looked like Vitality had a bit of a switching game plan where they're using these B long salvos quite a lot to force out the space from Liquid, and Liquid looked very kind of panicky about it. But in this round specifically, just the Tejo salvos to take the space. And then the Armageddon coming in, I think we just want to highlight like how oppressive the Tejo can be. Like Team Liquid are forced to play full retake, and Vitality get B site for free. And B site post plant, in my opinion, I don't know what Sadak thinks, but
it's hard.
Pretty easy post plant.
Yeah, it's hard to retake that.
Do you feel like that was the round that it happened, right? Round 7, when they're 4-2 down, they managed to bring this side pretty close in the end. How important was that to keep it competitive and not let Team Liquid run away with the game?
I think this was a breaking point in economy and in ultimates also, because whoever wins this round gets to win like the next 2 or 3 rounds, basically, off of ultimates, and it gets this snowball effect, you know? So this was like a super important round.
And Vitality, you know, the super team, they so far have had this habit of if you let them snowball, they're just going to win, and they're going to win pretty dominantly. But the question is, can they now they're the ones that have to actually close out. The momentum keeps shifting, you know, we have Liquid struggling a little bit to close things out, 3-0, 3-1, and now Vitality on the verge of actually reverse sweeping. And since Mini, you have had 3 different times of reverse sweeping in a lot of situations. You know, we saw it against Loud. No, that wasn't a reverse sweep. I guess on the map, it was a bit of a comeback. We also saw a bit of a comeback against Koi as well back in the days. And of course, pulling off the actual only reverse sweep against Team Heretics. How do you do it? What is the most important thing on map 5 when you're about to actually reverse sweep?
I think for us, it was just about belief and experience. And I think in terms of the narrative of this, like we're looking at Vitality with all the experience and, to be honest, the belief, because they've just won 2 maps in a row that were fairly convincing, in my opinion.
Yes, they were. Yeah, they were super convincing. Can I also add a small...
Anything you want.
A small fact. When we play... What was it? America's finals? The first America finals? Les actually asked me to IGL the Fracture. So he does have a really good idea of how Fracture works. I'm really trusting him on this one.
Oh, he wanted to call on Fracture.
He called on Fracture and we won.
Oh, wow.
Fracture. So I'm really trusting him on this one. So yeah, I mean, 100% has to go to Vitality. And also Durka plays well this map also, right?
Yeah, Durka's always liked this map.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Durka, of course, part of that team that managed to reverse sweep Heretics. Do you remember at all what he was like at this point of the series going into map 5? Anything that kind of stands out for you? Because he also did have a pretty good performance that series.
I honestly can't remember. I'm sorry for Sadak for bringing it up again, but I do remember that Icebox comeback.
Oh, no.
And that was a very similar moment to me.
Don't worry, I remember also.
Durka was the one who switched emotionally. Like he became like almost the leader in the team at that point and was the one charging forward first and had full belief. Even in the OT, he was like, I'm going to buy the ult guys, I'm going to win us the round. And at that point, I knew we won the game, to be honest with you.
Leading by example, leading by example. I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces here on the side of Vitality, but it does seem that now it's flipped. The pressure is back on them. For Liquid, you know, if they don't end up winning here, I don't think anybody could be mad at them for how far they've come.
Yeah.
For Vitality, however, if they lose here, there's going to be a lot of questions about them going into Masters Bangkok. And this man on your screen, Nats, has consistently, every step of the way, managed to take his team to a victory. So Sadak, can Nats, I guess at this point, be the single player that can stand up to this super team?
Yes, 100%. I mean, he's been proving that over and over again the past weeks. So yeah, I mean, he is the guy. He's been the guy right now. Look at him. Look at him, just yapping all the time.
Talking for a long time.
Yeah, he's yapping, and sometimes that's exactly what the team needs. Someone to talk and, guys, we can do it. We're gonna win. But look at the other side.
Look at this yap off.
Yeah, they're yapping a lot. Jesus Christ, guys. Focus on the game. Come on.
Is great. I would love to get some insight, like maybe the comms video when it comes out, the yap off. But Paddy also has a lot of experience. This is the guy that, you know,
he come from a finals, right?
Yeah, he suffered a lot as well. Back on Heritage, he suffered a lot from not winning. On the back of his mind, he's probably very hungry to be able to close this one out. But let's talk about Fracture very quickly, because this is the map we will be heading to.
I can see the comps. I'm very excited. I know we're not like we're speaking about it now, but I can see the comps. And I'm getting excited.
Let's not leak anything. Let's not contain your excitement. Contain your excitement. And I also want to talk a little bit about the coaching staff as well on either side, because this is probably, Minnie, the most stressful situation you can be a part of.
Yeah, this is torture. At this point, it's like I joke that I like seeing the coaches stress. It's fun. But I am glad that I'm sat on this side of it for once.
But,
yeah, it's brutal.
It's like a sense of helplessness almost, right? Because you can't really do anything more. You've done everything you can.
Everything's done now. It's just the timeouts. Literally just timeouts. So I'll be keeping an eye on them.
So, okay, I have a question for you. In these situations, would you pause just for the mental?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? If like it's the final game of the finals and the team is like all over the place mentally. Not strategically, but
yeah, absolutely. I always trusted Boaster and the team that like strategically that they're gonna sort themselves out if they need to.
Yeah.
Obviously, like there might be something they're missing.
Yeah.
But the worst case scenario is when the team is down, you know, mentally. And I think that's a good point, because Team Liquid, we don't know what they're gonna be like in this kind of deep best of 5 reverse sweep situation. Like, tactical pauses might be needed.
Well, let's take a look and see why Sadak and Mini were so excited. All right, we got the Vice. I'm going to let you go first, Sadak. It is not safe playing against Trex.
Yeah, I mean, they're changing the game.
This comp is
I think we can see, like,
pretty hard to play against on both attack and defense. So when this comp is on attack, you need to be a little bit more aggro on your defense. So we'll keep an eye out for that one.
With the Tejo and Vice, I think this is the strong
you can still like sight hits, because obviously you split the sights, right? Vice is good when you're not splitting and it's just like one choke point or two that are on the same side.
I like Astra still, but Vitality's comp in theory I think is almost it's almost perfect. The Vice can't be countered by the Teo, the Cypher can, so that's a big difference.
Yeah, and you must know this. Les has never played Brimstone in his entire career in an official. Is this the right time to debut an
Nats is going to need to make sure that he changes up his like all of his trips.
You trust him?
So there's a good amount of
I don't
demos.
think there's anything Les can do that you wouldn't trust.
Of course. If he tells me he can fly, okay.
And you feel the same way, Minnie, about Vitality with Durka on the team?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that there's this weird thing where like Les and Durka, they're bringing theory from different teams, and I think it's going to come together in a very nice way.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, I'm going to play the other end. I believe in Team Liquid. I doubted them all the other times. I will never doubt you again.
He's still talking.
Let's see how much you can over-yap Nats and Safe.
Thank you so much to our analyst desk. One last time, it's time to get into our final
Miss Alex saying that Les used to call on Fracture. Wait, really?
5. And we're going to Fracture. Tom,
that's pretty cool.
Simple question, because the chat seemed to go back and forth in the vote. Who's the favorite coming into this?
Right. Last map.
Now. They were favorites
so
at the beginning.
2-2. The Pistols are at 4-4.
And now
and Vitality on defense, Liquid on attack. Liquid have gone for their default over towards arcade that normally works out well, and Vitality go for a topside crunch. Yeah, and this is nice as well, because if Liquid feel like their default over towards arcade can't work, that's like the round that they just always fall back on.
Can't wait to
Just
see
splitting
how
over
the
towards B.
initiative of both of these teams evolves and is in effect throughout this map. Already seeing Northside crunches, and we've seen so much defensive aggression in these rounds. It's left to a 3v2. Kiko and Nats have a firing squad to come up against the shots. Well, at least one of them
Yeah,
lands in
lovely
their
shots
favor.
from Vitality.
Kicks quickly
This was good as well. They managed to get like
1-0
round this corner before the util hit.
I think we've seen how important strong starts have been for either side. Think about the maps that they've been winning, the first two 9-3s that came up.
Wait, they're on
Getting
defense,
off
right?
to
So 5-4.
Basically blitzing through the pistol has really been a defining factor for either of these squads.
Dude, they do not buy much into this. Look at this one.
We have witnessed maps where we've gone into it as, okay, Liquid have played this, Liquid have the reps, and Vitality have the tape. Well, there's been 4 maps of this, granted a big compositional shift, as they were running 0 duelists on the Liquid side for the first 2 games, which I didn't enjoy. But the new
Okay, they choose the site where there's only 2.
but it's been seen, and that's definitely a scary
And what are the actual
prospect.
guns
Think
here?
back to that Lotus game we saw earlier.
Okay, they bought an extra gun into it.
It seemed like Vitality threw the book at Liquid. In this round, expectations are minimal. Right here. And with Less's
Wait, how is
performance in
kick
the
so
last
low?
map,
What happened there?
I'd
He
steer
run back
clear
into
of
the Teo damage?
Vitality challenge down below that rope has not yet been seen. Pad attack, despite being tagged up earlier, he's waiting to make a play. Round comes the rest of the squad. It's going to be a challenge.
That is a gun down.
That you need
Durka
to see Trex win, especially
has
now
given him
that
one out of
Durka
the 2
has been
guns.
bested. Guided salvo goes
Patty
in,
gets
keeps
owned
it
in heaven
close,
as well.
but
Sorry,
less.
Patty owns Trex in
I can
heaven.
hear Static
He-
from here.
Camo
That's a
didn't go
double
pick up
kill
the
on
gun because they
board
have
and
no
a
idea
round
about the numbers
perhaps
behind it.
saved. Certainly kept competitive, and with the range he has, a nice dodge of the flash, he should be cleaning up the rest of these players.
Stuck somewhat.
Damn, dude, I really think they should should have
time
like
to try and make a run for
cancelled,
it,
not
but
commit over towards site and try go for this gun.
They have to get their running shoes on fairly quick. Maybe
Don't know
try
if
to
he
sell
knew
the
that it
idea
was a
already,
bulldog,
but they've gone.
but I think so.
There's nothing really left to save. No, they are. They're making
Kamek,
that run.
does he have time
All
for
the way
this?
back to the other side of the map. This is going
Close.
to come down to a matter of seconds, and yeah, if there's any utility
Looks
put
like
into place here, I don't know if he's going to have time.
Oh, I think looking
maybe
back there might have.
just,
Yeah,
that's gonna be
I think he could have
incredibly
made your
close.
pathing
No,
better.
no,
I think
it
he messed
hasn't
it
gone
up.
through.
Once you see that 4 disappear on top of your screen, it's over.
The problem was he
There's
was
no
like
way to plant that.
kind
Just
of
timing when it came to that. And I
unsure
wondered
if
as
someone
well
would be
was
watching him.
Padatek was waiting, I thought, waiting for the fault line to come back online to put that in to cause a bit of an issue. Where they think it's a B play, they stay in position, they rotate, but ultimately the time there is the biggest factor. Some good ideas from Team Liquid just fell apart in the late round.
Yeah, ultimately, after going down, they still get all the credits anyway, so it's just a few extra put in their pocket. They can play with, make sure they come in
Yeah,
with
they got
full
the plant,
shields,
so
and they definitely made that one a little bit more costly than Vitality would have liked.
My camera is destroyed.
Now is where we need to see a change to the script. They can't start off with a 3-0 deficit and taking
Yeah,
down
this
the
would be a
Lurker
rough
Bouncer.
start.
That's not only him going down, but that's also so much control. He's normally sat with his cam.
Yeah,
across
and he's the one
map,
that's meant to
watching
just like
for any
get
pushes when
info
he
over
can't do
towards
that
A.
anymore.
No,
Smokes go in.
Down, flanks open. You
How many commit over towards the
absolutely no
site? I
protection,
like
so
this
it's
from
straight
Kamek. He
into the
commits
site,
over towards
and then
spawn.
they
They had to
need
do
more
something here in the
ground. That's what
4v5.
this push is all about. They're looking deep into the spawn for this fight. Where Safe is under threat and eventually
Whoa, what a shot from
taken
Kiko
down.
as well.
Kiko with the cover, and now
This
round
decision to
has a
push spawn was
huge advantage
everything.
for Team Liquid. Well, that has quickly
Made a
subsided.
doable round.
Durka on the back of, oh, he's been stunned as well. He's got to fall back.
Keep an eye on Lesser.
Lower and lower. Less almost had the play, and in fact would pass.
Dude, Darker into the bonus gets everyone. It's actually such a beast.
Replay, and then we can do it again, and you know what? Throw in a third one.
Wow.
Holy.
It's finally come down to a point
Yeah,
where
wins the 1v1
so
here.
fast that the crowd didn't even get
That
to
guy's
call
not
for it.
watching. Sending it over towards site. Oh, that's nice though.
Everyone was shocked when we saw this man leave. We talked about
Dude,
it
they're making the Phantoms look so strong.
and again. There is no one else in the world that could do things like
Yeah, they know how much that means.
consistent basis. And well, the thing is, the round as a whole, anybody who went through the middle of the map died from the side of Vitality. The only thing that stood in Liquid's way was Durka. And unfortunately for them, he was more than enough.
A brick wall. They could not get through him. Nats caught him the lurk last time, and it's not going to go much better this time.
Great trades.
Diced up Team Liquid on this site. They've ran into Trex.
Dude, they
with
put the ult into the eco.
It's still competitive though. There's rifles to be recovered.
Yeah,
The
they can get the
spike is
guns.
in Team Liquid's
The
control,
big investment.
And the plan just now coming in. Flash won't stop them. Showstopper though could
He's
cause
in
problems.
trouble.
This round though for Team Liquid, even just getting that expanded would be perfect. Unfortunately for them, they are quickly being overrun. Durka running out of heaven.
Yeah, and
to clean
Vitality will
up
take
at
the extra
4-0.
win of the opening.
We start Showstopper online for Durka in the next round when the investment comes in from Team Liquid. This is a damning start.
Honestly, I think the most fitting sign I've just seen in the crowd is one punch Durka.
Yep.
Every opponent he comes up against, he
One
hopes
punch
that they're
Durka.
strong enough. He hopes that he doesn't just knock them out with one foul swoop.
Okay. Rough start
But
right
the
here.
fact is, that's exactly what he did in the prior round. It's still hard to forget, and for Liquid, well, you mentioned, or they mentioned on the desk, proactive pauses. I think it's needed. When you lose a round as brutal as that last one, responding can almost feel forced. Like you feel like you need to get back into the game sooner rather than later. And considering how the last two maps have gone, you're talking about a 13-6, 13-7. Like they haven't been particularly
Out of steam.
close.
I mean, they need to
You do not
try
want to
like
allow Vitality
problem
to
solve
continue this, because
on the fly without
let's not
demos.
even talk about the 4 players a little bit lower down. If you allow Durka
And
to
everything
keep
that they
doing
normally
things like
do.
this, it is over.
Like
And
the
you look back at last map,
arcade
look at the desk that we just
default.
had and listen
Already
to what
been
they were
shut down.
talking about, to what, albeit a slightly biased Sadek, might. But what he said, and someone like Les, 5-1. Durk is great. Durk got an ace, but Les putting in the rounds one after another. For Team Liquid, solutions need to be found fast. Vitality, they're coming in with a different vibe on this map, setting the pace on their defensive side. And like I said, I was excited to see some of the aggression, but so far these first 4 rounds have been insane. And I expect a little bit more insanity now with rifles for everybody, some ultimates online and others close to being online. This round could be pure chaos.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kamek, his didn't
Yeah, they
have
go for the arcade
desired
default
effect
again.
when utilized. Safe's already going to have to give
Yeah,
up.
that's very nice as
still
well.
have a
And
bit of
him just
control.
breaking this
Seen
just
this
means
from
that they have to use more util to actually
already.
like clear behind the box. Now they have to use the
Combination
boombot.
of util, the vines,
And
which
honestly, it looked
are
like the
actually
boombot
gonna be
didn't
broken.
fully clear it. So they might
Well, it
not
seems like
be 100%.
as always, is slowly learning the util setup. Defeating it before it causes them issues. Durka, though, he's got to be careful. There's a player right around the corner timing everything. And while Kiko, he finally puts him down.
But Les was waiting.
Oh,
And
that's
even
nice
taking
info
the
for
trap, he
Les as
manages
well.
to sidestep the shots.
Very
That's
nice
the
trade.
numbers back to square one. 4v4, but look what Les has now after early fight.
Dude,
Orbital
it's so
strike
hard to
is
win this
here.
map when
Trex
you lose your
catches
smoke.
the shoulder, and it's an easy kill.
At least get rid of the
Lurking in
crossfire.
background, and Les on his way. This site take needs to see a plant very soon. Stun held. Kicks just waiting for that plant. Maybe Save could punish. But with that cage up, it doesn't look possible. I like the jump peek from Les. Oh, safe! I don't know what gave that away.
He thought it was running up through. He literally thought it was Nats.
Now they're not looking at
He
the
literally
fight.
thought it was Nats, like taking the timing after being spotted going towards site.
The site, so of course, Safe deals with him. Now Kamek, well, he knows where Safe is. Oops, that was almost awkward. With 12 seconds left, he needs a plant, and they've got enough time to just run this clock down. Kamek tries
It's
his
unlucky.
best to
He thought
force them
Safe
into
wasn't
a
going to
fight,
send
and
it.
he did get to see them both before he died. But
Looking
will
good
still
at the
5
moment.
to 0.
They're very, very proactive on defense as well. As soon as they realize that they're doing this arcade default every single time, Durka and Les on this one are just pushing out over towards A main.
Man on that team, it was incredibly close. Locking, Loud, Fnatic came down to the wire, and one man again stood in Les's way. It's a little bit different this time, as that man sits beside him, sits on the same team, and they are right at the top of
Vitality,
the
yeah,
board
dude,
right
they're
now, but
so
that's the thing.
phantom pilled.
It does seem like Vitality, with that extra experience, with those players we've seen, been there, done that, win Masters, win Champions, they haven't run out of gas. And I'm starting to ask the question, have Liquid 5-0 down on Fracture? We've seen this across the previous maps as well. After the second was done, it seemed like it was over. Have they
Oh
got a
my god, the
response?
timing's kind of incredible for this one.
Just that mental bounce back is so tough. It was discussed on the desk as well. Remains to
A
be
nice
seen
little
for
1-2
so many of
setup.
these players. This is a new
Kind of
challenge.
depends on the timing here.
Nice kills across the board, man.
No way. No way. Oh boy. It's gone from bad to worse. Felt like I had something to do with the forms there.
These last 2 maps, and now they're tripping over themselves. Kiko's low. Nats is still lurking around, but they need a miracle.
Look at the ults. Look at everything. There's nothing that sits in their favor right now. Stuck within the side of salvo.
Dude, he took like a little time. He's like, wait, am I actually just fully wrecked here?
From Team Vitality.
That's very nice from Vitality. They're looking good on this map. Looking very good. Got a good amount of setups. The comp makes a lot of sense. It's pretty legit on attack too, and they've already got 6 rounds.
At least they were full eco to... Oh, wait. No, they weren't. They had rifles. That's an in-zone flawless up against... Oh, no. Oh, there was no need for this. There was no need for this. And it is the Razor Vine slowing him down, stopping him from getting out into sight. But look at the
And doing the
utility there in
damage.
the end as well. We saw it from Nats' perspective. Like, he's like, okay, I'll at least go for the plant. And then 15 things just come flying at him. Dude's dead.
Well, this has been the case. It feels like a lot of Liquid's attack so far is trying to find ways to deal with Trex's utility. And the second you do, you die in another way. Like, he's holding the angle, slows them down completely. They get into the site, and they're just getting slaughtered as they do. His wall catches them on the other side. And this was the thing. When we looked at his B setup initially, get caught by Nats, like get rid of
And
it,
Vitality
I was
kind of
like, okay,
clear
what's next?
at least over towards Dish.
Okay, Durka, he will struggle to land the first few shots. That won't last very long. Nade's already claimed one. He's there for
Oh
a
my.
second, a third. In fact,
11 to 3.
they have got weaker weapons.
Oh, he's absolutely sending it as well. They're running at him.
Is brought against him 7-0.
Well, they're going to do another timeout.
We've seen comebacks. We've seen them before,
And
but I'm starting to
dude,
think
I'll be
we're
honest,
seeing
the
a
rounds aren't
comeback
even
in
close
this
right now.
series. The reverse sweep is very much on.
Well, that's the thing. Again, we talk about EMEA champion sat within this stage. There's one man who, yeah, he won in stage 3. He won in stage 2. And again, you won't believe it, it's Durka. He's looking to make it the 3-peat of champions regionally in a row. I'll be honest, I think for this team, the expectation was to win this final. I think for the fans, the expectation was to win this final. But going 2-0 down in the fashion that
Double
they
timeout. It's got to be done.
struggling to face off against this Liquid squad, and now, well, if you'd shown me this as map 1, I would have just, well, even the last 3 maps, that's how I expected this series to go.
Yep.
It took a bit of time to awaken the beast that has been Vitality throughout this entire tournament. And unfortunately for Liquid, they couldn't shut them down quick enough because they have grown.
Dude, they got 5. I mean, they got 4 ults though.
And I'm now genuinely starting to wonder.
The problem is I know how strong this comp is on attack. And as long as Vitality have Fawn lineups and Liquid can't flood towards sites to defend them,
I respect that, Tom.
it's going to be done.
I respect that, Tom, but
just ignore the neural then.
You're fighting the current in this one. Vitality in a BO5, we touched on it to start this out. You typically expect to see more
Going to
dominant
Bangkok?
maps
I don't think
at the
so.
start of a
I'm pretty
BO5,
sure I'm
and
not.
then you move to the mid grounds as the veto thins out. Coming from the upper bracket, Vitality, they kept the best to last by the looks of things. 13-6, 13-7, and a 7-0 start on map
And
number 5.
4-person,
Like you said, what's it gonna
they're
take?
expecting Dish
Got
so
all the
much.
ultis. Nats is
Gotta
in
be
trouble.
so careful. There's 4 players pushing
Yeah.
this north side. It seems
Because
like
this comp's
half
so
of
good
the
at retaking.
plan right now
And
for
honestly, they're
Vitality
up
is
against
just
so many
building back.
ults
It makes it so
that they want to go
difficult. Even a
aggro.
1-for-1 trade, honestly, getting rid of
Yeah,
him,
and
holding
now
on
with
to
this
so
they
much
push and they
control
create
is
so
not
much
too
pressure on the
bad.
rest of Liquid.
The thing is,
They
though,
got a group head over towards B. It does happen. So we can see no one's over towards site, but they have no idea
Lass's
about that.
plan is to just try and deny as much as humanly possible. Delay the opposing squad as they wrap back around.
Nice shots.
Good
Ooh,
work from
nice
Kiko,
shots.
though. This might finally be a number on the board.
It has to be. Big players against them unless is on a tear. No time to take your foot off the gas on this. Camo tagged up by the guided salvo. Last still with 2 smokes. Still with a stim beacon, still with a molly. Plenty of tools at his disposal, and look how passive Liquid are. They're biding their time, not wanting to give this one away. If Safe wins this, we might as well call it here and now. I think he'll be leaving.
Yeah, I mean, Safe's got so much money. He just wants to make sure that he can do as much damage as possible.
Regardless, at this point, all he has to do is make it costly, drop weapons, and
Drop
they're
one of
waiting
them.
for him patiently.
Okay, very, very nice. Big run from Kiko. It's unavoidable death. It's always meant to be, I'm sorry.
That's the thing. A lot of the problems for Liquid is how easily they've got rid of Nats. That he has been on those lurks every round, so they go fighting. If they meet the full team, okay, they can win the round brawling. If not, they meet Nats, and then they clear out the flanks. This time, they had Kiko lurking around as a second player, making sure that we didn't get surrounded. Well, luckily, it seems like Padatek, we heard it so much from the guys last year that he was a huge motivation. Someone who could bring them back.
If Vitality win this, we got 2 people that can't buy next.
Gotta hope he can be that for Liquid here, because,
So Liquid has to use some of these ults into this if it gets
still those
close.
3 ultimates. A lucky thing for Liquid though is they didn't actually use any last round.
It's been nice to watch the
It's the first round of Vitality haven't like been properly aggro. Nats gets a lot of dish control.
Such a turnaround last 2 years.
There's been like no sound cues, right? So these 2 would probably have pushed out again if there was.
Low moments. Definitely matured as a player, and well, last year was just phenomenal from him. See if it can be more of the same. They need heroes to step up. They need consistency on Team Liquid. 4 ultimates still in the back pocket. This early aggression finally pushed back. Both players inside of A main should be sent running. Instead, they step forward and a very late guided salvo causing trouble. Durka was easy to take down.
Looks like the lack of play against the Teo there kind of owned him. He waited for them to land and then went.
Well, this is a bit better from Team Liquid.
Picking them apart. This is a scrappier round from Vitality, no doubt. I'm on Nats now. His lurk should come to fruition.
That's the best possible round for Liquid. Let's see how many they can get on this one. Only got 1 armory buy. I've always spoken about how like a new agent has like a sweet spot where no one knows how to play against it for like the first 2 weeks. This was a prime example from Durka here.
Communication went well when we saw that utility thrown through.
But, chat, was this not his own? Was this not his own salvos, or was the enemy team?
And then from then onwards, it was just slaughter left and right.
It was his own ones, yeah. Definitely,
Hero step up as well. I think
definitely not on the same page for that as well.
Kills, confidence builder and a much needed one at 7, 2 down. And the interesting thing is that Vitality, you know, they have that one little hiccup, 2 rounds that go the other way immediately. Faded and Malik calling for that pause. They want a moment with the team.
I think a timeout here is great though. You just saw a little mistake.
Victory here in the grand finals.
We don't know what the comms are like, but
Liquid.
It's also just
maybe they could have been annoyed by it.
How important
Safe gets the op out.
By the team in the lead has pretty much closed out all the way through. We haven't seen those comebacks, so
I wonder if this is like the double. If they're gonna go double arcade and put the op here. Who knows?
Bit of notice to Liquid to get back into this map. Like 7-5 is a very different story. We are talking about honestly after 7-0. I said, is there a chance they even get a round on the board? They've started to come alive a little bit.
Again, Nats does the same thing. Safe gets the op, Nats gets the op out. And looking like Safe is going to salvo down and then just take the peak.
Anything else can happen. Looking at Safe with early setup of utility.
Boombot's going to own him a little bit.
Himself the operator.
Has to wait for it, takes the angle.
One on the other side, but they are not battling the same ground.
It's the same play for both teams, claiming the space they think
and obviously they know they have enough money to get the op out, so should be away from this. Nats with his op sets up over towards Dish.
By Vitalities. After the salvos go down and no one pushes, pump the brakes. Team Liquid are waiting for aggression. This is something we touched on. I was excited to see Vitality's tempered aggression. But so far, like, the spot that you're seeing here,
dude, they got nothing to clear this op off.
As aggressive as they're getting most rounds without a real reason to
that
move.
Is so close to being a double.
Team Liquid are forced to make a move, they go straight into Safe's op.
Yeah, that's the difference. That's the one additional thing they've thrown in for this round.
Ooh, that was nice with a stun on top.
I think that was a stun placed in to put Trex in an impossible scenario. It also leaves Safe now without that.
Yeah,
extra
smokes go
utility.
down.
The
They got a
vines
free
would have
route
been
through
there to
heaven.
slow down
Does
this
Safe want to use his ult?
They can just make their way through, and Less has been
Less
caught because
is
of it. Nice work from Power once
absolutely
again.
gone for it. Put his own smokes down, send it through, but he's on his own. Definitely there's two situations, this round, last round, where Vitality are not on the same page with what's going on.
Not looking very good for the side of Vitality, as Team Liquid have most certainly found their footing here. Durka, he's running for the hills. It's time to get out of here. And a costly enough one for the defensive side, especially coming out of that timeout.
I love the fact that there's a reaction from Liquid. Like, you talk about the way that
I mean, I like their
I
I like their timeout, their second timeout as well. Like they're just being relatively silent, and Vitality have stopped going aggro, and so Vitality are now like waiting for sound to react. There's just no sound, so.
And you get control of the tower for free, puts you in a better post plan. But that's been one of the bigger issues I think they've had altogether, is that
Yeah, this was a bit of a disastrous round from Vitality, to be honest with you. Like, it should be so easy with this here. And then we got Less smoking down, sending it on his own, no one else sending it, and then we got a late ult from Safe.
For the site, and that's where you see Vitality have to take risks, have to try and take timings.
What in the world was that?
That's the pep talk they need.
That's... you wonder what's being said in these moments, but it's only the things that matter. Clean comms. Operator for both sides, it's Nats and Safe, and Nats, big fan of the Outlaw.
Okay, damage for damage. They put the wall down here, and dude, it's a weird one.
Same thing. We don't see Vitality push up all that much, but now, what's a different story?
This makes a lot of sense. They might get incredible timing, or it might be awful.
Players across that rope, sending the spike across that rope, rolling
Oh, it looks kind of good.
Potentially, I saw it lined up for a moment, but it's not put into play.
Dude, that stun was not safe. Got all three.
Piece picked up, and the operator maintaining control of Spike in the late round. Team Liquid, they can make their way to the site, sure. What's it gonna do for you when you got to push right back into that op?
Trades on trades, yeah.
On
and his teammates kind of locked. They kind of locked this one down. His teammates in charge of all of this.
An operator on the other side. I feel like Camo almost has to
feel like we've been here before. Oh, that is so sick from Safe though. That is so sick. They went for the jump peek into the swing.
It'll be another quad kill for Safe. No ace to be had, but he doesn't mind.
Yeah, that's impressive.
A smile across his face as he wins, almost individually wins the round. I think there was a solid stun here and there, but he was the one that had to land the shots.
Oh my goodness. The fact that
you could see the lack of play with the ult as well, right? The ult could have been better.
But it just doesn't matter. Safe 14 and 5 right now. There's a reason.
The tail ult was like this, right? Started like back here and went to here. Imagine if they actually started like the whole line. Would have forced him out into the open.
Because he's so useful as a duelist and as a tool for the team. But instead, he's trying to master the whole flow of it, and so far, man, Vitality are looking good under his leadership.
This round started with at least an attempt to try and battle away A main from Vitality.
Yeah, and they go back to this default, all hits everyone's stim pack. Oh, that's an incredible reactive stun.
It's going to be a lot of damage done on either side, but finally it's Nats to come in with a kill.
God, they actually came out on top of that. Good to do it. Huge shout out to Patty.
It's only going to be the one for him. Kick still watching onto that cross. Spike needs to get there, and while Kamek goes ahead of the smoke and wins the battle anyway. This leaves
oh,
just
no, he's stunned then, I'm pretty sure.
Definitely not the ideal weapon here.
Spike planted.
He does have Steel Garden though. Could potentially take their guns away.
Yeah, it might be worth committing, but he's hoping to find the pick first. It won't be given to him. So instead, down into under he goes. Ult active for maximum coverage. Might be able to get out of there for Nats, but the others are all going to be caught. Down to secondaries. Kiko up close though. He's got a real chance.
It's like the best thing ever.
Primary, he doesn't need it. Safe. Well, it's looking like Team Liquid will have 4
hey, managed to get
4 to close out the half. It's not a dream scenario.
We weren't looking to the fact that this comp should be good.
Yeah,
and that it's maybe an attack side of map as well.
Thrown in 4 of the last 5. It gave them some life, but as said, this has been a map or
not bad after the 7-0. No, yeah, you're super happy with it. Liquid need to be proactive on their defense. Like very, very proactive. trying to jinx Vitality. I mean, it is attack sided. Okay, so pretty much what you're going to see here is the Vice is like incredible if they have molly sorry chat, they have molly lineups to make sure that you can't fast flood over towards sites. So as long as they have like molly lineups, as in Vitality, that go to the default positions of where people would fast flood, right? Like we saw Les try and do, then Liquid are gonna have to start pushing on the sites. And also the Vice is like, so you see how Nuts all the time was doing like a 4-1 default with Nuts getting info of his camera, or they even doing like 3-2 default with the camera getting info. The problem with the Vice is you kind of have to always do 3-2s because the Vice can never like hold and get info, right? You would normally have a 4-1 setup with the Cypher, and the Cypher would have like a cam that spots both of these, and then you could go across the rope and join as a 5. The Vice doesn't really have that luxury. So you want to try and push because you know that 2-3, like one of these sides, is always going to be weak for a push.
And now they move to their defense.
Yeah, to say they need a pistol is an understatement. That could be enough to put them to bed, but oh, you know, the Liquid fans, the Vitality fans, they're definitely still awake. No one
Is it wraps for Liquid? If they get a pistol and they start going aggro, they can win it.
It's going to take a lot to get there.
It's rough
Again,
though.
the defensive side have a similar idea, looking for these aggressive players, but they have to watch out for Vitality or forcing them back and then pushing Dish at the same time.
Oh my god, he literally just went into the smoke into a crossfire. That nade is incredible from Camo as well.
Dropping last with the nade as well.
Yep, the
He's managed to find an enemy
first
this
step
time
is winning the
instead of
pistol.
himself. A big uptick in performance.
They got a nice crossfire, and eventually these smokes are going to fade as well.
On the back foot with the spike separated. They may be looking to take this somewhere else.
And they've still got time to play with.
Dude, if Vitality don't have the molly lineups, then Liquid don't really have to do too much.
If we sit here long enough,
like if they don't have Vine lineups for fast floods,
maybe that's the moment where the defense
on here and
decides to
here,
falter, but they haven't moved. They are reliant. This is something
they can
we've
just
seen
kind of play
throughout
normal.
rosters of Liquid. They're happy to leave Nats alone. The problem for Camo, though, he's under serious pressure.
Dude, we've seen so many kills where people are like inexperienced playing against the Teo.
Which leaves it in a 2v2. Timing perfect. Kicks was being watched that whole round, finally drops out of heaven with the spike, and it's just as they turn the other way. That's going to give them a chance to plant and maybe get back. Safe's third already on the board. Oh, he's just been phenomenal to watch. 17
What
and
a
6,
shot.
but he needs another.
Opens the door, goes back.
Kiko that he's up against.
Yeah, creates
Two
pressure like he could have gone
phenomenal
amen.
duelists head to head. Safe hiding on the site. And he swings in, giving him a fright, but won't land the shot. Guided salvo to buy him time, to buy him space as the clock keeps on ticking. Safe sidesteps into main.
Holy HP, 7.
Not quite landing, holding on by a sliver of health. And the quick reposition.
Oh my god, Safe
He
might
has
own
threaded the
this.
needle. He's made it past Safe with the perfect timing and the perfect
Holy, Safe played it so well.
to match the rounds of Liquid. It's 9 for Vitality.
Yeah, use the brain.
He's in their head. He's completely in their head. What he's able to
Mate, he's
do
having an absolute
throughout
map.
this round, the amount of damage that he did was sent by Kicks already. That this man back on a duelist, well, it might not be defined that way, but the way he's using it definitely seems to be the case. And while he just ran rings around Kiko, someone who has been an unstoppable force this season in EMEA.
Vitality allowed one death on this.
Liquid, hoping they can just make
where do we
this
end on the
at
pistols,
least
right?
a bit
6-4.
costly. At least remove some
I'm pretty
guns,
sure
because
Vitality with a 2-0
the
on this.
likelihood is, without a miracle, they're going to be fighting with a 6 deficit.
I must wait a moment.
It's too much. It's too big of a task. Oh, it's a cleanup for Trex. Quick little double.
I have
easy
no
shots.
idea.
Nats wrapping around the back.
Oh god,
Get nothing.
devastating.
Les survives that on 21 HP. You know, I know the second Nats rounded that corner, Sadik was in the analyst room going, he's going to win this. And he did. Fair play.
The top salvo got under.
Win
Yeah,
that
it's
one,
like a circle. It's fair.
Found another. They've retrieved a rifle. I believe the sniper of Trex must have fallen off the map because it wasn't retrieved after that previous bout.
Wait, that's kind of smart. If you're anti-eco, you play on the edge here. It's like what people do on Abyss. So when you die, it would fall off the edge.
Potentially delivering it back to your opponents, but at the same time, you're at such a big deficit in terms of rounds. There is a feeling of must, a feeling of need to try and get something done here. The problem again, though, is that timer. They are being given nothing. Finally, Durka is going to be the one to fall, but you can see the positions of the remaining two. There is absolutely no hope. And while another will be dropped,
Yeah, I mean,
no
they did incredible damage.
All in all, a decent round. But in the context
Bonus
of the
rounds here for Vitality, you would imagine they do their fast strat.
Yeah, it is just economy damage.
Stingers,
When are you going to
fast
see
strat.
that economy broken? Got to put rounds on the board, and so far that has been a problem.
Yeah, the gun went off the map.
Yeah, that's cool. You play far back there and the gun will always fall off.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. Poor old last caught down below, but geez, they had everything they needed with that guided salvo back online. 20
Safe
kills
is, yeah,
for
safe is 20 to
6.
6.
The guy is untouchable.
Okay, here we go. Like we said, fast strat. They go fast over towards B. Scatter nade for the trip. Salvos over towards heaven. Drone towards sight. And we have the Vine lineup. Oh boy. That's what I was looking out for. Wait, this pulse.
Purchase, although, well, I think that's a nasty surprise. That was the rifle. Nats is going to be stunned in this corner, but there's not really anybody available to execute on it. And well, after the wall has given away this spot, they are looking to try and fight the backline, but it has to be impressive from Les.
If he wins this, I heard, at least the first will be found. Camo down, but it's the trade. Keeping it well and truly in an advantageous spot for Liquid. Safe. Well, this is an unfortunate
that's a
situation.
freebie.
Kix was on the rope across to help his buddy out and gets sniped straight off it. And with a clean conclusion to the round.
2 gun
alive.
rebuys,
Team
1
Liquid,
armor
they're
rebuy.
not out just yet, but they are most certainly down 10-5.
This
They
is
need
the
to
round.
double up before we're neck and neck.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see how they're going to opt to play this defense, because as said, it's been a common factor of Nats-led teams that he is on one side, locking it down, and then they aggress elsewhere on the map.
Dude, you gotta love those ones.
This is something that if you're Vitality, you're going to know about. And at times, they've been able to beat him out. I think on this map in particular so far in the attack, they decimated Nats. They kept catching him in awkward positions. We see it now. Okay, he's got some support in the form of Kiko, but that doesn't seem to be something that Vitality are shying away from. Bear in mind, though, a lot of the early round will just be orb control.
Well, that's it. On a map like this, plenty of orbs as you go to fight for them. Sometimes you think, I'll take another step forward. And Camo learned the hard way that there's sometimes a punish waiting for you there. Safe. 21, but he's got backup. Look who's just come sprinting in. Even puts down the stim beacon. Less.
Yeah, but this is nice from Liquid. In reaction, they go aggro over towards tree.
He's still stepping
Kamek has to do so much.
It's a good thing
Oh
too,
boy.
because the flank is coming around. Look at this push-up by the defensive side.
Yeah, and they got to deal with the wall.
But they're too late.
And they're
The
running.
sprint is hurt. They now know there's players coming behind them. They killed Patty on site as well. Everything's falling apart. Look at Les set to step out of this smoke, although it fades, and he backs around the corner, not wanting to give the advantage away.
The problem is as well, the wall isolated them, allowed Kiko through, but left Nats behind. It's turned this 2v5 into an even tougher scenario that, yeah, I think they just have to.
Yeah, they do have to
duck
save.
out of their aggression wasn't anywhere near as successful as they hoped it to be. Camo dropped immediately. The trade not found either. And then Panatek not able to do anything within the site. Vitality
The reverse sweep. Oh,
looking
dude.
to keep their break back squeaky
Hold up,
clean.
chat, we're dying.
That's the thing. They saved their finances for this round to make sure that they could come in as strong as possible.
There was even opportunities at the end there, Tom. The 2v5, Safe is caught in
Yeah,
the open,
looks like
swinging
it's on.
out by Kiko. I think was still
Because it's going to have to be a
full
mad round. They can't
and
buy
Safe,
too much on
despite
top of
being
this.
21 health from the fight earlier.
They got
is able to drop
1-9
Kiko to
loss
27.
bonus.
Instantly you call for the save. There's no way. One
Last
guy
day,
basically
yeah.
alive against 5.
We need that week
Play
off.
for next. And even now,
The voice is giving
barely
up.
getting away with the weapons that they had. 11-5, 6-round gap. And for Vitality, closing this out. Well, in a lot of cases, Tom, it's a formality with this sort of a gap. You need to see one of the biggest resurgences, big turnaround for Team Liquid.
And that has not been the story of the day.
Will the draw be after this?
Whoever
Yes,
has led in
should
that
be.
first half
That's what we've been
has
told.
closed out the map. We have seen it throughout the series. For Liquid at this stage, it will come down
Patty.
to
Okay, so they all
digging
in.
deeper
Patty's
than
one away from his ult.
pretty much any
They
of them
should
ever have had
probably
to before.
go get an orb, maybe.
To look for that trophy, look for that championship. Otherwise, Vitality will have that trophy. And sure, for some of the players, safe, less. Durka, they've had trophies, but for Vitality, it is not.
Yeah, that's a
cabinet
great
full.
pick.
That's a good
And like we
start,
said, they need to be a little bit
though. Weaker weapons
proactive
on
on
the
this
board,
one,
an
so
aggressive Kiko is
these
gonna
kind of
give them an
pushes
advantage.
pretty much have to happen.
At least the one found and a big player in the form of Safe. Durka, he has slipped through, but he's spotted. Okay, Nats is wise to his trick. Spike has been dropped as well. Maybe a drop in the ocean. But it is starting, or will start to add up if they can continue to put these rounds on the board. For Vitality, 2v5, it's not like they're in a position where they have to save economically, but unless there's a
From top
big
bottom,
mistake
Bangkok
made
is
by
stacked.
Liquid,
No,
someone
it looks really,
walking
really
through a
stacked, yeah.
smoke with their knife out, you wouldn't see that unless you're on bind. It should just be the save from these attackers.
It's very hard to call who's going to win
It's a
it.
tough call to have to make.
I
with like a
imagine
minute 30 on
G2
the
are
clock.
favorites, but
That's the thing,
I'm
it
not,
seems
I'm
like
not
the
entirely
players
sure.
Try and earn up
I think everyone will have their own
any
opinion on
orbs
it.
that they can find. Trax is still going to be moving in, but
Second Chinese
where the
team,
spike
Trace.
is,
Yeah,
this is
Trace
not
look good
about
as well. Like the Chinese
round,
teams are
it's
going to look and
things a
hold
little
their
bit
own
more
for
costly.
sure.
And I think realizing, okay, there's a multitude of
Like
players
they'll get
here,
some
the value
upsets.
isn't really there anymore. For Liquid, there is value in removing these weapons. They will still be able to purchase into the next round, but immediately the Vines utilized. He knows they're under pressure, but this crossfire set. Oh, I don't think they're going to gamble too many more weapons. Okay, they really wanted to try and
costly.
take those guns away, and that's actually more costly than I would have liked for Liquid.
Yeah, they're not in the best of positions, especially needing that massive climb back, but I guess seeing the value of potentially dropping those weapons and making that road a little bit easier, paving it slightly and avoiding the pebbles. 11-6. Again, a very steep climb back for Team Liquid, but not out of the realms of possibility just yet. Coming into this
Sure.
round,
I mean,
though,
they can buy light armor.
Geez, it's going to be chaos.
Actually, no,
Look at those
yeah, they can buy
ultimates.
light armor
There's so much
in Tank
available
Colossal.
for either side. In fact, there's a world where Vitality could have every
No
single
matter what happens,
ultimate.
both teams probably force buy after
See
this.
if Liquid can almost stop them in their tracks. It's an aggressive
There's so
start
many
to the
good
round,
ults around
already
here.
looking to push
Yeah,
up that
Liquid have got a
north side.
great idea of what they
Was
need to
being watched
do.
by less, but he's got
They
to
have
keep an eye on it
insane
while
timing
also
on
setting
this.
up his smokes. That means that this defense has been able to push far further than expected. The problem now, though, is their guns are going to dissipate. Durka leading the charge.
Wait.
Hasn't actually been able to find
How's Nats avoiding everything here?
out of there.
Les, dude, Les has done so much work. He stopped the
Already
double
looking
flank.
A nail is in the coffin here. Kiko waiting. He's going to try and smoke them off, try and find a gap to get them back into this round.
It's starting to get to the point, Tom, where it's not even a nail in the coffin. We're starting to cover it with dirt at this point.
Nats, yeah, he got
Climb up
util
for Team
dumped.
Liquid. We wanted it to start here or
He got ult
continue
dumped.
here, but instead an interruption. And seemingly no
Yeah,
chance, but Kiko
yeah,
gonna give it
Teo
his
ult,
best whip anyways. Found
Raze
himself
ult,
one, but
and
now he's
Vice
left
ult.
alone, and ace needed. Time dependent as well. And at this point, getting out of here is not going to be a possibility. 12-6 again. Liquid need to double the rounds to find themselves neck and neck. That will get them in overtime. One slip,
Yeah, one away.
one stumble.
The reverse
This
sweep
is over.
is...
They get to sit on the sidelines.
Dude, it's so hard for Liquid as
Save
well.
Super team.
Because eventually all these ults are going to be up.
But the thing as well is now, you talk about that last round, hunting down those weapons and the failure of it. They're actually going to have pieces missing. Kamek left with just a pistol, a Guardian for Padatek, and they did use themselves.
The only situation is to smoke there on site and sit. No, I think you're right.
Vitality set.
You have to know that the Vice is going to do the normal killjoy
line,
ult.
but they are not rushing for it.
Okay, 6 chances.
They are waiting with anticipation, expectation for their opponents to make a move. Try and stop their checkmate. Durka, though, he's already spotted the first. Does he expect the second? He does not.
Well, it is Nats to find the first. They see him there. Know that there's going to be some support alongside him, and the brakes
Yeah,
are
pretty
pumped
hard
with
for them
that
to
smoke.
get down drop now.
After it fades, they'll have presence inside of A main, but right now Nats is repositioned to try to deal with that. They haven't got utility to fire through unless maybe we're going to see a Brim molly to open it. But Nats is waiting for their aggression. Instead, it's around to main. They're going to make this a much
It's
more
a pretty nice
direct
reaction
approach.
from Vitality,
Orbital
though.
Strike, Rolling Thunder, available and
Lose their
online.
entry, take
But
one across
offsite
the
play
rope,
for Team
2-2
Liquid just to
split, and
avoid that.
the people on A main go fast.
Got to try and
3 smokes down.
get past what is an abundance of ults. Nats is going to double up. He's going to get the information. No, there's
Nice
no
shot.
secrets. And the leader looks to try and take this one over the line himself. Keep them in this map. Les already back into the site. Kicks. Has found a kill, but getting out of there should be impossible somehow, though. This has come
Yeah,
back
most
to
people would have questioned the ult, but kind of had to be used.
Still standing.
Orbital Strike.
He has his
to try
ult
and get
and a
back
molly.
into a position. He also has himself a Molotov as well. If he wanted to try and play
Is he going to
from
jump
further
molly,
back,
or
trying to bait them into these fights,
is he
try
going
and
for
push
kills?
them into a
Jump
position
molly.
where they have to face him. There is that molly, but he expects someone close. It may not deny this defusal in time. He needs
Yeah,
to
he missed
swing
it.
and while Liquid, they do cling
Close
to
though.
life. Just
Really, really
about.
close, considering it's a 2v5.
By their nails on the cliff's edge. Might not be pulling themselves up just yet, but they are holding on dearly.
How is this even close, though? That's the thing that's
It
so
is, yeah.
devastating. Like, you're looking at Nats
1, 2,
basically
3.
clean up and leave his team
Info.
with 2 players in the site and an orbital strike on one of their heads. Like, how does this even become competitive for a second?
Well, again, Orbital Strike goes through. Player swings in. Why? Why is it happening? And I think we look at the
Yeah.
position that we're in. You're
Not
5
wrong.
maps in, you're deep. You were 2-0 up.
Dude,
Now,
Duck is getting
Vitality are
wrecked at the
pulling out all
moment.
the stops. They're winning out these early rounds, and then the panic sets in. Kamix opened this one up, though. It's Durka down. It's A main aggression denied, or at least stalled for a moment.
He just got sent in
Somewhat
into
neutered
so
without
much
Durka
U2 on a crossfire.
At the tip of that spear.
There's only one ultimate left in hand. Vitality have been utilizing them over the last few rounds.
I kind of like this from Vitality again. I feel like their reactions in the once they lose the first kill is pretty
That's
nice.
a nice flash, and Les may just try and do it all on his own. Kamik, though,
Big
matches him
kills.
man for man, pound for pound. And well, the last man is on the wrong side of the map. If he tries to go through this setup, he knows he'll be spotted. And with the spike still down in A main, there is a world where he retrieves it.
He's got time. Plenty of time. Kamik low. Camo tagged. It could be possible. Some isolated fights, but really you just
I
look
feel
at
like we've
Camo,
seen
he's
Trex
jump
do
spotting, coming
crazier
towards A
things.
main, get spotted, rotations come into play, Kamik's looking at you, Armageddon's online as well. There's no
The
easy
longer
way
this
out there.
time goes down,
20
though,
seconds left.
I mean, he's going to start
Rotation
running. It
B-side
might just be a
needs to
save.
happen
Yeah, I think he's
already.
holding-
We'd have to
holding
have
the
the
gun.
knife out
Yeah.
and him just sprinting. So yeah, he will just save this weapon. It's the right call. And I think especially it's easy to lose sight of that 5-round lead at this point, but you're in a grand final. Got to play the numbers.
It would be nice.
Saves the
to
spike
be
too,
that
yeah.
guy that takes
Don't
you
get
over
anything
the
for
line
that,
and more.
but
I feel like in this round, Les
he's just trying to see if he
pretty
can get a
close.
kill. And then if he's gifted a kill, then he can go for it.
Kamik that just did an incredible job, like being able to re-swing and I think find 2 players off that alongside his team.
One enemy remaining.
That could have easily been the death of Liquid, but they're still fighting. We've said it throughout the tournament so far. They were a team that, okay, we didn't expect them to.
Okay, let's
to
keep the
be
countdown going. We've
good.
got
We didn't
4
expect
chances.
them to beat Heretics.
They had loads of
We definitely
stingers.
don't expect them to
Okay,
beat
3 stingers
Vitality,
still.
but that has been their story. They made it to Bangkok. They earned their champions points. But they are not satisfied with a 2nd place.
Why do I feel like Dark is going to have to send it again?
They want more.
Oh.
But they are under pressure once again. Durka leading the way.
He's had a rough couple of
Exactly
rounds.
where Kamik is. Utility there to stall out the rest. Nice shots. Trex landing it onto Kamik.
Well,
but
Camo
Camo
is
still
so
needs to be
good to
taken
get that
down on the
kill, but
side
yeah,
zone.
there's
It's
so many
Paratech,
mollies.
but
And
they find him
we had
quickly.
molly on this
Now the
smoke,
site has
Thorns
been
on
overrun.
the
Kicks has got
heaven, so they
Rolling
just couldn't
Thunder
flood in.
primed
That's
and
what we
ready.
were kind of talking about earlier.
Team Liquid already
Oh
with a
boy.
disadvantage. It gets worse.
Looks like
Trex
that's it.
steps through the smoke,
Kicks has got his ult to
eliminates
secure it.
Kiko, and
Can just
leaves
literally
Nats.
wait for contact and ult.
Your IGL, your
Dude,
leader
actually,
will time to
this was
lead
a pretty
by
legit final.
example. That
Very,
trophy
very nice.
falls out to Vitality, and they answer
Shout out to Vitality, the super team.
super team.
Yeah, I knew he was going to say it.
13-8, and a dominant 3-match streak.
They said they were made to win trophies.
Kickoff grand finals.
Yeah, if you tuned in halfway through, you might have thought this was a dominant series, but It started very differently. Liquid came out of the block swinging. They proved there is a reason that they are in this grand final. And then Vitality spent the rest of the series proving why this team was so hyped up. You bring in stars, you bring in people.
Dude,
like
poor
Dirk
Patty,
and Lex.
man. He's cursed in the best of fives.
Squad have done more than justice to themselves. The most
Both teams chill. I mean, yeah. Again, the main thing is Masters, right? And Liquid had a very good run. The expectations were not this high.
Been the team lifting that trophy at the end of today after the first 2 maps we saw from them. But their opponents, Mitch, they dug deep.
Vitality, we've heard it before. Oh, Vitality's building a super team. It didn't always look quite as good as this, though.
Yeah, Team1 built a super team.
They did. Many have built a super team, and many have failed. But this one, this is the real deal. Give it up for Vitality, your kickoff champions.
Yeah, and I feel like this won't be the last one they win this year. Also, their fracture looks pretty good, so that's like another map where they look solid on. Their map was pretty good. Yeah, let me upload the VOD while they do the interview.
It's crazy to think that.
So chat, people are wondering, we'll have interview now, and then rumors are, I say rumors, I think people know for sure, that it's the Bangkok
there is no doubt.
Raw. We get to see who plays who. Right, first seeds against second seeds. First group for the Swiss stage.
To be the best of the best. It was, is it going to work straight away? Is it going to work off the bat? Is the coaching staff going to be the people that can bring these players together and build a team that can win? Well, after a few weeks, they have managed to lift the trophy, something that many teams who have played within this region, played across the globe, have failed to do. That's something that this
Saves on tiptoes for it.
Take with them on their journey. Take with them to Bangkok, where, I'll be honest with you, there are plenty of teams that we look at as threats. But this squad on their day, I genuinely believe can beat any of them. And that's the thing, there's been a few teams in the past of EMEA where I go, okay, I have faith they're going to do damage. Well, they've stolen players from some of those teams and put them all together and gone, hey, have some belief in EMEA once again. I think this squad is going to be one to remember.
Without a doubt, it could be ushering in a new era. You better get used to seeing those colors down on the stage. I'm sure loving it. We got our 5-map grand final, but the way we got there, Tom, certainly unusual. Lots of one-sided halves and then warming up into a BO5. Like we said when we started it out, don't worry at the start. You'll have one-sided games, but it gets closer as it goes on. Well, gee, I was a little wrong about that. The reverse sweep, though, it's always beautiful to witness.
I think as well, it's like, it's not even that they lost the first 2 maps. It was a 9-3 half, a 9-3 half. They started slow in every map, and you kind of look at it and go, oh, this isn't the Vitality I've been watching. Like, you even think back to their game versus Heretics on Haven.
Vitality won in the CS as well.
Game, I think they were like
double.
7-1, 8-1 up. Like, they were
double
so
finals.
far in the lead, and then they cooled off a little bit. In these first 2 maps, it was like, oh, they're getting obliterated. It's like, who's this team? What's going on?
Durka was involved in
I think
45 first duels,
then
23 to 22.
The sort of prep that have gone in behind the scenes. The thing I really loved was going into that Lotus and going like, okay,
the most in the best of 5. It might
be to perfection.
It was the first domino.
The further we got into the series, the more you could see the sort of like the ticking brain of this roster. That wasn't just like, yeah, oh, it's safe. He's the puppeteer. It was every player going, I'm doing this.
No interview. They're setting up now.
We're gonna do this, and that's, we kind of expected this team to go like, I can just kill everyone. And okay, Durka did that on Fracture. That ace is something I'm not going to forget for a long, long time. But at the same time, you kind of sit there and go like
They've played all 4
there were
roles:
so many
Omen,
layers. There
ISO,
were so
Vice,
many
and
good
Teo.
individual plays, but then great team rounds
pretty nuts as well.
And that's why I'm genuinely excited for this team going forward. It's not just a roster I go,
Do the pick'ems
"Ah,
live?
EMEA,
Nah, I'll
I
probably
like
make a
to
video
play
out of it.
someone
Because I
in
want
America, so I'm
to,
gonna
I'll
cry."
probably look
Yeah,
into
this
map
is-
pool as well.
Yeah, they're gonna smash
Like, I want to
Americans
look at
into the
teamless
ground.
map pool wise.
I mean, the best part about it is we have all of these situations. We're talking about these players, your safes, your Durkas, your less, up the top of the scoreboard. But then, depending on the game, we've seen tracks, we've seen kicks, and it's about the impact they have behind the scenes. It really feels like when it comes to roles, this squad has taken some of the best players in every role and thrown them together. And then you have on the other side for Team Liquid,
yeah,
to give
sounds
them
cool,
some
Sonia.
props.
I think
Players like Kiko, really, I even
think
said in one of the moments, like, two
he showed me them on
fantastic
a
duelists,
on a
Safe
call.
and Kiko, and even seeing him
I
on a
appreciate that you're doing that,
Brimstone,
by the way.
the guy
They look
is
good.
a duelist. The way he plays, the way he fights, it's so much fun to
The
watch
top
him
10
play
player
this
for
game.
it as well.
And he delivered
Yeah,
here
we'll
in
probably
the
do
final.
stuff like
Even
that.
though they
Again, I'll
lost,
try and
he
do
was
a
tied
I'll try and do a
top
good amount of
bracket
YouTube
last
Well, I
content.
think that's the thing. If you told
I'm
me
like busy for the
after
next
first couple of games that
2,
Liquid would be
3 days, and then
unrepresentative, I might have cried.
then like the
It didn't
6
look
days
good,
or whatever,
but
I can do
they
some
spent
YouTube stuff.
time, they adapted, they put the work in, and I'm looking forward to see that they will take things from this series and hopefully learn from it too.
Well, they eliminated 5 teams, so Team Liquid will have a lot of targets on their back when we move on. It's time to go down to the stage, though, and hear from Team Vitality. We have got the post plan with Yinsu standing by.
That is right, Mitch and Tom. I am now joined by the super team of EMEA and your winners, Team Vitality.
Yeah, let me turn this up,
First
chat.
of all, massive congratulations, everyone. And Faded, you didn't get to do the trophy lift. Can we just get you? I didn't see you do it.
But he did, right? He was first to do it.
Oh, you did first? Oh, my bad. I thought I missed it. I was like, we got to get the coach on it. All right, okay, that aside, I have to come to you first. Safe, IGL, captain. And I remember when you, after everything that happened on Team Liquid, I remember the first time you played against them, when you beat them, how emotional you were, how much it meant to you to be able to prove to your old org, your old team, that maybe they made a mistake to let you go. And now you've managed to deny them a trophy. You beat them in the fashion you have. You're the best team in EMEA. So talk me through your emotions and this journey that you've been on.
Emotions, I don't know. I don't feel like I have specific emotions to this. Like, it's nice that we beat Liquid, but also, I mean, I said it before the season started. I said Liquid's going to be a good team. Like, I felt it. I even was telling the boys when we were practicing, I'm like, they're going to be a good team. They're going to do something. And I mean, I'm happy that they're doing well now, you know. When you leave your ex, it's hard. But I'm happy she's doing well. Yeah.
You've evolved. Growth. I love the growth we've seen in you.
I'm really happy for my ex.
And how about winning another one? You know, you've won one already since the partnership era.
I mean, at the end of the day, 1 year from now, people are going to look back and be like, who won Kickoff? So Kickoff is just a stepping stone, I feel. We're talking about the future. We talk about Paris. We talk about like longevity, and I think that's where we're aiming. So, I mean, nice. We won Kickoff. Cool. There's so much work left, no?
I mean,
Nice.
Vitality fans, it would be nice if this team can win in Paris. Am I
Good,
right?
good mindset.
Hey! I know my audience. I know my audience. Next, Durka. Can you ever just give us like a non-stressful, normal best-of-5 final? You know, you win it easily. It's always like a very, very exciting. I'm definitely not complaining, but how is it that you're able to keep reverse sweeping teams, the comeback? Do you think this comes down to your personal experience?
I think it's just experience, yeah. Like, I've been in this situation many times, like against Les one time, and then against Heretics, like in the finals last year, and I think I've done it many times, or like played a lot of maps, so it's kind of like experience, and you know how these things goes, and even if you win 2 maps, it's like not always over, because if you think it's over, like you can lose 2 maps instantly after.
Do you ever get tired of it? You know, having to make comebacks, having to reverse
I
sweep?
would be more happy to play 3-0 maps, then you can get to chill at night, but like these are a bit stressful, but they're also fun probably to watch.
So at what point did you believe in this? When you were 2-0 down, when things weren't really going your way? Also, losing Haven is definitely a hard one for you guys. So how did you actually pull this off?
We were just confident in our maps. I think our map pool is strong, and even though we lost like Split and Haven, which we wanted to win first, but like it's fine. We have a third map, let's play it, and then we started believing it into it, kind of like. I think we just took it slow round by round, and there's like nothing to stress about unless you're like out of the stage already. So it's like while the game goes, you need to try hard.
This is for any of you, feel free to answer. What were the vibes like after? Because we saw some, you know, behind the scenes, we have a camera, we see some bits and bobs, but we can't really exactly deduce exactly what it was like. So maybe Faded, what was it like back there when you were 2-0 down?
I think one of the biggest things is these guys never give up. They never quit. And the vibes, like, Safe is a vibes merchant. At the end of the day, he is able to keep the motion steady. He motivates the whole team. You know, his harsh words are not taken as negative. His harsh words are things of encouragement. And a lot of the times he's creating a positive environment around him. So that in itself, it's one of his traits of leadership that I admire a lot. Like, he's able to keep the boys calm. And I'm gonna be honest, like, even being down 2 maps, like, I didn't stop believing because these guys didn't stop believing. They knew what they needed to change and they knew what they needed to fix. And it was a fight, but I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. Like, these guys never give up. So.
Beautiful reverse sweep. Anything you want to add there, Safe, to what your coach just said?
No.
Fair enough. While I have you here, Faded, while I have you, Ascension last year, I know that was a bit of a rough, you know, there were some rough times for you, especially how the expectations were for your team at the time. Did you ever envision that fast forward, not even 6 months, you know, just like 4 or 5 months, that you're going to be in a different region, in a different country, on a very different stage and lifting one of the hardest trophies to lift?
To be honest, no, I never imagined it. You know, there's a lot of things to Safe, especially, you know, being one of the first people to believe in me, alongside with a lot of the organization. You know, everyone from the top, from Neo all the way down to, you know, the managers and all the staff, like, everyone just had such great faith, and, you know, I couldn't just let them down. But I'll be honest, like, the interview I had with Safe kind of like cemented it for me. I just knew he was a real dude. And from that point on, I think it just shows, you know, what kind of synergy our team has.
So he's the reason you wanted to come here?
He is one of the main reasons why I want to come here.
Oh,
yes, 100%.
Thank you for that, Safe.
Yeah.
We love that. We love that. All right, okay, Kicks, I'll come to you next. I'll just go down the line. Now, when it comes to, do you have a mic? Do you have a mic? Yes,
I do have a
mic.
microphone.
Lovely. When it comes down to this label of a super team, I'm sure maybe you felt it a little bit. You are surrounded by all the superstars. You know, this is a super team, and maybe you were overlooked a little bit in the narrative. But I think you've managed to earn that title. I think you are also one of the superstars.
Dude,
I don't think it's just down to you know, the players next to you when we talk about this super team. How much confidence does that give you to know that in such a short amount of time in your career you've managed to achieve this and to be playing with some of the greatest players we've ever seen in the game?
I mean, for me, like, this label of a super team didn't really matter to me. Like, a lot of people had this expectation that the 4 people around me will have to, you know, put in work or whatever, but like, people don't know what's happening on the inside, and like, from day one, everyone had trust in me, and it's like, they didn't treat me like I'm some guy that's below them or like more inexperienced, you know, like, we were all brothers from the beginning, and that really helped me just be confident in myself. And like, I feel like it's been showing, especially recently. Like, I felt really comfortable and everyone has trusted me. So like, I feel good in the team.
And what would you say is the most rewarding thing about this journey? And especially, you know, giving last year, making a final, losing it as well, and then coming back and being even better.
The most rewarding, I don't know.
Winning.
Winning.
Probably.
We're winning now.
Yeah, winning's nice, right? Feels good. Feels good. All right, okay, we'll go to Les here next. Now, the only player to ever win 2 trophies in 2 separate regions. I know Narrate nearly edged you there. But, of course, coming over here and being able to achieve that, it is not easy, Les. It's definitely not easy, as you will probably experience in a different region as well. How would you compare winning it this time around compared to 2023?
I think it's more hard to my individual because I'm changing my language, right? But to compare the tournaments in VCT EMEA was a little more hard because it was more long, the tournament. I won the VCT one, not the kickoff, so like kickoff is so fast.
Yeah, it almost feels like harder because how much you have to play and how quickly things change as well. I think a lot of your teammates have shared why they joined Team Vitality. So I wanted to ask you, why did you come here? Why did you move region, take this risk?
It's a complicated question, right? But like it was a project, I think. Like I was talking with Dirk before, like we were planning to play together. So, and Safe went to me with a good project, good ideas. I like it. We did some tryouts. I saw his move because I needed to see. Because I've never, I played against him one time and it was a stomp. Sorry. So I didn't know if he was good or not. But after the tryout, I saw that this team is amazing, and then I joined.
I need you to come and talk to my landlord or something, Safe. You know, you can get anything done. Everyone is here because of you. I absolutely love that. And Sadak has been on the desk today, and I have never seen someone have so much loyalty and trust and just rave about how great you are and how much he thinks that you guys can definitely win this trophy. Today, one of the things he shared with us is that when he saw the Fracture was the final map, he said that you will be one of the reasons that Vitality can do this because you love this map. In the past, you've even told him that you could call on this map as well. Did any of that come out today on this Fracture? How are you feeling, especially on Brimstone?
I think he was being sarcastic because I hate this map. Like, for me, it's the worst map in this game. But I understand a lot about this map. So we create together. This map was Safe, Trex, Faded, and me. So I have some ideas in this map. So I was really confident.
You like the Brimstone?
I like it. I like it. The old dog. I like it.
Okay. All right, Trex, here we go. I don't think it would be unfair to say that you might be the best player, if not one of the best players that just kind of got a little bit unlucky when it comes to winning the trophy.
That's true.
Now, you've finally done it. What are the emotions that you're feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, like, the feeling is good, obviously. Like, it's my first trophy in my career, like the 5 years. And yeah, I mean, it's especially good for me because I did it with Safe. Like I'm playing with Safe for 2 years now, and this is the third year. So like, yeah, I mean, I'm just enjoying my time here. Yeah.
How challenging has it been? Because, you know, 2023, there were some issues going on, and then we know you couldn't join us for kickoff as well last year. It just felt like you constantly had to jump through a lot of challenges to get
Yeah, I mean, last year I couldn't join because of some issues, and then I joined for splits, and it was like good. But yeah, I mean, in the end, finally I could join this year, and I proved that I could actually win it. Yeah. So, yeah.
I don't think anyone ever doubts you and your abilities. But why do you think that it's taken for this kind of environment for you to win? Because you've also been on good rosters before.
I mean, I think this is the best roster I ever had in my career. So, yeah, I mean, it's finally, like, I'm finally getting what I deserve, I think. So, yeah.
And lastly, how do you keep motivated? How do you not give up? Because 5 years and not having a trophy and, you know, having to play LCQs, having to grind through everything is not easy.
I mean, I think I'm still, like, hungry for, like, the actual global tournaments, because this is, like, a Europe tournament only. So, yeah, I mean, I just want to win the actual international, and, yeah.
I mean, I feel like you guys are probably one of the scariest teams going into Masters Bangkok. I'm glad you mentioned it, because in just a moment, we will find out who you'll be facing. The draw show is happening right after this. Before we go to that, though, who do you want to face in the first round? You have 4 choices. Of course, I believe that you can only face the second seed from the other regions. Do you have a team in mind, you guys, in particular? I'll start with you, Faded. I'll start with you. Who do you want to go up against?
Probably one of the American teams. I have a lot of respect for,
you know.
Yeah, Synergy too. I mean, both Josh and Cap are amazing coaches I've looked up to, so being able to head against them is probably an honor I would like to have. So.
Did you yoink that comp? Was that yoinked from G2?
No comment.
All right, Safe. What about you? Who do you wanna face? Trace?
Whoever Daniel wants, whoever Faded wants to face.
Oh, I really was hoping you would say Trace.
No.
No, not Trace. Oh, no. Okay. Durka?
I think Sentinels. Yeah.
The self-explanatory, right? The reasons.
Yeah.
Self-explanatory. Kicks?
Whatever Durka wants.
So Sentinels?
Sure.
Okay, less?
I think EDG, the actual champions.
Nice. Great answer. Great answer.
Their first seed, little bit.
Yeah. You might face them a bit later. Probably face them a bit later. And Trex, what about you?
I would say G2. I saw Leaf yesterday said that he wants to face us in the tournament, so yeah, I would say G2.
Do him a favor. Unfortunately, it can't be the first round that you face G2, but maybe we do see it at some point. Thank you so much, you guys. Massive congratulations for today. Thank you to the fans as well for coming out here. And thank you to you guys for staying with us. Do not go anywhere because it's time to throw this over to Kakuka for the Masters Bangkok Draw Show.
Here we go. Who gets who?
Hello everyone, I'm Kakuka and welcome to the Masters Bangkok Draw Show. Over the past month, teams across the entire globe have been battling to make it to the top 2 of their region, leaving us with 8 teams coming from Americas, China, EMEA and Pacific for our first Masters event of the year and our first event ever in Southeast Asia. Today, there will be no buys for the first seeds in this tournament because all 8 teams will have to compete in a Swiss format group stage in order to secure playoffs. We're drawing only the first matchups of the Masters Bangkok Swiss stage, and the next matchups will be decided by another
Swiss stage
draw
is so
following
fun
the
just
first
purely
round
because of
results.
this.
So before we begin, let's
the
go
live
quickly
draws after each
over
day
the
is
rules
awesome.
of this draw. The teams have been separated into 2 different pools. In Pool A, we will have the 4 first seed teams from each region. And in Pool B, we
regional
will
matchups
have the
are
4
allowed.
second seed teams from each region. Easy, right? Firstly, we will be drawing and placing the first seed teams, and then we will draw their opponents from Pool B. So every first seed will be drawn against the second seed. This second seed must be from another region, since no regional matchups are allowed in the first round of Swiss. If we are to draw a regional matchup in the first 2 second seed draws, then the team drawn from the second pool will be placed into the next eligible slot, and we will draw a new team.
I mean, I
to
think
battle
most of the
first
seed
one.
ones will beat the seed twos
A
anyway.
regional matchup is still
trying to
possible
think.
by the 3rd second
I
seed
don't know,
draw,
it's
so
pretty
basically
even.
when we only have
You
2
won the
teams
great.
left, that second seed will be placed into the only remaining eligible matchup.
Sen, yeah, Sen have a good chance.
For doing all of this,
Honestly,
obviously it's not going to be me
maybe the
doing it,
tournament's
so
like
I'm joined by Sarvan from our
multiple
competitive
50-50s.
operations team to do the draw. Welcome.
Hello, Kakuka. Hello,
We'll
everyone.
have to look
How
at
are you feeling? Good? Did you like the
picks and
lineup?
bans.
Excited, yeah.
Okay, let's kick it off. Let's
go.
start with the first one.
Okay.
So we have our board here, and the first team from the first seed and the first pool.
Going to be G2.
I'm gonna place it here. Second one
team?
from that pool A of first seeds. First we place them all, and then we give them
It's
an
going to be
opponent. EDG. Okay. Third one.
Left. And it's Vitality.
Vitality.
Himawari, thank you so much for saying that, dude. Of course.
Last one. That leaves us with.
Thank you,
Normally,
thank you.
We checked.
Why does she star them? Because everyone's going to say rigged.
DRX.
Otherwise.
Okay.
I mean,
Time
everyone's
to
going
see
to say
who
rigged
their
anyway, but
opponents are going to
trying
be.
to make it look
we
less
move on
rigged.
to pool B. And for those second seeds, so
Let's
G2 will be going up against in their first matchup in Bangkok
Against Trace Esports.
Trace Esports.
E2 Trace.
Okay, so EDG will be going up against.
It's Team Liquid.
Ooh, Team Liquid.
EDG.
Good luck,
EDG Liquid. That's going to be sick.
Vitality will be going up against.
Sentinels.
Oh, you wanted
Sentinels.
it? We gave it to you.
That's
Sentinels.
the banger. That is
So
the
that
banger.
leaves.
The last one.
But there is a problem here.
We have like
Oh, no.
a matchup.
We have DRX that we be going up
Yep.
against T1.
Yep.
So I am so sorry.
No.
Sorry. We baited you, Faded. So we
Dude,
changed, we
it's
moved Sentinels
rigged.
back. and we put T1 against Vitality.
I'm joining in now. That's devastating.
We were doing it. But, you know, that concludes the draw
No,
show for
it
the
was
opening
so
round
close.
of Masters Bangkok. Let's go through the matchups here. We have G2 going up against Trace Esports, EDG going up against Team Liquid, Vitality going up against T1, and DRX going
Vitality
up
T1 is
against
still a banger.
Sentinels. And whilst these are the matchups, this is not the schedule. So be sure to keep an eye on our socials so you know when each match is happening. Thank you so much, Servan, for helping me.
Thank you.
There
Super
we go.
excited for these matchups. Thanks for having me.
What are my pick'ems, dude? I'm going deep. I'm gonna do a video and look at the map
We
pools.
will see you again.
Because these are 50-50 games. I need to work out what the hell's going on.
Take care.
Okay, chat. The EMEA draw, we don't know when the EMEA draw is. The split one, so I guess it will be announced on social media at one point. Okay, chat, that is it. That is it. We are not streaming until probably Masters, I would imagine. Maybe we'll do a... Maybe the games with the mods is off stream. But yeah, I don't think I'll stream for a little bit. It's going to take some time off. I'm doing a bit of content and then... but everyone go follow and sub to my YouTube because I'll do some YouTube content. Right, give me a streamer to raid. Plaid chat, I'm flying tomorrow. I can't do plaid chat. Which is a shame because I guarantee it's a banger. But I will download it and watch it on my flight back though. Yeah, I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you. Who are we raiding? Boaster. Is he going to continue streaming or is he just going to stop? He's been streaming like all day. Subrosa? We could do Subrosa. He'll be playing.
Well, it looks like it might just be highway robbery down on that stage.
Cupid. Wait, is Cupid streaming? I'll raid Cupid right now. He's got some numbers in his name. What is it?
This is the team we wanted to see. This is the roster that people paid to see today.
3 9s.
Individually superb, safe back at the
Okay,
top.
thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Say hi to Cupid for me. Give him a follow. And I will see you all in just over a week. Again, keep an eye on my YouTube. I'll post some stuff. Shout out to the mods. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate everyone watching. Thank you for all the kind words as well. And I will see you all soon. All right, peace, everyone. Peace, peace, peace. Enjoy your enjoy whatever you're gonna do for a couple of days. All right, peace. Bye, bye, bye. YouTube chat. Thank you so much as well, guys. Thank you, thank you.